Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Bruce Lite sat quietly in the main hall, his expression somber and distant. 3 months ago, his life had taken an unbelievable turn. He had died. A freak explosion during the premiere of Avengers. Endgame had ended his life before the movie could even begin. But when he opened his eyes again, he wasn't in a hospital or the afterlife. He was in a Marvel universe. At first, it felt surreal. Was it a dream? A coma fantasy? But over time, reality set in. He was alive again, inhabiting the body of a 22-year-old S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Bruce Lite. Since then, Bruce had been piecing things together. Just recently, Tony Stark publicly declared himself as Iron Man. And in New Mexico, a massive explosion had made national headlines, with the military swiftly sealing off the area. Thor's hammer had likely landed. It was all unfolding exactly as he remembered from the movies. Despite some subtle deviations, the timeline was unmistakable. Thor was next, then Captain America, and after that, the Battle of New York. Bruce now worked at a top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facility that would later become the Avengers base. This was a key difference from the cinematic version. Here, Nick Fury had established the base even before assembling the Avengers. Bruce's new identity came with limited perks. As a level 3 agent, he had minor authority and wasn't bound by certain civilian laws, but in a world of gods and monsters, he was barely above a background extra. He understood what was coming. Loki, the Chitauri, Sokovia, Wakanda, and eventually Thanos. With a 50% chance of being snapped into cosmic dust, Bruce knew better than to rely on luck. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a genius billionaire, playboy philanthropist. He was a nobody. I can't survive this world the way I am, he thought bitterly. Not as a level 3 grunt. And even if he did survive the first invasion, how long could he last? Against Ultron? Against the Mad Titan? The only answer was power. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to withstand cosmic forces, to rewrite fate itself. But there was a problem. Bruce lacked social skills. His awkwardness and tendency to avoid small talk left him isolated, even among his peers. He was on his own. He exhaled deeply, trying to steady himself. First things first, he had to survive the Battle of New York. Hey, Bruce, spacing out again? What's on your mind? The voice snapped him out of his thoughts. It was Bill, an African-American level 4 agent and Bruce's only real friend at the base. Bill had taken Bruce under his wing after he arrived. They had developed a genuine camaraderie, rare and precious in an environment built on secrecy and suspicion. Bruce gave a weak smile. Just thinking about something stupid, Bill. That's all. But as he spoke, a wave of dizziness hit him like a truck. His vision blurred. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Beep. The unlimited download system has been successfully activated. The voice echoed through his mind, calm, mechanical, and entirely alien. Bruce froze. Bruce? Hey, are you all right? Bill's voice was full of concern as he grabbed Bruce by the shoulder, trying to steady him. Then, like a pop-up screen in a game, a stream of data flowed across Bruce's consciousness. Name, Mike Bill. Identity, level 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Skills, intermediate combat techniques, 100 megabytes. Firearms proficiency, 200 megabytes. Advanced wrapping ability, 10 megabytes. It had been 3 months since Bruce Lite had arrived in the Marvel Universe. And for most of that time, the so-called unlimited download system hadn't shown a single sign of life. Not a whisper, not a flicker. Bruce had nearly given up on it. Just another cruel cosmic joke. But now, just as he was beginning to accept his powerlessness, the system reappeared. Without hesitation, Bruce summoned the interface. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent. Skills: Basic combat techniques, firearms proficiency. Balance: $0. His stats were still weak, barely above civilian level. And what was balance? A virtual wallet? He wasn't sure. Still, the thrill of seeing the system again sent a rush through his veins. His expression must have changed because Bill, his friend and fellow agent, glanced at him with concern. "You've been acting real moody lately, Bruce. You good?" Bruce gave him a pat on the shoulder and smiled. "Yeah, just tired. Don't worry." But the moment he touched Bill, a familiar wave of data surged into his mind. Bill's profile appeared. Name: Mike Bill. Identity: Level 4 Agent. Skills: Medium-level combat techniques, download. Firearms proficiency, already owned. Advanced rap skills, skip. Bruce ignored the last one and immediately tapped download under medium-level combat techniques. Beep. Connection established. Prerequisite met. Basic combat techniques. File size reduced to 50 megabytes. Download speed: 100 kb/s, valid within 1 meter. 100 kilobytes per second? Bruce blinked. That was going to take 8 to 9 minutes, barely acceptable in a casual setting. But what if the skill size was bigger? Hours? Days? That wouldn't work. He couldn't linger next to someone for that long without drawing suspicion. Then he noticed a new button: Speed Up. Curious, he tapped it. Speed up options: $1,000, 2x speed. $10,000, 10x speed. $100,000, 100x speed. $1 million, 1,000x speed. $10 million, 10,000x speed. His jaw dropped. It cost money. Bruce had about $100,000 saved from years of frugal government work. It was meant for a house, a quiet life. But now, he transferred $1,000 into the system, though he held off using it. For now, shaving a few minutes off this download wasn't worth it. Bill was still looking at him with concern. "Look, man, word is we've got a new supervisor. If they think you're slacking, it could cost you your job. Be careful." Bruce felt a rare warmth bloom in his chest. "I appreciate it, Bill. I really do." Bill gave him a brotherly hug and turned to leave. Crap, Bruce thought. Too far, and I'll lose the connection. He quickly fell and stepped beside Bill, keeping the conversation going as naturally as possible. Luckily, Bill was a talker. After several minutes, the system chimed again. Beep. Download complete. Skill acquired. Medium-level combat techniques. Bruce felt it instantly. His balance, reflexes, muscle control, everything had leveled up. Suppressing his grin, he said goodbye to Bill and got back to patrol. The Avengers base was still in its early stages, construction mostly complete, but the heroes hadn't yet assembled. The staff was light, and Bruce only passed a few other level 3 agents during his rounds. None of them had anything worth downloading. By the end of his shift, Bruce returned to his assigned dorm. Low-level agents like him were required to live on-site and needed clearance to leave, but at least they were afforded their own private quarters. Bruce sat on his bed, back against the wall, hands behind his head. Today was a breakthrough, but he knew the system was only a tool. If he wanted to survive what was coming, Loki, the Chitauri, Ultron, Thanos, he had to go further. He had to get close to stronger people. Higher-level agents. Superhumans. The problem? Their skills would be massive. Just touching Thor or Captain America might unlock thousands of megabytes of data. Even if he got close enough, he couldn't download anything at that speed. So now, Bruce had two clear objectives. Level up fast, improve his base skills, and prepare for the looming battle of New York. Make money, fast, enough to supercharge his download speed when it really mattered. These two goals would be his foundation, his path to power. With that in mind, Bruce turned off the light and got some rest. Tomorrow, the grind would continue. The next morning, Bruce suited up and left his dorm like any other day. He waved a bill at the gate just as a black Jeep pulled in and rolled to a stop. "Attention!" All agents snapped to attention, forming orderly lines. A tall man stepped out of the vehicle. A level 5 agent. And Bruce's instincts immediately told him this man would be important. In the Avenger base, every level 5 agent led the lower agents. Before Bruce stood a typical Caucasian male, 1.9 meters tall, wearing black sunglasses. He was the level 5 agent, Ed Frank, the superior of Bruce and Co. Frank walked out from the Jeep and glanced around at the level 3 and 4 agents before walking into the base and issuing them a direct order. "Everyone follow me. Meeting in 10 minutes. He left as soon as he spoke, while the agents looked at each other trying to guess what had happened. It took almost a year to build the Avengers base. Although it was bustling, it had never been this formal. What happened? Why is Mr. Frank so serious? It seems that something has happened. Word is Mr. Phil Coulson is expected to come to the base to do an inspection. God, Phil Coulson. He is a level 8 agent. Coulson's name sent shocks through all the level 3 and 4 agents. However, Bruce thought that although Coulson was a level 8 agent, he was in fact the right-hand man of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He reckoned he'd be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after Nick Fury. Needless to say, to Bruce, he was a big shot. Bruce thought to himself, it seems the timeline of the Marvel universe I live in is similar to the Marvel movies, but with some slight changes. Soon after, the level 3 and level 4 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. neatly lined up in anticipation. Ed Frank stood at the forefront of the team and scanned the assembly. I believe you all know Mr. Phil Coulson will visit here after 3 days. Keep your spirits up and don't embarrass me. Yes, sir. The agents answered in unison. Any level 5 agent was better than the ones below their level. Bruce looked at Frank and narrowed his eyes. I must think of a way to improve my strength. Ed Frank's orders interrupted the usual work schedule. Everyone had his duties. Bruce, as a level 3 agent, was assigned to guard the gate. The job was a breeze. Anyone would be delighted to have it. However, as an agent, killing or getting killed was part of their job, to entrust one's life to the goddess of fortune. Any mishap meant death. In the eyes of agents, the simpler your work, the weaker you were. This weakness was reason enough to be mocked. Bruce was no babe in the woods and certainly understood this truth. He didn't care, though, for no one knew better than him the extent of his abilities. Okay, get back to work. Frank dismissed the crowd. With that, everyone went back to work. Bruce hesitated for a while before walking up to Frank. Sir, my name is Bruce Lite. Please guide me in the future. A few of the agents who knew Bruce were taken aback. They couldn't help but wonder as to why the usually silent Bruce would suddenly behave like so. Didn't they say Bruce likes brown-nosing? It turns out to be true. Asking Frank to guide or support him, this is a real joke. With unveiled contempt, several agents whispered amongst themselves. Upon hearing them, although he was somewhat unhappy, Bill chose to remain silent. Frank responded with a nod. He even shook Bruce's hand when the latter extended his. However, there was a trace of doubt on his face. Name, Ed Frank. Identity, level 5 agent. Skill, high-level fighting technique, 130 MB. Proficient in firearms, 200 MB. Covert tracking, 100 MB. Bruce was happy to see Frank's skills. The most important skills of an agent were investigation and assassination. It showed how important covert tracking was to him. Next, without hesitation, Bruce chose to directly download. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Skill. Covert tracking size 100 MB. Downloading. Beep. Current speed 200 kb/s. Effective within 1 meter. The speed became 200 kb/s. Apparently, downloading speed was closely related to his strength. Even so, the download needed nearly 7 or 8 minutes to complete. Ed Frank was no bill whom Bruce could delay. Next, Bruce spent $10,000 to unlock 10 times the downloading speed directly. After the speed up, the needed time was reduced to under a minute. Sir, you can rest assured. I will work hard. Bruce tried to buy some time. Frank nodded, looked around, and put down his hand. If there's nothing else, get back to work. After saying that, Frank turned to leave. Beep. Download complete. Beep. Congratulations. New skill, covert tracking. In less than a minute, the download was completed. Bruce did feel the pinch of losing 10,000 US dollars, but thinking of the newly acquired skill, the smile was back on his face again. After all, strengthening himself was the most important thing. After Frank left, Bruce went back to work. Those men who had just mocked him left as well. Bruce didn't care a whit about them. Next, he opened the system panel. Name, Bruce. Identity, Level 3 Agent. Skill, Medium-Level Fighting Technique, proficient in firearms, covert tracking. Balance, 90,000 US dollars. Sure enough, this was a new panel. This meant that his power had increased. Seeing this, Bruce was secretly happy. If he kept performing like this, the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon notice him. As for his ability covert tracking, it could largely improve his speed and sensibility. But the most significant function of this ability was in assassinations. The promotion test of agents will start after 5 days. If I become a level 5 agent, I will be allowed to go out of the base. At present, he was just a level 3 agent. His first goal was to become a level 5. The level 5 agents had some prerogatives, of which the most important one was to leave the Avengers base freely. Now, his money was not enough for a speed-up. If he met some superhero, he would miss, so he had to find a way to make a crazy amount of money. Unlimited download system. You can download any skill from the person you're touching. According to his research, you can download any ability on the system. If he met Tony Stark in the future, even Tony's armor would be available for download, since the system would classify Tony's armor as a skill. However, the data needed for such a skill would be so massive that even 10 times the download speed would not be enough unless he could make the download speed up to 1,000 times the current rate. Then there would be another Iron Man in this world. As for how to make money, Bruce had a rough plan. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a department responsible for issuing reward orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle those outlaws with whom the police or even the military could not deal with by offering a reward to neutralize those beasts. For one thing, they could handle those outlaws. And as an extra benefit, they could also find some hidden superpowers in the process. In other words, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While Bruce was plotting on his own, Bill came to him and said, "Hey Bruce, don't take their words personally. They're just that kind of person." There were also conflicts among agents, since each of them did things their own way. Bill and Bruce were from the same group. As for people like Duke, they were from another group. People like them were usually very proud, looking down on people like Bill and Bruce. Of course, another reason was that Bruce was usually wordless and had poor communication skills. Hearing that, Bruce smiled. "Don't worry, my friend. I didn't care about that at all. Maybe he would have felt distressed before. But now he wanted to laugh out loud. The New York War and Thanos' finger snap treated everyone equally. They would not care who you were. In fact, Bruce appreciated the ideals of Thanos. But Thanos was destined to become his enemy. Against the enemy, he would never be soft. With that said, Duke was also his enemy. "Okay, Phil Coulson will come here for inspection in 3 days. You have to be careful, friend," Bill kindly reminded. Bruce noted. After all, his job was to defend the security gate. Everyone had to walk through there if they wanted to enter the base. Even superheroes were no exception. Next, Bruce talked with Bill for a while, then they separated. The work of low-level agents was very dull, but it served as training as well. A few hours passed, and no one had crossed the security check. Not to mention the security check, no one even passed within 100 meters. In the evening, Bruce's shift ended. After his shift, he didn't go directly to his dormitory. Instead, he wanted to try out his new skill. The Avengers base was guarded so well that not even a fly would be able to sneak into it. Even Ant-Man was discovered while trying to sneak into the base. So surely, the Avengers base would be the best place for him to try out his new ability. In the dark, Bruce turned into a shadow and traveled through all the corners of the base. He didn't go to the heavily defended locations because his ability was still not good enough. As an insider, he certainly knew which place was safe. After continuously sneaking for 4 to 5 hours, no one had found him. Even when he was only 5 meters away from an agent, he wasn't exposed. Soon after, he went back to his dormitory. The whole time he didn't trigger any alarms or caused any accidents, which was proof enough of the ability of covert tracking. Tonight, he infiltrated the Avengers base. If he went outside someday in the future, no place could stop him. Soon he returned to his room. There was special training equipment in the room, and Bruce went on to test his skills. Now that he had the medium-level fighting technique, his strength had significantly improved to 3 times more than before. Along with his fighting skills, Bruce could even beat a level 5 agent now. I will ace the agent assessment in 5 days. Although he was still a level 3 agent now, as long as he had the strength of a level 5 agent, he could become one without a problem. Next, Bruce no longer tested his strength. 3 days later, Coulson will visit the Avengers base. I wonder what will happen then. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson had a lot of responsibilities. He would never come here for no reason. Surely, something must have happened. What is it? Bruce's eyes shrank slightly. He thought of a possible reason. Perhaps Thor's hammer had been thrown out by Odin. But he couldn't be sure of it. After all, this world was not exactly the same as the movie. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. In the next few days, Bruce went about as usual. As for Duke and company, they despised him even more than before. In their eyes, Bruce was the fawning type, which they thought was needless, because in S.H.I.E.L.D., everything depended on your strength. Without strength, you could only stay at the bottom. Bruce did not care about the gossip of those people. Fighting was a punishable offense in the base. So Duke and they could do nothing but gossip. At the time that Bruce was on duty, there were 5 or 6 agents that stood not far from him. They looked in his direction from time to time. "How did an idiot like this get into S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place?" said a tall white man. It was Duke. He had a high prestige among the level 3 and level 4 agents. He was now a 4th level agent. If he performed well, he might even be promoted to a 5th level agent. He believed that his bloodline and race were inherently noble. So he always looked down on others, especially Bruce. "Duke, the agent test will start in 2 days. You could knock him out or kill him directly when the time comes." Another agent said, agent assessments could also be called a type of contest. Except for the basic tests, the low-level agents were allowed to challenge others to a life or death fight. And there were deaths during the challenges quite a few times before. This kind of event was very common among the circle of agents, and the top brass also turned a blind eye to this. Without strength and ability, becoming an agent was just looking for death. So, people who could become agents were almost always ruthless, hardened, and capable. They may not be as good as soldiers in a group battle, but they were extremely good in one-on-one fights. Duke heard those words, and a chill formed in his eyes. He touched his chin and said, "Okay, I'll do that." "Hey, Duke, Bill cares a lot about Bruce." An agent said with some worry. "Does he dare challenge me?" Duke sneered. Those agents nodded with approval. Unless Bill wanted to die, he wouldn't dare. Duke's strength was among the top of level 4 agents. After a while, Duke and company dispersed. Bill saw them leaving and then walked up to Bruce. "Hey, Bill, good morning." Bruce greeted him. Bill looked at Bruce and shook his head. These days, Bill felt Duke and Co.'s hostility towards Bruce, which made him very worried. "My friend, you're in trouble," Bill sighed. "You're so good at joking, Bill. What kind of trouble am I in?" Bruce certainly understood what Bill was saying. "If my guess is right, Duke will challenge you during the assessment. He wants to kill you. I hope you don't participate in this test, my friend." Bill stood by Bruce's side, looking very worried. Bruce's strength, Bill knew about clearly. "My friend, thanks for the reminder, but I have to join this assessment." Bruce's tone was steadfast. "You will be killed," Bill cried. He really cared about Bruce. In his opinion, even he couldn't beat Duke, let alone Bruce. Of course, this was because he didn't know about Bruce's real strength. "Bill, I hope you can understand me. This is something I have to do." Bruce smiled. "Okay, but I still want to remind you to surrender at a critical time. I don't want to lose you." Bill knew that Bruce had made up his mind, so he could only remind him again. While they were talking, a harsh voice suddenly interrupted them. Bruce and Bill turned around and looked at the gate. One after another, jeeps appeared, arranged in rows. Some of the cars even carried heavy weapons. Damn it, everyone, back to work. At this point, Ed Frank's voice came from the second floor. All the agents were in a formation and stood up straight. The first black armored SUV stopped outside the base. Then the door opened. Next, a middle-aged white man wearing a suit with a pair of black sunglasses walked out of it. Bruce knew him, Phil Coulson, a level 8 agent and a legend in S.H.I.E.L.D. But Coulson didn't go into the Avengers base directly and seemed to be waiting for someone at the gate. Bruce looked straight into the distance without blinking. At this time, a man appeared in a tight black suit, holding a black longbow in his hand with black arrows on his back. Standing there, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes. It seemed like everyone present was his prey. Bruce's eyes widened, then confirmed his identity immediately. Hawkeye, real name Clinton Francis Barton. Dozens of jeeps parked in front of the gate of the Avengers base. 30 or 40 agents stood there, wearing suits and sunglasses, looking professional. The guards around the jeep were almost all level 5 agents. They were all elites from S.H.I.E.L.D. From the first SUV, the level 8 agent took off his sunglasses and looked at the man who held a longbow. How about it, Mr. Barton? This is the Avengers base that Director Nick Fury was talking about before. Phil Coulson said with pride on his face. The Avengers base was the assembly point for the highest technology in America. S.H.I.E.L.D. had invested a lot of resources to establish it secretly. If not for its unique purpose, those members from the Parliament would never agree to spend so much money to build it. Very good. But Coulson, was this what you wanted to surprise me with? Hawkeye asked, with a trace of doubt on his face. No, the director wants to form a strong, one-of-a-kind alliance. And you will be one of the members. Coulson was very serious. Hawkeye and Coulson had been working together for many years, so he could tell if Coulson was serious or if he was joking. I'm very honored. Hawkeye smiled. In fact, if it was not for his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D, he would not participate in these kind of things. Natasha Romanoff will also be stationed here soon after, and I think you should chat with her when the time comes. Coulson said. When Hawkeye heard this name, a hard glint flashed in his eyes. They were the best of partners once upon a time, going through life and death together for many years, and had a deep friendship. Absolutely, it was purely friendship and nothing else. Hawkeye and Coulson looked at each other for a while, in total silence. Then they walked into the base. Sir, Ed Frank reporting for duty. When Coulson had just entered, Frank stood in front of him and saluted. His face was red with a little bit of excitement. Not only him, but all of the other agents were the same, including Duke and Bill. Phil Coulson, level 8 agent, was at the top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Clint Barton, level 10 agent, a living legend, and an idol for all of the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. These low-level agents were just 4th or 5th level. How could they not be excited when they saw those two? Coulson and Barton nodded, but didn't reply. Perhaps Frank was a big shot for the level 3 and level 4 agents, but in the eyes of Coulson and company, he was just a nobody. And at this moment, Bruce, who was standing beside the security gate, narrowed his eyes. Hawkeye, with his powerful abilities, was far beyond the top agents. He was one of the Avengers' superheroes. Even the level 10 agents could not match him. I must get his abilities, Bruce thought, making a decision on the spot. Compared with other superheroes, Hawkeye's ability was not the strongest, but his power was unquestionable for Bruce right now. If Bruce could get his ability, his strength would improve significantly. Besides, Bruce couldn't be sure that he would encounter Hawkeye again. So, regardless of the risk, Bruce would never miss this opportunity. With his mind made up, Bruce went for it without hesitation. Sir, please accept the security check. When he spoke those words, all the agents looked at him. Duke and Frank were also looking at him like they were looking at a fool. Bill was desperately blinking at him. Coulson, a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hawkeye, a legendary agent. Bruce stopped those two. Was he crazy? Do you know who we are? Coulson asked. Hawkeye looked at him with slight interest, but didn't speak. Of course, sir, but rules are rules. Bruce replied, looking meticulous and showing an absolute calmness. In actuality, though, his heart was beating through his chest. Well, I like you, brat. What's your name? Coulson hadn't spoken yet, when Hawkeye's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, my name is Bruce Lite. Nice to meet you." Bruce answered. Then he put his hand out. Looking at the hand, Hawkeye spaced out a little. "Clint Barton." Then he also put his hand out. Just as the two hands touched, Hawkeye's information appeared in Bruce's mind. Name, Clint Barton. Identity, Hawkeye. Skill, Super Wisdom, 300 MB. Marksman, 500 MB. Super Strength, 500 MB. Super Speed, 500 MB. Super Sensitivity, 300 MB. Supervision, 500 MB. Each ability of these superheroes is useful. Bruce secretly sighed. Hawkeye didn't have the ability mental immunity yet, but according to the movies, he would get it after being controlled by Loki. Every single one of Hawkeye's abilities Bruce had an urgent need for, but now he didn't know which one to choose. He could only get one or two in this limited time. Soon after, Bruce made his decision, though. Marksman and Super Speed, based on the current speed, the download would finish in about an hour. Even purchasing a 10x download speed upgrade would not be enough. After all, it would still be 5 to 6 minutes. He couldn't stay with Hawkeye for so long. Bruce made his mind up and purchased the 100x download speed upgrade from the system. While he was $10,000 short, the bank automatically added the extra borrowed money as a loan. That was also one of the privileges of an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the download would be finished in only 30 seconds. Just as Bruce's download finished, the other agents were slack-jawed. They never thought that Hawkeye would shake hands with Bruce. Various expressions were on the agents' faces when they saw what had just happened. They looked at Bruce's direction with envy, indifference, regret, etc. After the download finished, Bruce stopped shaking Hawkeye's hand. "Thank you, sir." Bruce smiled. Hawkeye nodded, then turned back and said to Coulson, "Let's go." At the same time, he glanced at Bruce again and crossed the security gate. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you've obtained the skill Marksman. Beep, congratulations, you've obtained the skills Super Speed. Bruce was overjoyed to get two powerful skills in succession. The two skills would undoubtedly improve his strength significantly. When Coulson was on the second floor, he turned back and looked at all the agents to say, "Mr. Bruce has done a good job, and I hope you will all follow his example." After saying that, he left together with Hawkeye. "Yes, sir," everyone replied in unison. After the two disappeared, everyone relaxed. Frank gave Bruce a strange look, but said nothing in the end. As for Duke and company, they looked at Bruce with even more hostility. "Damn, he is too good at flattering. Duke, don't be anxious. He will die soon." Then, with Frank's order, everyone went back to work. As for Bruce, he secretly opened his system panel without paying attention to anyone. Name, Bruce Lite. Identity, Level 3 Agent. Skill, Marksman Super Speed, Medium-Level Fighting Technique, Proficient in Firearms, Covert Tracking. Balance, 0. The attribute panel was completely renewed. Super Speed, whether for attacking, defending, or fleeing, provided him with a speed far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Marksman made his shots precise. / whether it be for archery, knife throwing, darts, firearms, etc. This skill made him far better than a so-called top sniper. Super Speed and Marksman also complemented each other. This time, Bruce's strength had improved dramatically. Now the upcoming agent examination would be very simple for him. After entering the base, Coulson and company did not come out again. After evening came, Bruce got off work and went to the training ground to see his new skills in action. Goes to the training ground. The training ground of the Avengers base was always open, but almost no one would usually come. After seeing that no one was there, Bruce started to test his speed. The next moment, he became a series of afterimages. The 100-meter sprint only took him 4 to 5 seconds, more than doubling the world record. With his physical strength alone, he could keep this speed up for a long time. After that, Bruce began testing his marksman skill. Unlike before, Bruce now felt as if the bow had become a part of his body. Then, he shot 20 arrows in a row. Every arrow hit the target dead center, without mistake. While he was shooting, Bruce did not even need to aim. He seemed to become one with the bow while it was in his hands. With his current strength, he was sure to be among the top agents in the world. Of course, That was referring to ordinary agents, not superheroes. As long as I keep improving like this, one day, I will definitely catch up with those superheroes. Bruce smiled with a hint of perseverance showing on his face. As his strength improved, he was becoming more and more confident. But then he sighed. Today, to download Hawkeye's skills, he had lost almost all of his savings. Now, his system balance was zero, and after paying off the bank, he had less than 20,000 US dollars in cash. If he encountered other superheroes now, he wouldn't be able to download their skills. It was about time to find a way to make some serious money. Of course, with his current ability, he could rob a bank. If this could improve his strength, he would do it without hesitation. In this world where the strong ruled, he had thrown his morals out the window. But the system did not accept illegal income. Besides, if he did that, some organizations or superheroes would definitely take notice. This was the Marvel world. Currently, he wasn't powerful enough. He had to be very careful. So, he abandoned that idea after a little thinking. While he was thinking of how to make money, he determined his next goal, which was to download more skills from superheroes. And his next target was Spider-Man, or better known as Peter Parker. But for now, he was still a level 3 agent. So first, in order to get out of the base, he needed to hurry up and become a level 5 agent. Soon after, Bruce returned to his room. He needed to work tomorrow, and in 2 days the agent's assessment would begin. He needed to prepare well. In the next 2 days, Bruce was the same as usual. But during this time, Duke often provoked him indirectly. Bruce directly ignored him and didn't respond. Because today was the day the agent's assessment would begin. The Avengers base. 50 level 3 and level 4 agents with suits were lined up in a formation, standing straight with solemn expressions. Bruce was also in the formation. 2 level 5 agents along with 1 level 7 agent stood in front of the formation. Level 7 agents already belonged to the top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce knew the level 7 agent. His name was Thompson Zoe, also known as Bloody Mantis. His fighting ability was at the top of his level. He was also the commander of the base. Bruce and company were under his command. Zoe was wearing a casual t-shirt. He was not strong or tall, but his body was emitting a powerful force. Today, we will be selecting 3 level 5 agents and 10 level 4s. Good luck to you, gentlemen. Begin. Zoe didn't say anything after that, announcing the beginning of the assessment immediately. The agent assessment was divided into 3 stages: shooting ability, physical strength, and fighting ability. The first one was shooting. 10 people were one group, with Bruce being in the last one. Everyone needed to shoot 10 times within the time limit. The rankings were decided based on the score. From the first 4 groups, Duke had the best result with 89. Without any preparation, he shot 10 times and managed to get an 89, a very good score. This score beat the world record by a mile. In the last group, Bruce and Bill were getting ready for their turn. Not far away, Duke looked at Bruce and made a cutthroat motion with his hands. He was provoking Bruce. However, Bruce did not respond, inwardly sneering. "Start," Frank announced. Bang, bang, bang. Bruce shot 10 times without any hesitation or pause. Elon 82 rings, Sam 79 rings, Bill 83 rings. Bruce 100 rings. Every agent was shocked. 10 shots, 100 rings? This was only possible for level 6 or level 7 agents. As for Bruce, he was just a level 3 agent. How'd he do it? Zoe looked up and glanced at Bruce. Duke and company changed their expressions. They doubted their ears. The second stage was the physical test. It was a distance run of 1 kilometer. There were still 10 people in a group. Bill stood beside Bruce and wanted to say something, but in the end, he held himself back. He felt that Bruce seemed different from usual. From the first 4 groups, the best result was still held down by Duke, with 1 minute and 40 seconds. If there was no accident, Duke was guaranteed to be promoted to a level 5 agent. The last group was one again Bruce's. After the signal, they started. Bruce hid some of his strength this time around. He didn't want to show all of his skills. But even so, he still scored 1 minute and 20 seconds. It was 20 seconds faster than Duke's time. At this moment, every agent was shocked. Some were even doubting their eyes. Was Bruce hiding his strength before? God, 20 seconds faster than Duke. Is he still human? He will be promoted to a level 5 agent directly. The level 3 and level 4 agents were shocked to their core, still not believing what had just happened. However, Bruce was very calm. At this point, Zoe looked at Bruce with a smile. Strength was very eye-catching, no matter where you were. The final test is fighting, and you can choose your opponent freely. Frank's voice came and made all the agents feel shocked. This was the highlight of the assessment. No matter how you did in the previous 2 rounds, actual fighting strength was the most important part of the assessment. After Frank made the announcement, Duke stood up immediately. During this assessment, he was supposed to be the best. But Bruce made him lose his moment to shine and stole his spotlight. This made him very angry. He wasn't the only one angry. The other agents on his side were also furious. Duke, kill this monkey. Let him see our strength. A level 3 agent can't do what he did. He must be cheating. Duke, go kill him. The shoutings of those agents made Duke even more indignant. Subsequently, Duke walked out. Sir, level 4 agent Kyle Duke asked to challenge level 3 agent Bruce Lite. In the history of S.H.I.E.L.D., there were no precedents of senior agents challenging lower-level agents. But there was no rule that prohibited it. Bruce, Duke challenges you to a fight. Do you accept it? Of course, you have the right to refuse. Frank asked. Frank had a good impression of Bruce, and he liked Bruce's silent character, which was vital to agents. Therefore, he said the words with a warning tone, not wanting to see Bruce get hurt. The battles between agents only ended with one dying or being crippled. However, Bruce just smiled. Refuse? If he refused, how would he become a level 5 agent? How would he leave the base to make money? How would he find Spider-Man? Besides, Duke was looking for death. Why not satisfy his wish? Bruce said without hesitation, Sir, I accept. Bruce accepted Duke's challenge. Every agent present felt very surprised, including his best friend Bill. Frank narrowed his eyes. He had revealed his thoughts just now, yet Bruce still dared to accept, which meant he probably had enough confidence. Okay, I allow it. Frank nodded. Duke and company sneered and looked at Bruce like a fool. Who was Duke? He was a top level 4 agent that could even be compared with level 5 agents. In their eyes, Bruce accepting the challenge was just looking for death. Duke, kill him. An agent shouted, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Duke nodded. He cracked his knuckles, and bone-cracking sounds emitted. All the agents stepped aside and made ample space for the fight. Bruce calmly looked at Duke. The distance between them was about 5 meters. All the agents were standing in a circle. Bill was very nervous for him. The friends he had in S.H.I.E.L.D. could be counted on one hand, and Bruce was one of them. Frank stood between Bruce and Duke. During the fight, daggers are allowed, but no guns. Anyone that violates the rules will be handled by me. Frank was not partial to anyone. You accepting my challenge surprised me, Bruce. But I will still kill you, ass-kisser. Duke smiled with strong, killing intent exuding from him. Really? Bruce said leisurely. Very good. I respect your courage. Come, ass-kisser. Duke smiled. Every sentence ended with ass-kisser. Bruce was filled with killing intent. Start, Frank said. Just as he announced the beginning of the fight, Duke moved. He went directly for the dagger. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bruce. He lunged forwards with the dagger. If Bruce didn't dodge, the artery on his neck would be slashed and he would die in seconds. Everyone held their breath and waited for the result. Meanwhile, Bruce was standing completely still. Bill was shocked. Why is he not moving? Zoe was watching the fight from the side and looked at Bruce. What'll he do? Zoe thought. Duke also saw that Bruce had not moved. He's afraid. Duke sneered, slashing with his dagger even faster. Go to hell, Duke shouted. His speed was too fast. Most people could only see his afterimage. At this time, Bruce moved. Without any additional action, he dodged backwards, avoiding Duke's attack. Just as Duke's attack missed, Bruce started his counterattack. With one hand, he grabbed Duke's right hand, and with the other one, he controlled Duke's body. Then, with his terrifying strength, he broke his right hand. Ah! Duke screamed. Then, he was horrified to see the shining dagger that was supposed to pierce Bruce turn towards him. The dagger pierced into Duke's neck like cutting through tofu. Blood flowed out like a fountain, as Duke's body fell slowly, with his eyes wide open in surprise. Bruce walked back without a trace of blood on his body, looking unhurried, like he was taking a walk in the park. Simple, direct, and deadly. Wearing a black suit, Bruce looked like a god of death at that moment. Every agent on the scene had their eyes wide open in shock, including Bill and Frank. The battle ended in less than 3 seconds. A level 4 agent who had completed many missions had died, just like that. The agents that once insulted Bruce were all shivering and frightened. This kind of agent was too horrifying. Did he hide his strength before? Even Duke had been killed. Frank had still not come out of the shock. He thought that Bruce must have been hiding his strength before. Good, very good. At this time, a voice came. Bloody Mantis, Zoe, stepped out and clapped with a smile on his face. Everyone stood in place without breathing. Bruce Light, right? You are amazing, Zoe said. Bruce nodded without any words. Looking at this, Zoe was pleased. Calmness. An elite agent needed to have this quality. Zoe glanced at every agent present, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I announced that starting today, Bruce is officially promoted to a level 5 agent. The assessment was not over yet, but Zoe had officially appointed Bruce. Hearing this, every agent was surprised. Every level 5 agent was valued very highly and had immense privileges. They were the real backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, Bruce's eyes shone like gems. Zoe, a level 7 agent, had extraordinary fighting skills. Going by the Marvel movies, Bruce considered Black Widow and Captain America 2 of the best fighters in the Marvel world. Whether it be karate, judo, or mixed martial arts, Black Widow's skills were top-notch in every way. As for Captain America, his main skill was his durability in fights. No matter how strong his opponent, he could always take it up the distance. But both of them had not exceeded the human limit yet. Because of their bodies limiting them, they were only considered ordinary compared with the many other superheroes. But in terms of fighting, they were top-notch. Unfortunately, with Bruce's current identity, he could not even meet the 2, let alone download their skills. So, Zoe was currently his best choice. Then, Bruce put his hand forth and said, "Thank you for your recognition, sir." Looking at Bruce's hand, Zoe smiled. "You deserve it." Zoe shook Bruce's hand. Name: Thompson Zoe. Identity: Level 7 Agent. Skill: Top-level fighting technique, 200 MB. Proficiency in firearms, 200 MB. Covert tracking, 100 MB. Assassination technique, 200 MB. Bruce chose the top-level fighting technique. Even though he also wanted the assassination technique, there was not enough time to download both. To him, the top-level fighting technique was more useful in his current state. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Prerequisite intermediate-level fighting technique met. Reducing skill top-level fighting technique size to 100 megabits. Beep. The current speed is 500 kb/s, valid within 2 meters. Sure enough, as his strength increased, his download speed also increased. Based on the current speed, the download would finish in 3.5 minutes. To prevent an accident from happening, Bruce spent $1,000 to speed up the download by 10 times. Now, the download would finish in 20 seconds. "Bruce, go get your ID card. You don't need to take the next test," Zoe said. After saying that, Zoe was ready to leave. Because of Bruce, he was not interested in watching the next fight. "Thank you, sir." Bruce responded with a smile. Beep. Download complete. Beep. Congratulations, you've obtained the skill top-level fighting technique. Zoe had just turned around when Bruce's download finished. Afterwards, Bruce looked at Frank. "Congratulations, Bruce. You are now a level 5 agent." Because of the promotion, Frank's tone was now very friendly. As for the other agents, they were all looking at Bruce in awe. "Thank you very much, Frank. Remember to take care of Bill for me," he said, looking towards Bill. "Of course," Frank replied. After that, Bruce left. As for the dead Duke, nobody cared about him. Becoming a level 5 agent was only the beginning of the plan. After leaving, Bruce went directly to the logistics department to get his card and some equipment. Afterwards, he went to his dorm room. Level 5 agents had their own houses and offices, their status had greatly improved. On the way back, Bruce checked the system panel. Name, Bruce. Identity, level 5 agent. Skill, marksman, super speed, top-level fighting technique, proficiency in firearms, covert tracking. Balance, 0. If he counted the marksman and super speed skills that he obtained from Hawkeye, his current strength could be compared to level 8 agents. But that was not enough to be compared to Hawkeye. Unfortunately, last time he didn't have time to download Hawkeye's supervision skill. But at the time, he could only choose 2 skills to download. He had done his best. It was no use to regret it now. According to the plot, Odin should be throwing out Thor and his hammer very soon. Thor and his hammer were both extremely powerful. After all, Thor was a god in Norse mythology. But the more powerful the skill, the more data there was to be downloaded. Even if he met Thor now, he couldn't download his skills yet. Besides, he was not at the level to know the top secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had no way to get that information yet. So, this was not the most important thing at the moment. Next target, Spider-Man. This was the safest goal for him. If he could complete his goal, he could go beyond humanity. Even if he was facing more powerful opponents in the future, he would easily be able to cope with them. After determining his goal, he walked into his office, then opened his laptop and inputted a few words. Midtown High, Peter Parker. Fortunately, he had access. He soon found the relevant information. Peter Parker, first year of high school. Parents unknown. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Bruce's face. That's what he was looking for. Bruce had once tried to guess who the parents of Spider-Man were. According to the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man, his parents should be expert biological scientists, with spiders as their subject. But this was the Marvel Universe. Anything could change. Just like the Avengers base being built before the Avengers had even formed. The main story would not change, but the minor things would need to be verified by Bruce. Now, the most important thing was to leave the base and find Spider-Man. How can I get close to Spider-Man? Bruce pondered. First, he needed a suitable identity and an opportunity. S.H.I.E.L.D, Spider-Man. He shut down the computer and kept thinking, well, I'll just take things as they come. Bruce smiled. Then, he walked out of the office and went to the gate of the base. Now that he was a level 5 agent, he could leave the base at will. But if he didn't have permission from his superiors, he could not leave the base for more than 12 hours. 12 hours was plenty of time for him, though. But, just to be sure, he chose to sneak out of the base, which took him a whole hour. Half an hour later, he came to a town 10 kilometers away from the base. By now, the sky was dark and there were few people on the street. Bruce walked up to a telephone booth and took out a black box which could block his signal from being traced. After putting a coin in, he dialed S.H.I.E.L.D's phone. Beep hello. Bruce heard someone say in a low tone. Any call to S.H.I.E.L.D would get severely monitored and traced back to the caller's location. With the black box in hand, he only had 10 seconds. Any more than that, and S.H.I.E.L.D would locate where he was. He wasted no time as he made his voice sound old and said, Hydra, target, Midtown High School, Peter Parker. Then, Bruce hung up and left the place quickly. He proceeded to wipe out all traces that could lead to him and returned to the Avengers base quickly. In the Avengers base, dozens of agents were meeting in a room. What's the situation now? Who made that call? Someone asked. He was very cautious. We can't track him. Another agent who sat in front of a computer replied. Forget about that. I want to know more about the information he provided. Midtown High School, Peter Parker. A level 7 agent said seriously. He was an executive of S.H.I.E.L.D, so he knew a little bit about Peter Parker. Soon after, he left the room. He had to report this to his superiors. Coulson's office, Avengers base. Ring, the phone rang. Coulson picked up soon after. Phil Coulson. The word from the phone made his face change quickly. Damn it. Level 7 agents and above, come to the meeting room. Coulson was not a level 10 agent yet, but he was the chief assistant of a S.H.I.E.L.D director, so his order was valid. Soon after, multiple senior agents were coming to his office successively. When Coulson called the meeting, Bruce had already returned to the base. In the enclosed meeting room, Coulson sat in the center with more than 20 level 7 or above agents in an oppressive atmosphere. The lights were flickering, but everyone was sitting straight with serious expressions on their faces. A level 7 agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. was counted as an elite. We received information that Hydra will be taking Peter Parker. Coulson spoke first. Some agents were slightly confused. After all, not everyone knew who Peter Parker was. Coulson noticed their reactions and added, "He is Richard Parker's son." This time, those agents all nodded and suddenly understood. Surely, they all knew who Richard Parker was. Why will Hydra catch him? Where is the information from, and is it accurate? A level 7 agent asked. This is not the main point. You need to understand that Peter Parker is the only son of Richard, Coulson said. Our human resources are not enough as it is. The Green Monster and the falling event have caused us to lose many people. A level 7 agent explained. The event about the Green Monster has ended. As for the falling event, I will deal with it personally. Now, I need people to protect Peter. Coulson gave the order directly, leaving no room for discussion. We're dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D array, which means we need at least level 6 or level 7 agents to ensure the child's safety. But now, every level 6 agent and above has tasks. We really don't have the people to take this mission, someone said. After all, there were too many events recently. I have a candidate. He is just a level 5 agent, but protecting a high school student shouldn't be a problem. The man speaking was Zoe, also known as Bloody Mantis. Everyone present was looking at Zoe, and Coulson frowned slightly. Zoe, a level 5 agent? Are you sure he can cope with Hydra? An agent asked. Every agent nodded. Hydra was a powerful and mysterious organization that could even compare itself with S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson didn't say anything. He was waiting for Zoe to continue. Zoe glanced at every agent present with a smile and begun. This level 5 agent is unusual. His strength and talent are the best I have ever seen. These words surprised everyone. Zoe was a proud man. He never spoke highly of anyone without being sure of himself. Tell me about him. Coulson was interested in the agent that could make Zoe speak so highly of himself and motioned for him to continue. His name is Bruce Lite, a level 5 agent with a clean background, Zoe said. When Coulson heard the name, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. I remember him. He was a level 3 agent, right? Coulson responded. Zoe nodded and then spoke of Bruce's performance on the agent assessment. He had spoken highly of Bruce's shooting ability, physical fitness, and fighting skills. After hearing that, every agent nodded. Perhaps such a man could even be promoted to a level 6 agent. I'm pleased with your suggestion, but we can't reveal even a bit of information about Richard Parker. Besides, the source of the call must be investigated clearly. Coulson gave an order. Copy that. Besides Bruce, I'll send other agents to assist him, Zoe replied. After making the decision, everyone left. At the same time, Bruce had returned to the dorm with a pondering expression on his face. According to the identity of Richard Parker, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to send someone to protect Peter. And there had been too many recent events requiring S.H.I.E.L.D. attention. They won't call senior agents to protect Peter. They were more likely to choose a level 5 agent. With Zoe's status, he was sure to attend the meeting. And with Bruce's good performance on the agent assessment tests and Zoe's good impression of him, Zoe would probably recommend him. Yes, Bruce had thought of this long before he implemented the plan. This was his best way to get close to Peter Parker. Even with all his planning, his plans still involved a bit of luck. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Bruce was thinking, there was a knock on the door. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Coming. Bruce opened the door without hesitation. Sure enough, it was Zoe. Good evening, Mr. Zoe, Bruce said with a smile. Zoe smiled back and then entered the room. How about it, Bruce? Still getting used to your new level 5 agent life? Zoe smiled. Thank you, sir. I am okay. Bruce nodded. Then he looked up and asked, Sir, you came so late. Is there something you need? I like to chat with smart people like you. Zoe looked at Bruce and laughed loudly. I have a task. Do you want it? Zoe's tone was very solemn. Hearing these words, Bruce was secretly happy, but he nodded in a serious manner. Of course, sir, Bruce replied immediately. Zoe smiled and took out a picture of Peter Parker. This is a top-secret mission. Your task is to protect him for a month. Don't allow any accidents to happen. Sure enough, the task fell on him. which meant that his plan was successful. Copy that, Bruce said without hesitation. Such a decisive decision made Zoe think more highly of him. He liked this kind of subordinate, strong execution, and few problems. When the task is done, I will reward you with $100,000 and give you a chance to be promoted to a level 6 agent. Grasp the opportunity, young man. Reward? Bruce smiled. Copy that, sir. Thank you very much. Bruce put the picture away. This time, your identity, background, and general information have been set up for you. If you are in trouble, you can show your identity. We are S.H.I.E.L.D. Neither the Army nor the police will dare to make trouble for you. Set out tomorrow morning. Copy that, sir, Bruce replied. After getting Bruce's answer, Zoe left. Bruce stood alone in the room with a smile. With the first plan success, he could start his second plan as soon as he leaves the base. As Zoe said, he was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the Avengers base, he was still considered as a low-level agent. But in the eyes of the military and police, he was a big shot. Early the next morning, he left his room and went to the logistics department. After collecting all the papers and weapons, Bruce set off. He finally left the base. Queens, New York City. Bruce was walking on the streets in a black suit. This street was very lively. It had a variety of shopping malls and vehicles, making it look very prosperous. According to the map, he was one street away from Midtown High School. What a joke. My identity is a high school teacher. I never even graduated from high school. Luckily, he was a PE teacher. If it was math or chemistry, it'd be better to just kill him. It would make him go crazy. He would rather face Thanos. While he was complaining, eventually he found the school. After passing the doorkeeper of the school, he met the dean. Welcome, Mr. Bruce. Because we don't have enough PE teachers, you'll have more classes than usual. Sorry for troubling you. The dean looked like an ordinary middle-aged man that you would see on the streets. I will do well, sir, Bruce replied. Afterwards, the dean and Bruce went through the formalities, and soon after, Bruce went from an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. to a teacher. After completing everything, Bruce went to his office. He was supposed to work here for a whole month. I'm not here to be a teacher. Looking at the computer, Bruce gave up on writing lesson plans. He looked up some lesson plans from the internet and copy and pasted them directly. End of work. Being a teacher was too easy. He gave the courses to the class teacher of each class. After finishing that, Bruce began searching for Peter Parker's class. Every teacher's computer had information about the students, as did Bruce's. Soon, he found the information about Peter Parker. What a young boy. Bruce smiled. Then, he looked at Parker's performance at school. In terms of grades, Parker was a good student, but the problem was that he was withdrawn and unsociable. He seems to have not been bitten by the spider yet. In about an hour, Bruce thoroughly learned the information on Peter Parker, and he confirmed that Parker had no special abilities right now. This is your class schedule, Mr. Bruce. While Bruce was thinking about Peter, a female teacher came up to him from behind with a document. It was the latest class schedule. Thanks. Bruce smiled. He glanced at the document, wanting to know when he would have his first class with Peter. Well, our first lesson is in the afternoon. Bruce looked at the class schedule and was pleasantly surprised. The sooner he met Peter, the better it would be for him. After all, Spider-Man was just one part of his plans. He had other things to do, and he was not sure when Peter would be bitten by the spider. Perhaps it would take a long time, maybe a month or 2, 3. During this free time, he was going to improve his strength to a new level. Besides, he still needed to make money like crazy. Time passed quickly. After lunch, it was time for Bruce's lesson. PE class was easy. It was just basketball, rugby, and other sports. He only needed to give them some simple guidance. Dozens of students lined up on the playground, waiting for their teachers. Did you hear that we have a new PE teacher? Really? I'm afraid this teacher won't even last half a month. Today is his first day. Let's teach him a lesson. Several boys stood together with fierce expressions on their faces. This was school life. For new teachers, it wasn't always friendly. Bruce wore black sportswear and slowly moved from the school to the playground. Long-lost campus life. Bruce sighed. If it weren't for Parker, he would not have come here. Then he glanced at the students of his class and narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly looking for someone. Sure enough, Bruce saw a thin, shy boy in the crowd with bruises on his face. It was Parker. It seems he is bullied, even in this universe. Hey, are you our new PE teacher? At that moment, a voice came and woke Bruce, who was spacing out. You are so thin. How did you become our PE teacher? Yeah, I doubt you could catch a basketball. When Bruce looked back, voices came one by one. Yes, I am your PE teacher. From now on, you must listen to my commands, said Bruce, making the boys laugh loudly. The girls looked at Bruce curiously, saying nothing. Your commands? Even the headmaster cannot command us. In PE class, we are free to do whatever we want. Do you understand? Go away. Do not interfere with us, a tall boy said, pointing at Bruce. Bruce knew without even thinking that these boys wanted to have him replaced. Bruce flashed a smile. He liked young men like them. If they were too obedient, it would be tedious. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The tall boy saw that Bruce was not replying to him and got angry. He had never been so humiliated. Then, he rushed towards Bruce like a truck. The new PE teacher angered Kid. There's going to be a good show. Kid is in Eugene's gang after all. He probably told Kid to do this. Kid is a Taekwondo master. I wonder if the new teacher can take a punch. The students present gathered to watch the tall student named Kid deal with the new teacher. Bruce just looked at Kid, not responding. Are you deaf? Did you hear what I just said? Kid pointed at Bruce, full of anger. All the students thought this was interesting. Especially Eugene's group, they were laughing loudly. But Bruce didn't even lift an eyelid. After all, Kid was just a student. How good could he be? Anger overcame Kid when he saw Bruce's indifferent expression. Without thinking, he threw a punch. You're looking to die. He was fast, and his tall body gave him tremendous strength. Some girl students were worried, for they knew how fierce Kid was, while some students even closed their eyes, not bearing to see what was going to happen. However, in an instant, Bruce moved. He was so quick, almost turning into a shadow. He grabbed Kid's arm directly. Gotcha! Ow! Kid screamed. His arm fell to his side, lifeless. My arm! Ow! Kid shouted out. He was dripping cold sweat from the pain and could not help but fall to his knees. The students present were all shocked, for none of them knew how Bruce did that. They were merely students, and Bruce was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce, with a smile, stood in front of Kid and said, I enjoyed your deliberate provocation, but this kind of action needs punishment. Poor Kid looked terrified when he heard what Bruce said. He looked at Bruce, who was smiling at him and coming towards him. Stop! What do you want? Kid shouted, and in just a moment, his other hand was caught by Bruce, who was still smiling. Gotcha! With that sound, Kid's other arm was broken as well. I thought you were made from iron. Turns out you are just trash. Bruce shook his head, seemingly not pleased with that. Then he looked at the students in front. Each of them took a step back, especially Eugene, whose eyes were still wide open, not quite believing what he was seeing. Kid was the strongest one in their gang. He even ranked among the top in the whole Midtown Middle School. But both of his arms got broken in just a few seconds by Bruce. You dare to attack the students. If something happens to Kid, we will sue you, a student said, looking pale with fear. I just dislocated his arm. And what did you say just now? Sue me? Bruce looked at the student with an indifferent expression. His eyes were as cold as ice and made the student feel like he fell into an iceberg, even if it was summer now. At this point, all the students were too frightened to speak. If you want to sue me, please do. This job means nothing to me. But my students, I know the home address of everyone here. So you ought to think it through. Bruce wasn't just scaring them. He really didn't care at all. He was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even some senior officials could do nothing to him, not to mention these students. Besides, he was not here to be a teacher. Hearing this, every student present stared at Bruce with disbelief. It was a threat. It was definitely a threat. And it was the first time that they were threatened by a teacher. You dare? You are breaking the law, a student whispered, still trying to go against Bruce. Bruce looked at the student with a smile and spoke to him. You come out. Oh God. The student's brain went blank and his body trembled. In his view, though Bruce was smiling, he was just like a demon to him. The other students could do nothing but turn pale with terror. Bruce has dislocated Kid's arms. Was it not enough? Did you hear me? Bruce said again. The student came out, trembling. You'll be all right. It's not painful at all. Bruce's smile showed his white teeth, looking like a man-eating monster. Then, he twisted the student's arm, before the student cried out in pain. Gotcha! The student's arm was also dislocated. He collapsed to his knees from the pain, which brought sweat out of his forehead. Now, every student present felt that the new teacher was dangerous. He had no care about anything. I hope my students will be as meek as lambs. It's the only way that we can build a harmonious relationship between us, isn't it? Bruce disregarded the student and kid who were rolling on the ground and spoke to the others. All the students shuddered and nodded their heads in terror. The most effective way to solve a problem, no matter where it was by force. It was so easy to be a teacher. Good. From today on, I am your PE teacher. If you have any problems, you can complain to the headmaster at will. But don't forget what I have said. Everything has a price. And anyone will pay it, whoever they may be. Understand? Bruce looked sharp as a knife, and he was exuding a dangerous aura from his eyes. Some of the students got goosebumps from the way Bruce was looking at them, akin to a beast staring at its prey. They were grade 10 students, just a group of children. They had never faced such a situation. So everyone just nodded. After his speech, Bruce ordered the others to send the two boys to the school clinic, and then casually found a place to sit down. For disobedient students, it ought to be like this. He had no mind to maintain the teacher-student relationship. It was not necessary. Ring, ring. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw a secret message. It was from S.H.I.E.L.D. The message told him that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already arranged a car and prepared some necessities for him, and the logistics department had arranged a residence for him. The address was also in the message. Not much money left. It's time to make some money. Soon after, the PE class was over. All the students fled as fast as they could, and Bruce went to the residence provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. A room in Queens, New York was luxuriously decorated and furnished. Bruce opened the laptop. A complicated topographic map was on it. A red dot flashed from time to time and was moving constantly. This red dot showed the location of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. This afternoon, Bruce put a tracking device on little Spider-Man without anyone noticing. After confirming that little Spider-Man had safely returned home, Bruce closed the tab. For now, little Spider-Man was just an ordinary person, and Bruce could not download any skills from him. And Bruce was not sure when little Spider-Man would be bitten. The time required may be very long, time which he didn't have. So, he had to carry out his other plan. Next, he opened another tab. It was the reward page of S.H.I.E.L.D., which had warrants on dangerous wanted men. Of course, that was just for ordinary people. The ordinary wanted men don't have a big reward on them, and they have no skills yet. I not only need to make a lot of money, but I also need to download skills while doing it so that I can steadily improve my strength. In this moment, Bruce was very calm. His thinking was clear, and he knew what he wanted. He couldn't just keep watch on Peter all the time. Sitting back and waiting was the dumbest way to go about it. Chris Mike, a level 7 warrant, once inhaled a special substance in an experiment and has a remarkable fight skill. Eventually, Bruce found an interesting person in the reward pages. Mike had committed a lot of crimes. His last one was robbing a bank and escaping from a police roundup. After that, the police handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. directly listed him as a level 7 warrant, the equivalent of a level 7 agent. In the Marvel Universe, anyone who can escape from an experiment will surely get special skills, and Mike must one of those. Bruce thought with a smile on his face. In the warrant, S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided information on where Mike was often spotted and other relative information. S.H.I.E.L.D's probably too busy with the recent events to deal with him. That's why he's still available. It's him. And so, Mike had become Bruce's first target. Moreover, his reward was $300,000. It was a fortune. Bruce began looking over Mike's information, trying to figure out where he might head to next. After finishing everything, Bruce put on a black suit with a pair of black sunglasses. He thought of 3 places he might go and intended to find Mike within a day. Then, Bruce left the room and set off. A bar in Queens. There were various people gathering under the dim lights. Loud music and hormones. That was the nightlife of America. At the bar, there were 3 or 4 bartenders right now. A 2-meter tall white man with a rough face and a black leather coat came up to them. "Whiskey," the man said. He took off his sunglasses and squinted his eyes a bit. "Hey, Mike, how come you're here today?" A bartender said, pouring him his whiskey. The man ignored the bartender, and his eyes continued to look around. Tonight, he constantly felt a little uneasy, and it seemed like danger would come. The sounds around did not affect him at all. Taking the whiskey, he drank it all. "S.H.I.E.L.D. should have no time to deal with me. No, for safety, it is better to leave New York tomorrow," the man muttered to himself. The only reason he dared to stay in New York was because he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was preoccupied with other matters and had no senior agents left to track him down. The police was nothing in his eyes, but there were many things he had to be careful of except the police, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. After drinking another glass, he glanced at the dance floor. In an instant, a man in a suit appeared in his eyes. He suddenly felt a trace of panic. Without hesitation, he immediately got up and left the bar after putting down some money. Sure enough, the man he saw was Bruce. When he glanced at Bruce, Bruce also noticed him. And while he was getting up, Bruce saw his panic. He looks a little different, but that is surely him. Watching the man's back as he hurried away, Bruce smiled. "Lucky, it only took me 3 hours to find him." Then, Bruce also left, tracking the man. Soon after, the man came to a dark street. He walked quickly and kept his head down. Who is he, S.H.I.E.L.D.? Impossible. Mike felt a little panicked. He had hidden for a long time. He didn't expect to be found today. Then, he decided that he had to leave New York tonight. The world was so big, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could not cover the whole world. Perhaps he could join S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he wouldn't need to be so worried. "Mr. Chris, where do you want to go in such a hurry?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded out, and Mike's face changed. At the end of the street, a man in a suit was leaning against the wall with his hands across his chest. "Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Mike asked. He stood in place, looking at the man in front of him with killing intent. "It's not important who I am. The important thing is that your life as a free man ends today." Bruce looked at Mike, walking towards him with a friendly smile on his face. Mike looked around and found that only Bruce was here. In an instant, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took out a dagger, looking ferocious. "Go die." Just as he spoke, he charged at Bruce, his body leaving after images. In an instant, he flashed in front of Bruce. Bruce was shocked. He didn't expect Mike to be so fast. Even while he was shocked, he threw 5 flying knives towards Mike without hesitation. Whoosh! The air made a tearing sound, and then the flying knives directly hit Mike. Bruce had the marksman skill he got from Hawkeye, and now that Mike got very close to him, it was impossible for him to avoid the knives. But then, Bruce dodged backwards, a doubtful expression on his face. Jingling, the flying knives collided with Mike's body, and a bell-like sound came. It was the sound of sharp objects hitting against iron. The knives fell to the ground without any blood on them. Without stopping, Mike picked the daggers up and attacked Bruce again. Bruce quickly evaded. He had Hawkeye's super speed skill, so Mike was not his match in that aspect. Mike stood opposite him and scathed, laughing hideously. "What's wrong?" Surprised, Mike said while attacking again. He had never shown this skill, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. knew of it. Seeing that things were going wrong, Bruce displayed his calmness. Instead of panicking, he began to analyze the present situation. The more unfavorable the situation, the more he needed to remain calm. His secret skill must be related to his defense. That was Bruce's best guess, as well as hope. Now, Bruce had the skills super speed, super strength, and marksman. He was severely lacking in defensive skills. His defense was no better than an ordinary person's defense. So Mike's skill he had to get. In an instant, only their after images remained. The two men fought multiple times in an extremely short period of time. And while they fought, Mike's information appeared in front of Bruce. Name, Chris Mike. Identity, level 7 warrant. Skills, top-level fighting technique, 200 MB. Proficient in firearms, 300 MB. Pig iron body, 300 MB. Sure enough, Bruce's guess was right, and the skill was about defense. The skill pig iron body can make the body as hard as pig iron. That was how Mike shook off Bruce's flying knives. But If the destructive power exceeded the defense of pig iron, the body would still be injured. In any case, Bruce still needed the skill now and immediately decided to download it. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Skill pig iron body size 300 MB. Downloading. Beep. Present speed is 600 kbs/s. Valid within 2 meters. With this speed, the download would finish in about 8 minutes. He didn't need to purchase another speed up. Bruce smiled. Both of them had the skill top-level fighting technique, so they were pretty evenly matched in battle. But Bruce's speed and strength exceeded Mike's by a lot. Bruce, however, was not trying his best. He was stalling for time. As time went by, Mike began to doubt the current situation. He could tell that Bruce was not trying his best. What does he want? Mike didn't have time to think anymore. He knew it could not go on like this. He had to give it everything he had. First, he had to escape from here. Beep. Download complete. Beep. Congratulations. You've obtained the skill pig iron body. 8 minutes later, and a familiar voice spoke again, making Bruce very happy. Finally, the download had completed. Mike saw this momentary flaw just as this happened and hit Bruce with all of his strength. He stabbed in Bruce's direction without hesitation. But Bruce did not dodge. Go to hell. Mike laughed inwardly with killing intent in his eyes. Clang! When the stab connected, a powerful rebound force shocked him. Ow! What just happened? Mike's face changed dramatically. He found out, to his horror, that Bruce had a similarly powerful defensive ability, just like him. Surprised? Amazed? Go to hell. Just now, the flaw that Bruce intentionally left was only to test his newly acquired skill, and the result made him delighted. While Mike was shocked, Bruce made his move. Bang! Under his powerful strength, Mike slowly fell to the ground. Next, Bruce unleashed a flurry of attacks. After a couple of seconds, Bruce beat Mike to death with his bare fists. What a turtle shell! Bruce laughed. The harvest tonight was far beyond his imagination. Not only did he get the skill pig iron body, but he also gained 300,000 US. Later, he took Mike's body away. The reward department of S.H.I.E.L.D. had no office. If you wanted to get the reward, you only needed to call them and put the person, dead or alive, in the appointed place. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came. After verifying Mike's identity, they gave 300,000 US to Bruce and left. Soon after them, Bruce also left. Everything Bruce did for S.H.I.E.L.D., they would put in on record and save it as proof for Bruce's qualifications in his future promotions. Bruce also wanted to get promoted as soon as possible. The higher, the better. As with this, he could get in touch with more powerful people. The New York War was getting closer. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Bruce did a lot of things that he killed 3 wanted men, and his harvest was huge. And tonight, he received a special message. There was a trace of surprise on Bruce's face. The message was from Bill. It was about a woman that Bruce didn't think he'd be hearing about anytime soon. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, a legend and a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the information sent by Bill, the sexy beauty would be coming to the Avengers base in 3 days. Never thought that even Black Widow would come. Bruce smiled. The New York War is getting closer. Recently, the big fight in New Mexico caused great concern, but Bruce didn't know the details. If his guess was right, though, it should have been the battle between Thor and the Destroyer. Both of them were extremely powerful. That level of fighting was not something that he could participate in. If he went, he would be nothing but cannon fodder. The important thing now was still to improve his strength. And with Black Widow's surprise arrival, he had a perfect opportunity to do just that, especially the ability that delayed aging. Subsequently, Bruce opened the panel. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 5 Agent. Skill: Marksman, Super Speed, Pig Iron Body, Top-Level Fighting Technique, Proficiency in Firearms, Covert Tracking. Balance: 600,000 US. Ever since he killed Mike, Bruce had not met other wanted men with special skills, so his strength had not increased. However, during this time, he killed several ordinary wanted men and earned 7 or 800,000 USD. He directly put 600,000 US in the system. $600,000 US can offer him 100 times speed up 6 times. And because of those meritorious services, Zoe had recommended him for a promotion to a level 6 agent. He was just waiting for the audit. After 3 days, I need to go back to the base. He had to get Black Widow's skills if he wanted to progress at a faster rate. Now, the only thing that he needed to figure out was when little Spider-Man would be bitten. He had wanted it to happen sooner rather than later. However, during this half-month, he hadn't gotten closer to Parker at all. Deliberately forcing a relationship tended to make people alert. It would take some time to make little Spider-Man trust him completely. Beep! While Bruce was thinking, he heard his computer go off. He immediately stood up and looked at the red dot on the computer. At this point, the red dot stood in one place and no longer moved. Bruce installed a tracking device on little Spider-Man to prevent any accidents from happening. And the warning sound from the computer indicated that little Spider-Man was currently in danger. Bruce's face changed, and he put his clothes on in a hurry. Why was a student in danger? Bruce drove away as fast as he could, trying to reach Parker in time. It was impossible for the computer to be mistaken. Parker was surely in danger. According to his current speed, he would reach Parker in 10 minutes. Although Bruce was anxious, he was not too worried. After all, Spider-Man was one of the leading characters of the Marvel world. It was impossible for him to die so easily. At the same time, somewhere in Queens, in a dimly lit street, Parker fell to the ground, his face swelling up as if he was stung by bees. Several people were standing in front of him with their hands in their pockets, laughing. His skin is so delicate. I want him very much, huh? One of them said, and the words made Parker tremble from head to toe. He didn't dare look up for fear of what would happen next. However, by now, Parker had guessed who they were. American streets were not as safe as people said they were. And these men were a group of street thugs. Every country had such people. I have some money. Please let me go. Please, sir. He didn't have his superpowers yet, so he could not fight against these thugs. Money? If you obey us, we can give you some instead. We only want you. Follow us. We can guarantee that no one will dare bully you in the future. Their leader said, his eyes gazing over Parker from time to time, akin to a dog looking at his bone. Jew! His gaze frightened Parker. He was just a student and had never been in this type of situation. Parker's eyes were filled with despair. He had never been so eager over power in his entire life. If I could be like Mr. Bruce, Parker thought. Now, he wanted to become a person like Bruce. With enough power, he could solve everything. However, he did not have that kind of power. Ever since he was a child, he had been bullied and had never been able to retaliate. However, now, he was extremely desperate. At this time, a voice came. It seemed like a bright light at the end of the very dark tunnel. Hey, bullying my student? Have you asked for my permission first? On the dimly lit street, Bruce went over to Parker in his black suit, looking as relaxed as ever. After Bruce spoke, everyone present turned their attention towards him. As for Peter, a slight delight came to his bruised face. Mr. Bruce, Peter cried out, as if seeing his savior arrive. The thugs looked at each other with a slightly dazed expression. Who are you? This guy looks nice, but I want the boy more. You better go away before we change our minds. The thugs shouted as they moved towards Bruce. They were all tall and sturdy looking, the shortest one being one head taller than Bruce. After a couple of seconds, they approached a couple of steps forward again, looking very aggressive. Bruce saw that Peter looked unharmed and released a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the thugs with displeasure. At the same time, Bruce understood that the thugs were a group of homosexuals. Go away, I don't want to dirty my hands. Bruce looked at them, completely serious. What he said was true. He really didn't want to beat up a couple of thugs. But his words thoroughly angered the thugs. They immediately started shouting at him. Fuck you, what did you say? Go to hell. The leader of the thugs also shouted while glaring at him. Fuck, do it. Shoot him. He thought that surely Bruce's words were meant to humiliate him. And so, under his orders, the thugs made their move. But they were just a little stronger than ordinary people. Their end was destined to be tragic. Be careful, Mr. Bruce. Parker shouted when he saw the thugs making their move. He was not sure if Bruce could beat the thugs. even though he knew that Bruce was powerful. Then Bruce started his attack, leaving only after images behind him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 bodies hit the ground. Directly after that, Bruce pulled out his dagger and cut their hands off without hesitation. Aya! The thugs cried out in agony. They hadn't even seen how Bruce had attacked them. The leader of the thugs looked at his men in horror. What have you done? The thug leader could not believe his eyes. He shuddered when he looked at Bruce. It was as if he was seeing the devil himself. Parker himself felt shocked as well. Strong. Too strong. That was the only thought in Parker's mind right now. Through Bruce's half a month of teaching PE, he knew that Bruce had some fighting skills. But he never imagined that Bruce was so powerful. As for you, Bruce looked at the leader and smiled, cruelty written all over his face. He was the only thug left. As for the others, they had all lost at least one limb. Now only he was left. He didn't know what to do. The man in front of him was just like a god of death, and he was coming to collect. Escape. Yes, I must escape from here. It was the only thought in his mind right now. Toot. But just as he wanted to escape, a siren sounded. The police was coming. He stopped and looked at Bruce. Ha ha, the police is coming. You deliberately wounded people. You're going to jail. The leader laughed, and he seemed to have been rescued. His brother worked for the police. No matter how fierce the guy was, could he compete against guns? Go, go, go. Surround the place. Don't let anyone escape. Police officers soon appeared and surrounded the dark street. There were more than 24 policemen armed with guns. What happened? The officer in charge came and looked around coldly. Sir, it's him. He wants to kill us, the thug leader shouted. The officer in charge glanced at Bruce, who was holding a bloody dagger in hand, and said, glances at Bruce, who holds a bloody dagger in hand, says, take them all. Bruce just shot the officer a calm look, then threw the dagger away. As for Parker, he stood beside Bruce looking very remorseful. I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce. It's all my fault. Bruce shook and head at Parker and said, don't blame yourself. Parker was just a high school student right now, a kid, not some superhero. Hey, I'm warning you. Careful what you say. The officer warned Bruce. Bruce glared at the officer. I'm warning you too. Be careful what you say. At that moment, Bruce's body exuded a murderous intent. The officer was shocked. He had once dealt with some privileged classes. This kind of imposing manner was not something you could fake. This man must not be ordinary. And so, he didn't handcuff Bruce and Parker. If Bruce really had a special identity, then with this action, he still had a chance to remedy the situation. Soon after, Bruce and Parker were taken to the police car. I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce. Parker was feeling very guilty. He thought it was his fault that Bruce got involved. Bruce shook his head and looked at Parker. Peter, what would you do if you had great power? Parker looked at him, confused. He didn't understand what Bruce meant. But Bruce's face was completely serious. Hearing this, Parker stared at Bruce. He felt like he was lost. In reality, he had questioned himself many times about this. If he had power, what would he do? Eradicate the bad guys? Uphold justice? He had a lot of ideas, but that was just a fantasy. He was only an ordinary high school student. Mr. Bruce, I'm not sure yet. Parker replied. It was to be expected. He was an extremely self-conscious boy. Listening to this, Bruce smiled. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Parker was shocked. Those words rang through his mind like thunder. His parents had died when he was just a child, so he matured earlier than his peers. But who knew of his loneliness? No one had ever spoken to him like this. Unconsciously, in his heart, Bruce became more and more mysterious. But Mr. Bruce, these cops. He was still worried. After all, Bruce had wounded the thugs. Nowadays, the law was strict. Bruce just smiled. He didn't care about the police at all. Seeing Bruce's confidence, Parker calmed down a little. Come out. At this time, the police car stopped, and the policeman spoke. Then they were brought in the police station. Parker was a student. He was still a minor, so he was only detained and not interrogated. But Bruce was different. He was the culprit. The dim lights in the interrogation room flashed from time to time. The environment here was very suppressive. Bruce sat in the chair and closed his eyes. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. You are accused of intentionally wounding someone and will be imprisoned. Two policemen sat in front of him, looking extremely serious. They were confused. Why was Bruce so calm? When he stepped inside the room, it seemed like he was back home. And then what? Bruce asked. His answer stunned the two policemen. Bang! One of them stood up and slapped the table violently. This is the police station, not your home. He was angry. Ordinary people would be scared when they saw this scene. But Bruce didn't seem scared at all. Are you sure this is your last answer? Okay, you don't need to say anything. The other policeman was calm. He began to tidy up the papers on the desk, wanting to convict Bruce directly. This time, Bruce opened his eyes. I'm afraid you will not be able to shoulder this if you do it. The two policemen immediately laughed. Who do you think you are? Well, Bruce, right? You were accused of intentionally wounding someone. Sign it. One of the policemen took out the documents and placed them in front of Bruce. Bruce smiled and tore apart the documents without hesitation. You don't have enough evidence, nor did you let me call my defense lawyer, and you want to convict me directly? Are you sure you can do it? Bruce's cold eyes shocked the two policemen, but they reacted quickly. This was the police station. What were they afraid of? You want to die? One of them clenched his fist and wanted to hit Bruce. Bang! Bruce moved first and slapped him. The policeman fell to the ground, some of his teeth falling and blood splattering all over the floor. Arrogant and overbearing. The other cop was shocked. For attacking a police officer, you will stay in prison for the rest of your life. He shouted loudly and tried to take out his handcuffs to stop Bruce. But at that moment, Bruce took out his work permit. S.H.I.E.L.D. The cop looked at the card, and his face changed slightly. It was not the CIA or the FBI. He seemed to be from a more mysterious government department. He called his superior without hesitation. Soon after, one by one policemen came in, and one of them was the police chief. Get out, all of you, the police chief ordered. I'm the Queen's police chief of New York. Sir, what can I help you with? Although he was only a chief of the local police station, he knew something unknown by ordinary cops because of his rank. For example, S.H.I.E.L.D., direct subordinate organization of the American president and Congress. Even the CIA and FBI were not as powerful as this organization. You know who I am, so you should know what I'm doing, right? Bruce looked calm. Of course, sir. The police chief broke out in a cold sweat. Good. Next, you should know what to do, right? With that, Bruce left directly. No nonsense. Let me show you out. The police chief hastened to keep up. He was just a local cop. He dared not disobey such a man. A member of S.H.I.E.L.D., no matter what level they were at, they were all big shots to him. Mr. Bruce, what happened? Parker, who walked out of the police station, still didn't know what happened. He went in for less than half an hour, wasn't interrogated, and then got released scot-free. He couldn't wrap his head around it. In his mind, a case like this was not something to be shrugged off so easily. But now, Bruce was walking in front of him with his same calm expression. S.H.I.E.L.D. was second to none, and its influence extended way beyond the various organizations of America. If it was the FBI, perhaps he would have some trouble, but this was just a local police station. It was the lowest of law enforcement agencies in America. In front of S.H.I.E.L.D., the local police ranks are nothing. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director could meet directly with the U.S. president and parliamentarians. It was the real big shot in America. And Bruce was a level 5 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the mind of these policemen, he was a big shot too. So how would they dare find trouble with Bruce? About what happened, don't tell anyone, okay? Bruce looked at Parker and said. He did not want to reveal his identity. Mr. Bruce, you can trust me. Parker replied, his face showing that he took this matter seriously. Unconsciously, Bruce had become his idol. He wanted to become a person like Bruce too. Good, you should go home now. Your aunt will be worried. Bruce said. Parker nodded, then left with his school bag in hand. This thing was over. Bruce was also preparing to go back home. 3 days later, Black Widow would come to the Avengers base, so he had to be back before that. It was the most important thing for him at present. When he came back home, he immediately sent Blood Mantis a message asking to return to the base. Until now, Parker had not encountered any danger, so Bruce's request passed through smoothly. Next, it was time for waiting. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of reward tasks, but not many were in New York. Bruce had his task, and he couldn't just leave New York at will. After the last event, Parker trusted Bruce thoroughly. To avoid a similar accident from happening again, Bruce put 3 tracking devices on Parker. The morning after the 3rd day, Bruce had prepared everything. He had already asked for a vacation from the school. According to the information provided by Bill, Black Widow will come to the Avengers base at about 18 o'clock. I have enough time. After cleaning up, Bruce drove away from the residence. 3 hours later, Bruce arrived at the base. After receiving the inspection, Bruce entered the base successfully. Right now, it was 1300 hours. Hey Bruce, you are back. Just as Bruce went inside the base, Bill's voice came. Good afternoon, Bill. Bruce replied with a smile. After seeing Bruce, the level 3 and 4 agents around Bill immediately stood up. Good afternoon, Mr. Bruce. Sir, welcome back. The lower-level agents greeted him one by one. Even those who once insulted him greeted him. This change was brought to him by his improvement of identity and strength. I heard that you killed many wanted men recently. Mr. Zoe is very satisfied with you, Bill said with an envious expression on his face. The agents in the base all knew about these things. At the same time, they were surprised that Bruce's strength was so powerful. He could even kill level 6 and 7 wanted men. Especially Zoe, he had asked Coulson to promote him to a level 6 agent. As long as Bruce could go on like before, he had the chance to become a level 7 agent. That was where the true leadership was at. In S.H.I.E.L.D., getting a promotion was very tough. Even getting promoted by 1 level meant a lot. Just the status improvement alone was a huge deal. Just lucky. Bruce smiled. After all, he didn't care. If it was not for the money, he would not do the missions. Luck cannot kill those wanted men. As they were chatting, a voice came from afar. It was Zoe, the famous Bloody Mantis. Mr. Zoe, Bill stood up. Zoe nodded and looked at Bruce. He was pleased these days because Bruce's performance made him get a commendation from Coulson. Very good. My recommendation has passed. You will be promoted to a level 6 agent after pulling this task off. Bill and company were all surprised. Level 6 agent? In just less than a month? What kind of promotion speed was that? All the agents on the scene were envious of Bruce when they heard him. For a level 3 agent to promote a single level would usually take 2 years. Yet Bruce had risen 2 levels in less than a month. This was definitely a miracle. Even Bill didn't know what to say. He seemed to be getting further and further away from his friend. Bruce looked at Zoe and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Zoe. The higher his level, the more big shots he would be able to get in contact with." Right now, he had become a level 6 agent, which was somewhere in the middle ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, go get ready. A big shot will come soon, ordered Zoe. Almost every agent knew about this already, and they were looking forward to seeing Black Widow with their own eyes. After all, that was a legendary agent on the same level as Hawkeye, and in some ways, even more powerful than him. Although she was only a woman, she was completely ruthless, whether it be in battle or interrogation. She was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s real trump cards. After officially notifying them, Zoe left to prepare some things. Meanwhile, Bruce's job was still to stay and guard around the security gate. Even though he got promoted, this was a very important job, as it was the only way to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Time passed by, and at 6 p.m. sharp, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was ready to go. Every agent, regardless of their rank, had their own duties and things to take care of. Bruce was standing in the hall with a suit on and a pair of black sunglasses, looking like the epitome of professionalism. Black Widow had a lot of special abilities, and he wanted to download more than one this time. Woo. At this time, a car parked outside of the Avengers base, with more than 20 Jeeps following quickly behind. Phil Coulson came out from the first car and stood by it after taking off his sunglasses. Every agent present was holding their breath while they were looking at the woman who was standing next to Phil Coulson. She was in black tights that revealed her perfect figure, which was ample in all the right places. Her body was the picture of perfection, especially her short red hair, which added a certain uniqueness to her, making her look even more sexy. Bruce's eyes didn't even move. When the woman came out, he merely confirmed it was her. One of the superheroes of the Avengers Alliance, a level 10 agent, the legendary Black Widow. And indeed, just as Bill had said, she was a rare beauty. Almost all the agents had their eyes on her. After all, Few men could resist her charm. But Bruce was just indifferent. He knew that the more beautiful things looked, the more dangerous they were. Bruce also knew that the Black Widow in front of him had just made her debut. She had not met Captain America and Iron Man yet. In other words, the Black Widow in front of him was just a rookie in terms of feelings. Black Widow was a rare type of spider. The spider was rumored to be extremely toxic and dangerous. Even spiders that mate with it would be killed. And the woman in front of him was called Black Widow. Her nickname alone was sufficient to explain what type of person he was dealing with. "Natasha, is this your first time here?" Phil Coulson stood on her side and laughed. While Coulson was only a level 7 agent, he was an old friend of Black Widow's. "I know that Barton is here. Why is he not coming out?" Black Widow spoke, and as expected, her voice was very attractive, with a hint of temptation on it. "He is carrying out an important task right now and is not on the base," Coulson said, but didn't reveal what the task was. "Okay, but calling me out here, what exactly is it that you want me to do?" she said, while walking into the base with Coulson. "A small task. It should be very simple for you. I heard that you found a funny guy on the bottom of the Arctic. Are you going to introduce me to it?" Phil Coulson's face changed, but he masked it before the others could see. "The time will come. I really don't know what you're going to do." Natasha shook her head and no longer asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. was like that. Even if she was a level 10 agent, she couldn't know all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans. Nick Fury was an old fox. Nobody knew exactly what he was doing. Even the Parliament and the President were not clear on that. Coulson smiled, saying nothing. Nick Fury's plan was getting closer and closer to fruition. "Hello, sir. Please accept my check." At this moment, a voice came, making Natasha and Coulson turn around. It was a level 3 agent that spoke this time. He didn't dare look up at them, and he looked very nervous. When Natasha saw this, she frowned. She didn't want to be checked whenever she went in and out. This made her somewhat dissatisfied. "It's my duty to do this, miss. Please understand." Behind the level 3 agent, Bruce came out with a smile. Coulson looked at Bruce and immediately remembered who he was. Bruce took his hand out and said, "Hello, Bruce Lite, level 6 agent." Natasha looked at Bruce, nodded, and also took her hand out, Natasha Romanoff. When the two hands touched, Black Widow's abilities were clearly presented in front of Bruce. Sure enough, Black Widow had the most needed anti-aging gene ability for Bruce. The ability was beyond humanity's limits. Even Hawkeye, or Clint Barton, didn't have it yet. The gene Black Widow had been modified to greatly prolong her life and maintain her youth. What's more, it had powerful antibodies that could withstand most diseases and toxic gases. If he could get this anti-aging gene, he would hardly have to worry about getting sick. This was a very useful ability that Bruce could not pass up on. But this ability had surpassed the limits of humanity, so naturally the data that needed to be downloaded was huge. It far surpassed the amount downloaded from Hawkeye, reaching a staggering 30 gigabytes. After all, while it had no combat potential, an ability that could extend the lifespan of a human was naturally unique and worth more than money could ever buy. Among the human heroes Bruce knew, only Captain America, Black Widow, and Nick Fury had this ability. Besides the anti-aging gene, another ability that caught Bruce's eye was the superb level fighting technique. Although the amount of data was not very large, it was nonetheless a very useful ability for Bruce. As for strategic wisdom, it would allow Bruce to have an IQ that was far beyond what ordinary people had. The most distinctive ability that Black Widow had was her agile body. It allowed her to make all sorts of incredible movements, and the flexibility provided had reached the limits of the human body. Focus. With all that said, the priority right now was to get Black Widow's anti-aging gene. Bruce made the decision without hesitation. Beep. The connection is successful. Beep. Because the host has the top-level fighting technique ability, the size of superb level fighting technique has dropped to 200 megabits. Beep. The connection is successful. Beep. The anti-aging gene, size 30 gigabytes, has started downloading. The current download speed is 800 kbs, valid within 3 meters. With this kind of downloading speed, even if he bought the 100x acceleration, it would still take Bruce more than an hour to fully download the abilities. This kind of download time was too long. After thinking of this, Bruce directly bought a 600x download speed acceleration. The 600,000 US dollars he had saved up had vanished in an instant. These were his savings after half a month of hard work. But in order to improve his strength, he had to do this. Even if it was 600 times faster now, it would still take more than 10 minutes. He had already invested a lot into this, so no matter what, he had to keep Black Widow within a 3-meter range for 10 minutes. After deciding, Bruce let go of her hand. Black Widow smiled at him and was ready to leave. But Bruce stopped her before she could leave and started making small talk. Black Widow had not rejected, so Coulson said nothing, even though he was surprised by Bruce's actions. The way he saw it, Bruce was totally captivated by Black Widow and could not help himself. Time passed by, but Bruce's eyes remained unchanged. Black Widow's eyes, however, revealed an impatient look. Her instincts told her that Bruce was definitely not captivated by her beauty, so she tried to cut the conversation short. It was a pleasure talking to you today. The pleasure is all mine, Natasha. You have your things to do. I won't bother you any longer. Bruce spoke calmly, but inside, he was starting to get anxious. Faster, faster. Black Widow looked at Bruce with a smile, then went to the security gate. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the superb level fighting technique ability. Beep, congratulations to the host on the perfect fusion of anti-aging genes. The sounds from his system came, making Bruce let out a sigh of relief. At last, the download was complete. Taking a glance at Black Widow's back, Bruce shook his head. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely be suspected. This was the Marvel world. No one was simple. Hey, Bruce, she really is sexy, huh? Bill was standing next to Bruce with a smile on his face. Bruce looked at him and ignored him the very next moment. He had little interest in the Black Widow, and unfortunately, her strategic wisdom ability had not been downloaded. This was also a powerful ability, but sadly he didn't have the time. After his fusion with the anti-aging gene, the only difference he could make out was that his body felt extremely tight. He could even feel that his cells were very active and extremely excited. With the anti-aging gene, his lifespan had been greatly increased. The Bruce right now was beyond a normal human. After feeling all the changes, he opened up his panel. Name, Bruce. Identity, level 5 agent. Ability, marksman, anti-aging gene, super speed, pig iron body, superb level fighting technique, proficiency in firearms, covert tracking. Balance, 0. A completely new panel. A lot of powerful abilities had been gathered together, and at this moment, Bruce already had the qualifications to proclaim himself as a superhero. The anti-aging gene could also be considered as one of his superpowers, whether it be Black Widow or Hawkeye. In fact, they were not that outstanding among the other superheroes. They could even be said to be among the weakest of superheroes. It wasn't that Bruce was looking down on them. It was just a fact. It was, however, a pity that the money he had earned over the past half a month was now completely gone. Despite that, his harvest this time was huge, the biggest one yet. With his current strength, he could no longer be considered the cannon fodder that he was when he first started out in this world. Thinking of this, Bruce smiled. He returned to the Avengers base only to download Black Widow's abilities, and now that his goal was fulfilled, he planned on going back. Regardless of whether Parker could get his superpower in this month, he had to complete his task. Next, he went to Zoe's office to report his current mission progress. All right, if there is nothing in the next 10 days, come back, Zoe said after confirming the report. Bruce nodded. There were still 10 days left. After he finished his current mission, he would become a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and he would be able to get higher level contracts. After saying goodbye to Zoe, he left his office and walked out of the Avengers base. And half an hour after he left Zoe's office, Coulson said, Zoe, how good is this guy? Coulson leaned on the table as he asked. Very good, in every possible way. His future is definitely promising, and he will definitely become a top-level agent. Right now, he can beat Mike, indicating that he may have a level 7 agent strength. And as for his background, I have checked many times, and it has checked out every time. Even Zoe didn't know that when he was talking about Bruce, he was smiling all the way through. He was very satisfied with Bruce. Because of Bruce's excellent performance, he had caught the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.'s senior staff. Just a couple of days ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted an in-depth investigation on him and had found no problems at all. You all know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is lacking in manpower right now. There have been too many events recently, Coulson said, clearly troubled by the matter. Okay, and how are you going to handle him? Zoe asked. Listening to this, Coulson smiled, clearly having thought of this beforehand. The one found at the bottom of the Arctic has already awakened. What, so fast? Zoe was somewhat caught off guard and wasn't able to keep his emotions in check. After all, that was a person that had been sleeping for nearly 70 years. This situation had exceeded his scope of understanding, as previously, Zoe had never come in contact with superpowers. Even for Hawkeye and Black Widow, this could only be called semi-superpowers. If human beings continued to receive training, it was possible to reach that level. But the one they had found at the bottom of the Arctic was different. He had lived unconscious for more than 70 years, and right now, he should be more than 100 years old. And yet, his body function was still maintained, as if it was in its 30s, which was beyond incredible. In the past, he would not believe this at all. However, now, he saw the man himself, so he had no choice but to believe what was right in front of him. Zoe was in awe. Because of his improvement in status, the level of his contact, and what he could know was getting higher and higher. The current situation was beyond his wildest imaginations. Yeah, he is already awakened, Coulson said, his face full of reverence. With the power Phil Coulson held, he was akin to the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's left and right hands. Although he was only a level 8 agent, he had an unusual position in S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he was dealing with level 9 or level 10 agents, he could also command them. What you mean is, Zoe roughly guessed something. For Coulson to ask for Bruce at this time, it may be because of his great relationship with that man. Although he has woken up, he needs a long time of rest to recover. During this time, I need to adapt him to the current world. It is best to send an agent to protect him, Coulson said. The man's strength was really horrifying, but he had just awakened after all. Some of his physical functions are still not capable yet, so he needed a little bit of protection. Do you want to assign Bruce to this task, sir? Zoe said. Coulson nodded. But before that, I need to know if he is qualified for the job. After all, this was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets. Before everything was on the right track, Coulson didn't want anyone else to know. So, he needed to know Bruce's real strength in advance. Bruce would get promoted to a level 6 agent at the end of his current task, and at the promotion, Coulson would see for himself the extent of Bruce's abilities. Okay. Go to your things. The world will not stop just for us. After saying that, Coulson left Zoe's office. Zoe, who was called Bloody Mantis and was a level 7 agent, had some worries in his heart. It was really unusual for so many things to happen so suddenly. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. cope? Zoe didn't know, but he still had to go on. Bruce knew nothing of Zoe and Coulson's conversation. At this time, he had just returned to Queens. Strategic wisdom makes my thoughts clearer, and because of his superb level fighting technique, my speed and strength have increased considerably. Bruce was judging his strength in his room. After all, in this world, strength was the most important factor. In particular, he had to be clear about his strength and also have a good understanding of himself. S.H.I.E.L.D. was his home. It gave him the special training he needed, and he had also acquired his current equipment from there. After a period of training, Bruce once again thoroughly grasped the power in his body. More and more things have been happening recently. The situation looks very unstable. At this moment, Bruce was lying on the sofa and thinking about all that had happened recently. Of the superheroes he knew, 2 had already appeared. If he didn't guess wrong, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already studying the Tesseract, which was a space stone. And Nick Fury, he was definitely collecting a lot of the superheroes' information. He was just waiting for the most suitable time. It seems that I have to hurry up. Bruce made up his mind to speed up the improvement of his strength. After making his mind up, he turned on his computer, and rows of contracts instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Almost all of them for criminals above level 7. They were powerful, and some even had special abilities. While they didn't have anything as powerful as the anti-aging gene, it was good enough. Next, he took up 3 contracts. They were all level 8 contracts, and each of their rewards was at least 500,000 US dollars. All 3 amounted to 1.5 million. If it was in the past, Bruce would not be sure if he could beat those 3, but now that his strength had increased, he was not afraid of those 3 at all. He had no money now, which meant that he would not be able to speed up his next download. If one day he met those powerful superheroes, he would need a lot of money to download their abilities. There were a lot more superheroes that were more powerful than Black Widow. Just the anti-aging gene was 30 GB. Then what if he met Thor? Iron Man's invincible armor and his incomparable brain power? What about Hulk? Even Spider-Man? So, ultimately, Bruce had to move, and he had to move fast. As for the high-level rewards, naturally Bruce also wanted to get them. However, those were not in New York. This normally wouldn't be a problem, but this time, he could only be active in New York. As for the other places, their main problems were time and distance related. And so, albeit regretful, Bruce could only give up on them and start concentrating on implementing his plans. Since I have confirmed what my goal is, I can begin preparing. After his previous encounter, Bruce thought that there was a possibility for the 3 he picked this time to have special abilities that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know about as well. Everything had to be put on hold until he did his homework on each of them clearly and get the results he wanted. This would definitely help Bruce in dealing with them. As he got promoted, his access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information had gotten higher, which meant that doing research on a couple of contracts should definitely go over smoothly. Bruce's identity in this world had indeed been a huge convenience for him. After about an hour, the 3's habits, identities, personalities, etc. had been thoroughly studied by Bruce. And after doing that, Bruce opened Parker's page, which he hoped would have some changes. But as always, there was no problem at all. Tomorrow he would go to Midtown High School, so he decided to look at the curriculum as to not go in blind. Oh, in 7 days at the latest, Parker must join an extracurricular activity. When Bruce saw this, there was a hint of surprise on his face. In the movies, Parker's mutation came about during this extracurricular activity. But Bruce could not be sure it would be the same this time around. Well, when the time comes, I will know. Once Parker got his superpower, he would be the first to know. Early the next morning, Bruce went to Midtown High School, as usual. Because he was a PE teacher, there were not many courses. No matter in which country you were, physical education courses were not very valued. As nothing special happened that day, Bruce went home after class as usual. In front of the computer, the red dot representing Parker had just gone back home. After confirming that he was not in danger, Bruce closed the tracking tab. OSS Jacket, Level 7 Threat. Specialty is counter-tracking. In a particular battle with the police, he caught bullets with his bare hands. On the computer, there was a picture of a middle-aged man with all the information recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Being able to catch bullets with his bare hands, that was definitely related to a hidden special ability. Whether it was a speed ability or other type of special ability. Bruce currently had pig iron body and was not afraid of an ordinary cold weapon. But should he be faced with bullets or automatic weapons, he could only escape. Not to mention Hulk. Even if he had Parker's abilities after he went through his mutation, he would be more than strong enough for some automatic weapons. He must constantly keep getting new abilities. And this OSS in front of his eyes was his first goal. The bounty on him was also 500,000 US dollars. After everything was ready, Bruce drove away from home. Near a dark street with no light nor figures, there were a bunch of abandoned factories. A man who was not very tall was wearing a hoodie and had his face hid in the dark. His skinny body seemed to blend into the whole night. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D., making me unable to live normally. The man whispered. Although in his heart he was very angry, his face looked very calm. Even if he was facing the police, he would not be afraid at all. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was too mysterious and powerful, and there were too many powerful agents. Even if he had some special abilities, he dared not face S.H.I.E.L.D. He could only be like a street mouse, hidden in the dark. The man continued to move forward and wanted to return to his temporary home. But at this time, he felt a cold breath that suddenly made him sweat. In this narrow street, a man in a suit stood near the end of it, and the moonlight stretched his shadow long. The man seemed to be waiting for him. After seeing him, he directly turned around and made his escape without any hesitation. He felt the danger that man posed. The man at the end of the street was naturally Bruce. When he saw the man turn around without hesitation, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Shrill, shrill, shrill. Under Hawkeye's marksman ability, even in the dark, he could hit any target. The 5 darts were thrown out directly by him, and there was a sound of something bursting coming soon afterwards. The man's face changed, and he dodged, narrowly avoiding the dart. The moment he ducked, Bruce used super speed, which made him appear in front of the man in an instant. Bang! He punched directly, with precision and ferocity. OSS was furious and soon counterattacked. Bang! Bruce only felt a sharp pain in his fist and was slightly taken aback. And his target OSS, under the influence of Bruce's power, retreated at full speed. He still wanted to run away. Bruce's eyes turned cold, and he instantly untied shirt, making dozens of darts appear in his hands. Shrill, shrill, shrill. Under the powerful strength of Bruce, the speed of the sharp darts had exceeded a bullet. And with the distance between the two being so close, OSS could not dodge. Oh! OSS bellowed, opening his gloves. His hands instantly showed the luster of metal. Bang, bang, bang. Every single dart was caught by his hands, either making them break or lose their power. Seeing this scene, Bruce's eyes showed a faint happiness. Sure enough, it was a special ability. After that, Bruce moved again without hesitation. His hands caught OSS's shoulders in an instant, and OSS's message was clearly presented to him. Name: OSS Jacket. Identity: Level 7 Contract. Ability: Top-level fighting technique, 130 MB. Speed boost, 200 MB. Proficiency in firearms, 300 MB. Strength in hands, 800 MB. Sure enough, Bruce's guess was spot on. The man in front of him possessed a special ability. It was not a superpower, but it was more than enough. OSS Strength in Hands ability made his hands enter a special state. Under this kind of strengthening, the speed and strength of his hands, as well as his overall attack power, greatly improved. Bruce instantly selected the ability and went to download it, with no hesitation whatsoever. Beep! Connection established. Beep! The Strength in Hands ability size is 800 MB. Download has begun. Beep! The current download speed is 1 MB/s, valid within 5 meters. After downloading Black Widow's abilities, the speed and range of Bruce's download system had improved by quite a bit. His current download speed was 1 MB/s, which meant that he would finish the download in about 13 minutes. After figuring that out, Bruce began delaying his battle with OSS for as long as possible. This time the download speed was only 13 minutes, so he could afford to wait out instead of speeding up the process with money like he usually did. This time he was determined. There was no way he would return to the Avengers base without completing all 3 of his contracts. He was in a desperate need of money right now. In this way, he would also obtain a variety of abilities along the way. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, when he met other superheroes in the future, he would be forced to give up downloading their abilities, which was a truly depressing thought. Presently, however, in the face of OSS's hands, Bruce was in a bit of trouble. Those hands could break his defense. However, fortunately, he was fast enough. Otherwise, he would become the prey. Beep! Download complete. Beep! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Strength in Hands ability. After the battle had been going on for quite some time, the system sound finally came, making Bruce lighten up instantly. At this time, OSS realized that something was wrong, and he tried his best to break Bruce's bones by targeting his chest. At that moment, Bruce used his new Strength in Hands ability. His hands began to emit a metallic luster in an instant, shining with a cold light. Bang! Bruce and OSS collided with their firsts, and the impact emitted a sound similar to that of grinding steel. In just a second, the battle had completely turned on its head. OSS retreated and fell into an unfavorable situation. How could that be? OSS's face changed. He clearly saw that Bruce's hands were exactly the same as his. And while he was stunned, a smile appeared on Bruce's face. He very clearly felt that his hands right now possessed horrendous power and the speed to go with it. And so, Bruce started moving. Bang, bang, bang. The walls made out of concrete were broken by Bruce. Initially, Bruce's power was slightly weaker than OSS's. But now that he had obtained OSS's ability, the situation was instantly reversed. Bang! Seizing the moment when OSS was distracted, Bruce managed to break his chest. For the first time since the fight started, the cold streets in this area were drenched by blood. Although OSS was very powerful, he was, after all, a human. After 3 minutes, the battle came to an end. Bruce didn't get rid of the corpse, though. That would be a huge waste, as this particular corpse was worth 500,000 US dollars. Ring, ring. As he was handling the corpse, a phone rang. It was OSS's phone. Bruce's face slightly changed, but he immediately put his rubber gloves on and took a look at the phone. OSS, why haven't you come back yet? There was only one contact in the phone, and there was no address on it. But it was not all bad news. Bruce noticed that the name of the messenger was Tez Jacket. Bruce's eyes lit up. This name was also a S.H.I.E.L.D.-provided contract, and a level 8 one at that. Bruce instantly retrieved the information obtained on Tez, as well as his reward for completing Tez's contract. Intellect is extraordinary. He is very mysterious. His heart had been shot 3 times, yet he is still alive. Reward, 1 million US dollars. His heart was shot 3 times, but he is still alive and well. In other words, he may have a special ability related to healing. Bruce had long coveted this kind of ability. Just like Wolverine and Deadpool, with one special healing ability, he could become a superhero, and a decently strong one at that. Of course, he was not expecting for Tez's ability to be as strong as theirs. Otherwise, Tez wouldn't be a mere level 8 contract. Bruce could be sure that those superheroes from Marvel will definitely appear in the future. Phoenix, Magneto, Cyclops, and even Professor X may eventually appear in this universe. The world could very well become very chaotic. So, he had to become strong enough before those mysterious superheroes appeared. Tez's healing ability was a very important one for him. After quickly getting rid of any unnecessary thoughts, Bruce began typing to Tez without hesitation. "I'm in danger here." He didn't say too much, since he was afraid of being discovered. After all, Tez had a very high intelligence according to his information, and Bruce believed that Tez would soon find this place regardless of the lack of information provided. Bruce only needed to wait for him. At the same time, in a random abandoned factory, Tez received the text from his brother. "In danger." Tez slightly frowned when he read that. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become very active, and he was afraid to go out at will. But he also knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not pay much attention to small fries like him. So after some thinking, he decided to go and take a look. He put on a coat and disappeared into the darkness. Tez was really smart, and soon he found the route OSS had traveled. But what he didn't figure out was that he was walking into Bruce's trap. Tez's detection ability was really strong, especially because of how prudent he is. But at this point, no matter how careful he was, he had to go out in the open due to his brother being in danger. OSS's route is unpredictable, but he's probably somewhere nearby. Tez muttered to himself. He observed his surroundings each time he took a step forward. Facing such a prudent person, it was no wonder that no one had caught him yet. Right now, he was walking on a dimly lit street, wearing a black suit that made it easier for him to merge into the darkness. After a short period of time, he saw OSS sitting on a narrow street. Although the lighting wasn't good, he could still confirm that the man sitting on the ground was his brother. "OSS!" he shouted, but after waiting for some time, he didn't get a response. Seeing his brother not responding instantly made him go on alert. Something's wrong. After confirming that there was nothing in the vicinity, he just stood there, still not walking near OSS. His character didn't allow him to lose his cool, so he could keep his mind calm even in these circumstances. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. find us? Tez was a bit nervous, making his paranoia kick in and instantly thinking if this was somehow linked to S.H.I.E.L.D. When he thought of that, he remained still as ever, not showing anything. No matter what happened, his life came first. And with that, he turned back without hesitation. In his mind, his brother was already dead, and there was no point in dying for a dead person. Whoosh! At that time, a dozen flying sabers shot toward his face. It's a trap. As a level 8 criminal, he was so powerful that even other level 8 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. could not hurt him. He turned back again to avoid the sabers. But the flying sabers were more difficult to deal with than expected, making it so he couldn't slip away at that moment. Plus, his abdomen was penetrated by 2 flying sabers. Against the sabers' powerful force, his whole body collided with the wall behind him heavily. What a strange flying saber, and what terrific accuracy. This time Tez freaked out. Is it Hawkeye? Hawkeye was a legendary agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. that he just couldn't even touch. Such a powerful person was here to kill him and his brother? How could that be possible? As he was thinking, at the end of the street, a dark shade was moving towards him at a rapid pace. Here he comes. Tez took out a pistol with a silencer, withstanding the agony that the movement brought. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bullets flew out, shot accurately at Bruce. But Bruce just raised one of his hands, without any panic in his eyes. He felt a warm current flow through his hand, and a great strength surge within him. He strengthened his hand in a second. The 3 bullets were all caught by him, not even managing to inflict pain on him. How could that be possible? Tez watched Bruce walking closer and closer, completely surprised. The movements he just made were the same that his brother OSS made when he activated his ability. In a second, he confirmed that his enemy was not Hawkeye, but he was definitely an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Clank! Tez took out the katana on his back and slashed towards Bruce when he got close. Bruce avoided the attack immediately and took out his dagger to parry it. Clank! The 2 metal objects crossing made sparks fly out everywhere. Both of them had powerful fighting techniques. When they passed by each other, they had already exchanged strikes many times. His abdomen was penetrated by my saber, but there is no blood flowing out or any effect on his combat effectiveness. That's definitely due to his healing ability. Bruce thought. When they exchanged strikes, Bruce had already confirmed his enemy's ability. He knew that if someone had that kind of power, they could ignore normal injuries. That's the reason why he was still alive even after his heart had gotten shot 3 times. In other words, normal severe wounds couldn't kill him. Unless his body got badly damaged, like losing a limb, he would recover. In a short period of time, Bruce had already finished his assessment on his enemy. He didn't believe that Tez could heal himself from a severed limb, because only Wolverine and Deadpool were capable of his. Tez was only a level 8 criminal, so he definitely couldn't do that. Otherwise, Hawkeye and Black Widow would definitely go after him. But the abilities that Tez had were definitely close to superpowers. It was a pity that Bruce didn't have supervision, otherwise his flying sabers would definitely not miss if he wasn't affected by the darkness. When he thought of this, Bruce was looking forward to meeting Hawkeye again. Clank! With the battle prolonging, Bruce was confident in his victory. As he had Black Widow's fighting ability, he would definitely not lose in a long fight. Tez couldn't defeat him, but he could hold him up for a little while. Who the hell is this guy? There is no such guy in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, Tez was really scared. This guy's fighting technique was so strong that Tez could barely even hold his own. Unless he was a level 9 agent, which would explain his capabilities. But he knew all of the level 9 agents working for S.H.I.E.L.D., and none of them fit this guy's profile. At this moment, Bruce's right hand shone, showing a faint metallic luster on it, making its way towards his face. That is too fast. Tez was freaking out because he didn't have a chance of getting away from that. The next moment, Bruce's hand made contact with his body, but the imagined strength didn't come through. What happened? Tez was confused, but he saw a smile come up on Bruce's face. When Bruce touched Tez's body, he got information on Tez and his abilities. Name: Tez Jacket. Identity: Level 8 Contract. Ability: Top level fighting technique, 250 megabytes. Knife proficiency, 300 megabytes. Proficiency in firearms, 300 megabytes. Self-healing, 2 gigabytes. It was really a self-healing ability. Bruce was right, and he also knew all the details about this ability. If you got hurt, even if it was fatal, you could still heal yourself in a safe place. But you would still die if you got another fatal wound in a short period of time. He had to use this ability in a very safe environment. Even though there was a limitation, the ability was still really good and useful for Bruce. Beep. Connection established. Beep. Saber proficiency size is 300 MB. Download started. Beep. Self-healing size is 3 GB. Download started. Beep. The current download speed is 1 MB/s, valid within 5 meters. Bruce was not satisfied with obtaining only the self-healing ability. He took a risk this time, so he had to go all in. After seeing that his opponent had saber proficiency, he also began downloading it without hesitation. The download speed and range had not improved, but Bruce didn't care about that. Soon enough, he might make the download speed 2 MB/s. Right now, though, with his current download speed, it will be another 50 minutes before he has successfully downloaded both abilities. Even though 50 minutes sound like a long time, he decided not to speed the process up this time. After all, there was no real need to do so. Meanwhile, Tez looked at Bruce's calm expression and became more and more nervous. The man in front of him was very mysterious, and his fighting ability was very strong as well. He didn't know why, but he felt the danger that he was in every time he looked at Bruce. No, I can't go on like this, Tez thought, and made his move. He had to find a gap that he could use to escape. Despite searching for it for a long time, though, Bruce's fighting technique was stronger than Tez's, so he was unable to shake him off. As time went by, Tez became more and more nervous, and he no longer had his usual calmness that he always possessed. I will send you to see God. Tez's eyes showed a hint of red. From that point on, he began fighting without caring for his defense, only dodging or blocking when his vitals were in danger. Puss! He was pierced by Bruce's dagger, but he didn't care. Instead, he quickly slashed his saber towards Bruce. Bruce's facial expression did not change throughout all of this. With his super speed, he instantly dodged and left behind only a residual image. Piss. After 4 attacks, Bruce completely cut off Tez's hamstrings and the tendons in his hands, making him lose the ability to move. Despite that, Bruce did not finish him off. After all, if the man died, his abilities would also disappear. Bruce still had yet to finish downloading Tez's abilities, so naturally he would not let him off the hook yet. Tez was currently laying on the ground, with Bruce looking down on him in his black suit, like a god of death. For the first time in his life, Tez felt complete despair. But no matter how desperate he was still unable to move. Bruce didn't care about him. He was just waiting out the 40 minutes left for his download to finish. He stood silently next to Tez, and every 10 minutes or so, he cut off the tendons in his hands and in his feet, again and again. The self-healing ability repaired these injuries in a short amount of time, so he had to repeat the process a lot of times in order to cut off any hope Tez had left. As time passed, Tez's face gradually became pale. He didn't understand what the man in front of him was doing. Why didn't he kill him, but was instead torturing him like this? Finally, after 40 minutes passed, Bruce suddenly heard the sound of system. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you've obtained the saber proficiency ability. Beep, congratulations, you've obtained the self-healing ability. Finally, the download's finished. Bruce smiled, very satisfied with this result. But at this time, Tez pulled out a knife. After hearing the system's notification, Bruce did not pay any attention to him, and Tez finally saw his chance. Go to hell. Tez was really excited right now. He had obtained hope amidst all his despair. Bruce, however, seemingly without any effort, just raised his palms. Plus, because of the pig iron body ability, even a special steel knife could only cut through Bruce's skin and go no further than that. Against this kind of knife, however, not even a drop of blood was spilled. Tez was completely shocked, and he looked at Bruce as if this was completely implausible, because right in front of him, Bruce's palms were starting to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why? How can it be? Tez's face changed. First, this guy somehow had the same ability that his brother had, and now he somehow had his self-healing ability. He really couldn't understand the man in front of him. Surprised? That's right, you guessed it, it's your ability. Bruce smiled, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He pulled the dagger out of his hand and stabbed it into Tez's neck. After that, he pierced through Tez's heart with his saber. Against these kinds of injuries, even if he had this self-healing ability, he was done for. After finishing him off, Bruce opened up his panel. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 5 Agent. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Gene, Super Speed, Self-Healing, Strength in Hands, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Balance: 0. Now that he had more abilities, his strength was also massively increased. And this was just the beginning of his journey. It's time to contact S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce smiled. Those two men were worth $1.5 million. It was a huge profit. After some time had passed, he contacted the reward department of S.H.I.E.L.D. And soon after, 2 cars appeared in front of Bruce, and 4 agents came out. Mr. Bruce. These men were very respectful. They were only level 3 or 4 agents, and in front of a level 5 agent like Bruce, they were nothing. Take them away, Bruce said, and these agents' faces changed when checking the identity of the 2 men. God, they're the Jacket brothers. Mr. Bruce is too powerful. He killed both of them in the same day. These agents were very surprised, and after taking a glance at Bruce again, they were even more respectful. After the handover, Bruce had an extra $1.5 million. Subsequently, the agents left, and Bruce went back to his residence. At this moment, he did not know that the fact that he had killed the 2 Jacket brothers had already shaken the upper levels of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, in a secret room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Zoe and Coulson, a senior member of S.H.I.E.L.D., were standing in the Chamber of Secrets. And in front of them, there were 2 dead bodies. God, they are Jacket brothers. However, the 2 men had already been dead for several hours and had long stopped breathing. Bruce's abilities may be stronger than we thought, Zoe said as he stared at both bodies. Even he couldn't kill a level 7 and level 8 bounty at the same time. And yet, Bruce had been more than capable of doing that himself, and overnight as well. Coulson could feel that Bruce had changed in some way from before, but he did not expect that his strength had improved by so much. Even if they excluded everything else Bruce did, just a show of strength by killing the 2 brothers was enough to mistake him as a level 7 agent. So the decision to assign Bruce as Peter Parker's protector was completely correct. What about Peter Parker? Has anything happened to him recently? Not yet, he is safe for now, Zoe answered. I think Hydra will have to try their best if they want to have a chance of passing by a powerful agent like Bruce. Zoe thought that Bruce would soon be stronger than him. Coulson said, especially now that there are less than optimal high-level agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had long wanted to deal with some things, but they lacked the manpower to do them, at least temporarily. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not be making a group of monsters to deal with some of the bigger events. Do you want to give him the mission? Yes, but I still want to test him, Coulson replied. After all, this kind of thing was too big. Even Zoe did not know the exact details regarding the mission. In fact, in the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D., the number of people who knew the exact details regarding the mission were no more than 5. And luckily for Bruce, Phil Coulson was one of them. Test him. Zoe had doubts. With the strength Bruce had revealed, he could easily be counted as a level 7 agent. But Coulson was worried that they had not yet made Bruce reveal all of his abilities, and he was still hiding his strength. And at that time, the door opened. A man wearing a black suit walked in, holding a longbow, with eyes resembling an eagle's. It was, of course, Hawkeye. When he walked in, Zoe looked nervous and then bowed. Hello, Mr. Barton. Coulson, what do you want me to do? Barton first nodded at Zoe, and then asked. Coulson, though, did not say anything. He only gave Barton a photo of Bruce. I want to test him. He is eligible to receive the task of overseeing the recovery training of the captain. Barton looked at the photo and frowned slightly. He recognized Bruce. The captain's recovery training is very important, but this guy is still a level 3 agent. How is he qualified? Hawkeye asked. Coulson smiled and looked at the two dead bodies in the room. Do you think that he is qualified now? Hawkeye was very clever. He figured out what Hawkeye was trying to tell him immediately. I know what to do. Phil Coulson nodded and then left the room with Barton. Meanwhile, in Bruce's temporary residence in Queens, Bruce was using training equipment to adapt to his newly acquired abilities. After downloading the abilities off of the two Jacket brothers, he had become a lot more powerful. In fact, he was making great progress. After doing everything, Bruce once again turned the computer on. A white man appeared on the screen, who was also a level 7 bounty task. His name was Doyle Jones, and he was Bruce's next target. S.H.I.E.L.D. had commented on him. Excellent abilities, extremely intelligent, and has joined the Hydra organization, but escaped at a later time and is now being chased by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. He is currently in New York for the time being. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base camp was in New York, so while the Hydra organization was huge, it would not blatantly enter the area. Since he could escape from S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that this person is far from normal. Bruce was interested in him, but he had to deal with that in a few days, as he still had stuff to do. The next morning, Bruce went to Midtown High School, as usual. He talked mostly with Parker and instilled some of his thoughts to him. To some extent, he could be considered to be Parker's godfather. 3 days after Bruce took out the Jacket brothers, he acted again. During these 3 days, he had been collecting information from various sources to determine Doyle Jones's possible locations. In the outskirts of New York, it was already dark. There was a small jungle nearby, and a white and dilapidated room was there. That looked very ordinary in the jungle. There were many such rooms around. Bruce was walking in the dark. He had confirmed the location of his target. It's no wonder that it took me 3 days to find him, Bruce talking to himself. Soon, a room appeared in front of him. This was the room that Doyle Jones lived in. Bruce took a look around, careful to not make any sound. Finally, he entered the room from a window, and the furnishings inside were extremely simple, just like what ordinary people would have. Did it die? Almost immediately, Bruce heard a sound. This is bad. Bruce looked flustered because what he heard and saw was a bomb, and just outside the room, there was a tall man holding a remote control. As soon as he saw Bruce enter the room, he directly boom! The loud explosion caused the ground to vibrate. Fortunately, the explosion was in an uninhabited area. Otherwise, there would have been great damage and loss of life. Having heard the huge explosion, the tall man smiled. Dare to cause me trouble? Humph. After saying that, he was about to leave, with no hesitation whatsoever. He stayed completely calm during the explosion. After all, normal people could not survive from such a huge explosion. Whereas he, as a man who could survive the hunting of both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, he was an absolute badass. I can't stay here anymore. There are already some visitors, Doyle considered, which proves that someone has been tracking me all along. Whoosh, something exploded just as he turned his back. Didn't die. Doyle was confused. That fact alone had him off guard for a moment, during which he was attacked by flying sabers. Bruce had the marksman ability, so although the smoke made the area foggy, his sight was not affected at all. Plus, Doyle's shoulder was hit. Under such a powerful force, he fell to the ground, in complete agony. Dumbfounded, he struggled to get up and look at the figure in the fire. It was Bruce. Although he was somewhat disheveled, he was not injured. The explosion just now was indeed very dangerous. However, he had the pig iron body and various other abilities, which helped him escape from the center of the explosion at a crucial time. Doyle Jones? What a powerful man. His anti-reconnaissance ability and IQ got my respect. Doyle could feel the danger emanating from Bruce, who just stood in the distance with both hands empty. What a tough guy he is, Doyle thought to himself. Such a violent explosion actually didn't hurt him, which shocked Doyle badly. Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Doyle asked. Although he was in danger now, he looked very calm. However, Bruce kept silent, neither admitting nor denying. If you are from S.H.I.E.L.D., can you let me go? Of course. I will make it worth your while. The pay mentioned wasn't money, of course. Doyle couldn't have any savings because he had no legal status in the United States. I'm not interested. Bruce spoke. He didn't care about the pay that Doyle would give him. But what if it's about HYDRA? I can guarantee that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be very interested, and you'll be valued greatly if you get them this information. Doyle was confident because his offer was worthy enough. No one would not care. But Bruce was completely unconcerned. S.H.I.E.L.D? Hydra? They meant nothing to him. Although he was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he did not blindly work for them. They were just temporarily beneficial to Bruce in his mission of strengthening himself. And that was the most important thing for him. As for the information on Hydra, he did not care. What he really cared about was that this guy in front of him owned very attractive abilities. That was in itself enough. Noticing that Bruce didn't react at all, Doyle's face changed dramatically. This is a great deal. Do you really not want to obtain the information? He was at his wit's end. Bruce shook his head and a knife appeared in his hand. He realized that this guy not only had a high IQ, but he was also extremely powerful. That was the reason why he tried to trade. Then, Bruce walked toward Doyle slowly. And at this time, a remote control suddenly appeared in Doyle's hands. "Go to hell!" he screamed. There were other bombs on the ground near him, but he would never get his turn. Right as Doyle took out his remote control, Bruce threw his dagger. Plus, Doyle's hand and the remote control both dropped, covered in blood. His nasty trick was almost useless in front of Bruce. "I need to hurry up. I can't let him die yet." Bruce quickly stepped forward and knocked Doyle out. "There are other bombs here, huh? He'd better be careful." When he found a safe place, Bruce looked at Doyle's abilities. Name: Doyle Jones. Identity: Level 7 Wanted Man, member of HYDRA. Ability: Intermediate level fighting techniques, 100 MB. Explosion mastery, 200 MB. Gun mastery, 300 MB. Mind control immunity, 2 GB. Mind control immunity? Bruce was delighted. Previously, he had never even thought of obtaining this ability, showing how rare it was. In the recent New York War, Loki would get a hold of the Mind Gem Scepter and get complete control of Hawkeye and the physicist Eric Selvig. If it wasn't for Loki's failure to control Iron Man, the outcome of the New York War would be unknown. Therefore, the ability Mind Control Immunity will be very important in the following New York War. On the other hand, Bruce speculated that the reason why Doyle had such an ability was related to HYDRA. The root cause of the Civil War was the Winter Soldier. So it was reasonable for Hydra to have something against mind control-related abilities. After thinking for a moment, Bruce started downloading. Beep, connection established. Beep, mind control immunity file size, 2 GB, download started. Beep, download speed, 1 MB/s, valid within 5 meters. And sure enough, half an hour later, the download finished. With mind control immunity, Bruce could do something in the upcoming New York War. Subsequently, Bruce contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. But this time, he did not choose to meet with the S.H.I.E.L.D. representatives directly. He just sent out his coordinates. The money would naturally enter his account after they confirmed his kill. As it was midnight, Bruce rushed back to his residence. But as he entered the city, his skin crawled because of an unknown feeling that suddenly hit him. Someone was following him. After feeling that he was getting tracked, Bruce did not speed up or slow down. He wanted to know who exactly was following him. Meanwhile, not far away from Bruce, hiding in the dark, a shadow was moving extremely fast. Did he find me? That's impossible. The shadow muttered to itself for a while, and it came to the conclusion that it was impossible for Bruce to find it. As the two continued to move forward, however, the shadow confirmed that it was discovered. And soon after, Bruce stopped in an abandoned factory. He could choose to start the fight in the city, but he did not do so. After all, the fight would probably make a lot of noise and attract a lot of attention, which he did not want. So, he chose a nearby abandoned factory. And just when he entered the factory, a violent noise broke out in the air. It was a black alloyed arrow. The arrow was like black lightning, and it was flying at him at a very suitable angle with frightening speed. With super speed, Bruce managed to dodge the black arrow instantly. But even so, he felt a sense of crisis. Next, 5 arrows shot towards him from different directions. I can't avoid them. Bruce was alarmed. Even so, he did not have the slightest hesitation, and his hands directly turned into a metallic color. At the moment, he was wearing gloves, so others couldn't see what changes his hands went through. Bang, bang, bang. In the nick of time, he managed to block every single arrow. However, soon after that, his face changed. There were flashbangs tied to the arrows, something he didn't notice until it was too late. Bang! The violent white light seemed to illuminate the night, and all he could do was close his eyes and hope for the best. He knew it was dangerous to do so, but it was his only option. Whoosh! A series of sounds of something cutting through the air came again, and Bruce directly broke a wall of the factory with a fist and lifted it over his head. Clang! The arrows all hit the wall, leaving Bruce unscathed. Boom! Right after, though, another explosion sounded out, and this time it was tear gas. Bruce quickly retreated. In the battle just now, Bruce fell into a disadvantage and never managed to break out of it. Perfect shooting accuracy, coupled with the flexible use of different kinds of arrows, add to that his lack of killing intent. Hawkeye, excluding you, I cannot think of anyone else capable of this. Are you here to test me? After a brief fight, Bruce had already exposed the identity and purpose of the man. As you wish, I will play with you. Bruce's mouth shifted sharply upwards, and 5 flying knives appeared in his hands immediately. In terms of shooting accuracy, Bruce and Hawkeye were almost the same. When comparing vision, though, Bruce was slightly inferior. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity. According to Hawkeye's last shot, Bruce had grasped his general location. Whoosh! Bruce threw all the flying knives in his hand without hesitation. And when Hawkeye, who had been hidden in the dark throughout the whole fight, suddenly saw 5 flying knives coming towards him, his expression quickly shifted. He was shocked. How had Bruce managed to figure out his location so quickly? He quickly dodged them, exposing himself for the first time since the fight had started. But just as Hawkeye just left his position, there were more than a dozen flying knives coming at him. Hawkeye just smiled at this, however. There was a wall in front of him. There was no way Bruce's flying knives could penetrate it. Clang! But not more than a second later, he found to his horror just how wrong he was. Bruce's flying knives were grouped together to hit the same exact spot. Such precision rivaled even his. The wall was thick, but the flying knives were also no ordinary knives. Each flying knife managed to penetrate 1/3 of the wall, and against 10 flying knives, he was in serious danger. At this point, Hawkeye wanted to call it quits and escape, but he knew that it was already too late. Fortunately, Hawkeye moved a little with the help of his ability, super speed. That small movement managed to save his life in the end, as only his shoulder was hit. Damn, Hawkeye was a bit stunned. He just wanted to test Bruce, but he didn't expect to be injured by him in the end. And could he blame him? No, because in his mind, Bruce still didn't know his identity. He was just defending himself. At this moment, Bruce took the opportunity and quickly narrowed the distance between himself and Hawkeye. He knew that his accuracy was exactly the same as Hawkeye's. But Hawkeye surpassed him both in experience and skills, and he still lacked the supervision ability that Hawkeye had. If the two of them were at a sufficient distance, he would fall into an unfavorable situation again, and quickly. So he grasped Hawkeye's weakness and went into close combat. Hawkeye figured out his intentions, but there was nothing he could do. It was too late to shoot with his bow. Are all the new agents so terrifying now? Hawkeye was helpless and could only fight it out in close combat with Bruce. In an instant, the two moved dozens of times. Hawkeye had a powerful fighting technique, but he was still no match for Bruce. After all, Bruce had the superb level fighting technique, which he got from Black Widow. After a few minutes, Hawkeye fell into a very unfavorable situation. Stop, stop, Hawkeye shouted. There was no point in continuing the fight. In close combat, he just wasn't Bruce's match. However, all he got in response was Bruce's fist. Hawkeye was knocked down on the ground with a punch, and Bruce quickly pulled out a dagger, attempting to end the fight. Hawkeye's face changed, and he quickly took out his S.H.I.E.L.D. badge and showed it to Bruce. Bruce, it's me. Bruce stopped attacking and looked at the wretched Hawkeye, amazed. Of course, Bruce already knew who he was. Nonetheless, it was Hawkeye who attacked Bruce first, so he wanted to scare him a bit. Hawkeye looked at Bruce's expression and was relieved. This guy is really too fierce. Then Bruce pulled him up, and Hawkeye's panel was presented to him once again. Name: Clinton Francis Barton. Identity: Hawkeye. Ability: Super Wisdom, 300 MB. Marksman, 500 MB. Super Strength, 500 MB. Super Speed, 500 MB. Sensitive Inducing, Supervision, 500 MB. Previously, Bruce selected Hawkeye's two super abilities, Super Speed and Marksman, whereas this time, he was going for his Super Strength and Supervision. In their previous fight, Hawkeye was physically stronger than Bruce. Bruce only managed to defeat him by luck. In addition, Bruce's real strength was beyond Hawkeye's expectations, which made him unprepared. This was also one of his one-time advantages. In a real life-or-death fight, the winner was still uncertain. As for sensitive inducing, although Bruce wanted to get it as well, he chose to let it go. In the future, if Parker's superpowers were awakened, his spider telepathy would be much stronger than Hawkeye's sensitive inducing. Soon after, Bruce started the downloading process. Beep. Connection established. Beep. Super Strength, 500 MB. Download initiated. Beep. Supervision, 500 MB. Download initiated. Beep. The current download speed is 1 MB/s, valid within 5 meters. For both abilities to be downloaded, he would need to stay near Hawkeye for the next 15 to 16 minutes. At the moment, Hawkeye was intensely staring at Bruce, as if trying to see through him. This time I come on Phil Coulson's orders to give you a sort of test. As long as this task is completed, you'll become a level 6 agent and become eligible to obtain a more important task from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye said, while looking for some gauze for his shoulder. More important tasks, huh? Bruce narrowed his eyes as he didn't understand what Hawkeye meant by that. However, looking at Hawkeye's serious attitude, Bruce knew that this task would not be easy. Well, thank you, Mr. Barton. Bruce smiled. Hawkeye nodded, while sincerely adding, I am really old. Just luck, said Bruce. He was very satisfied with Bruce's answer. After all, typically, people tended to develop a big ego after they have become important. All right then, I'll be going first. See you around, Bruce. Subsequently, the two separated. Bruce nodded, because at this time, the system's sound rang again. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations on obtaining the Super Strength ability. Beep, congratulations on obtaining the Supervision ability. In an instant, Bruce could feel that his body had improved by at least 5 or 6 times. With his current strength, he may even be able to lift a car. When he threw his flying knives in the future, their destructive power would really be something to behold. But the biggest improvement Bruce had was in his eyes. In addition to having night vision, he could even spot a mouse hundreds of meters away from him. With his newly obtained abilities, his current strength could even be said to be higher than Hawkeye's strength. Now, whether it be melee or range combat, Bruce had it all covered. His current situation could be considered as perfect. Today's harvest was really good. Soon after, Bruce left the abandoned factory. He would have to return to the Avengers base when his mission was over, so he might as well use that extra time to earn some money. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., no matter what kind of task they gave him, he could only do his best. But he was sure that there was a great relationship between him and the newly established Avengers Alliance. Soon after, Bruce returned to the residence, and another $500,000 was added to his account, making that a total of $2 million. After putting that money into the system, he opened his panel. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 5 Agent. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Gene, Super Speed, Super Strength, Mind Control Immunity, Self-Healing, Strengthen Hands, Supervision, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Balance: $1 million. With $2 million, he could now accelerate his download speed by 2,000 times. During the next few days, Bruce did nothing but relax. In this way, 4 days passed by. On this day, Bruce had no classes, so he took the day off. Then, he looked at the recent events around the country. He needed to know when the New York War would begin, so that he could prepare in advance. And while Bruce was looking for information, Parker had just gotten on the school bus that took him home. At this time, he only felt dizzy, his whole body shaking with cold sweat running down his forehead. No. Was the spider poisonous? Am I about to die? No, I can't die. I need to find Mr. Bruce. He can save me, Parker kept saying in a voice that only he could hear. At the moment, Parker was feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was dying. He didn't know what was going on. Today was an extracurricular activity day, but he had managed to get bitten by a spider. He knew that spiders were very dangerous, so he was in quite the panic right now. There was only one thought in his heart now, and that was to ask for help. But he did not tell anyone, nor did he call home. In his mind, there was only one man capable of saving him right now, and that man was Bruce, the person he trusted the most. When the school bus arrived in front of the school, he called a cab and went directly to Bruce's house. In order to better protect Parker, Bruce had told him his address before, with the hope that Parker would find him during a crucial time. The school was only 5 streets away from Bruce's house, so it would not be long before he arrived. Meanwhile, Bruce was sitting in front of the computer, looking at the big events that happened recently. However, the Avengers had not yet formed, so all the news about them had been blocked off by S.H.I.E.L.D. Even with his authority as a level 5 agent, he could not even touch that subject. Perhaps only the real top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about that. Forget it. I'll stop looking for now, Bruce thought. According to his estimation, there were 2 possibilities on what his next task would be. The first one was the study of the Tesseract, and the other one might be about Captain America. Tesseract was listed as a top secret by S.H.I.E.L.D., and only Hawkeye could be in the complete know of something like this. As for Captain America, that was the more probable mission. After all, although Captain America was powerful, he had just awakened at this point in time. After 70 years of sleep, his body would be mostly paralyzed, and it would be a while before he could be at his full strength again. During this time, it would be impossible for him to exert his real strength. So, in the meantime, he needed some training to catch up to the world, as well as speed up his recovery process. If that's the case, this is great news. Bruce smiles. Captain America was injected with the super serum, and he also had a piece of the most powerful vibranium that S.H.I.E.L.D. had to offer. Vibranium was the rarest metal in the world before Wakanda officially revealed themselves. It was hard to get, and even Iron Man's father did not have a lot. If he could get his hands on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vibranium, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a massive transformation. After a while, though, Bruce no longer thought about this. Just as Bruce closed the page, the alarm he had set up for Parker began ringing. Peter's route is deviating. Bruce found that strange, so he then checked Parker's current location on his computer. And sure enough, the red dot on the screen had made a huge deviation, completely deviating from Parker's originally route. And Parker's current destination was Bruce's home. Why would he suddenly come to my house? Bruce was puzzled. He had previously told Parker that if there was anything unusual happening to him, he should come to him. Today, it seemed to be the day of Parker's extracurricular activities. Seeing this, Bruce was surprised, because whether it be in the original comics or in the movies, Parker is always bitten by a spider during his extracurricular activities. And then, overnight, he became Spider-Man. That must be it. Bruce smiled. Parker's ability had awoken, meaning that he could finally do what he intended to do on this mission and download his abilities. And Parker had some strong abilities. Whether it be his strength, speed, or endurance, he had them all, and in spares. That was the real superpower. He is about 10 minutes away from me. I need to prepare. Bruce's face lit up with a smile. Then he proceeded to clean up around the house while waiting for Parker. Buzz. Sure enough, soon after, the doorbell rang, and he went to open the door. And indeed, it was Parker. Mr. Bruce, help me. At the moment, Parker was pale and trembling. Bruce knew that Parker was running a low fever. This may be a sign that the process of spider gene fusion had begun. Come in. Bruce seemed very calm about it, though, because he knew that Parker was going to be okay, and he would even benefit a lot out of this temporary confusion. When Parker looked at Bruce's calm face, he suddenly calmed down as well. As Parker was going to his room, Bruce put a hand on him, and Parker's status panel emerged. Name: Peter Benjamin Parker. Identity: high school student. Ability: reorganizing. Reorganizing, huh? It probably represented that the change that Parker was currently going through was not over yet. Mr. Bruce, will I die? I was bitten by a spider during my extracurricular activities. Parker was still very nervous. After all, he was quite young and still afraid of death at this point in the timeline. You will be fine, believe me, Bruce said, and laid Parker on the bed. Soon after, Parker felt a bit tired, so he fell asleep. Bruce's eyes were unchanged. Now that Parker's ability was still being formed, it would be at least a day before it finished. After his ability was fully formed, Bruce would instantly download most of his abilities. In the meantime, however, Bruce went back to the parlor and continued to search for information. Bruce had become a lot stronger, improving both physically and mentally. So even though he hadn't slept until now, he didn't look exhausted at all. At this point, he was half lying on the sofa, looking gloomier than usual. Creak. Parker came out from the other room and looked at everything around him in confusion. Hello, Parker, Bruce said, still deep in thought. After a night had passed, he knew that Peter Parker had officially become a superhero. Mr. Bruce, what the hell happened? Parker was a bit confused. He remembered that he had come to Bruce's home, but everything after that was blurry. At the moment, the only thing he was sure of was that he had somehow vastly improved, both physically and mentally. He felt as if he could lift anything, and the only way he could make sense of this was if he in some way related it to Bruce. But Bruce did not answer his question immediately and only pointed to the training equipment on the side. Try giving it a punch, Bruce said while pointing to a wooden stake near him. Parker thought about it for a moment and decided to give it a go. He took a deep breath and slammed his fist down. Bang! The stake broke and sawdust scattered all over the place. Parker just looked at his fist for a while, totally stunned. What happened, Mr. Bruce? He was shocked and maybe even a little afraid. This was a normal reaction in this situation. After suddenly gaining terrifying strength, anyone would feel a little afraid. Even Bruce was no exception to this. Bruce sat up straight and looked at Parker seriously. Do you still remember the question I asked you? Parker's face changed. Of course he remembered. If one day you suddenly had terrifying strength, what would you do? Now, it seemed that Bruce was hinting at something deeper when he asked that question. Mr. Bruce, Parker didn't know how to respond this time. He realized that he hadn't thought about it at all. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. Bruce smiled. The reason why Bruce said that before was because he wanted to buy a seed in Parker's heart, so that when Parker suddenly gained his superpowers, he would think that it was all because of Bruce. And indeed, he had succeeded. This would help him a lot in controlling Parker in the future. After all, Bruce was not what you would call a good person. He didn't want to protect anyone. Everything he did was for himself. And with a war nearing, he needed to have some helpers to be able to implement with ease some of his plans. And Parker was obviously the most suitable man. Although he was confident that he would survive the New York War with his strength, that war was just the start in the Marvel world. There would be more fights waiting for him in the future, and not all would give him the time he needed to prepare. He was manipulating Parker because he needed Parker to be completely loyal to him, without question. Parker looked at Bruce, took a deep breath, then bowed as a tribute to Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Bruce said nothing, he just smiled. Let's go, we still have a lot to do. Subsequently, Bruce walked next to Parker and placed his hand on Parker's shoulder. Name: Peter Benjamin Parker. Identity: high school student. Ability: Spider Sense, 100 GB, Spider Strength, 20 GB, defective, Absorbent Ability, 10 GB, defective, Spider Physique, 30 GB, defective. When Bruce saw Parker's status panel, he was in a bit of a daze. Parker's abilities were just too ridiculous. Even the Absorbent Ability was 10 GB. It was terrifying for Bruce to think about. Too terrifying. But in the status panel, except for Spider Sense, all of Parker's other abilities were incomplete. And after giving it some thought, Bruce figured out why. Parker's abilities had just awakened, and except for Spider Sense, the other abilities needed to be improved on constantly. As it was in the movies, Parker's ability had gradually grown stronger after continuous training. Unlike Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had utilized and adapted fully to their strength, Parker had just awakened and had a lot of room for improvement. So with the exception of spider sense, all of his other abilities were incomplete. Unfortunately for Bruce, the incomplete abilities, although would give him a little boost to his strength, it wasn't enough to achieve a qualitative change. For example, although Parker's power was not weak, he had much better choices in that aspect. For example, the Hulk. He was not even in the same league in terms of power. Then there was physical fitness. Raytheon was a god in mythology, and his constitution was not something that Parker's could compare to. So after giving it some thought, Bruce really only wanted Parker's spider sense. Spider sense. The most unique point of this ability was that it was able to predict most incoming dangers by sensing the vibrations in the air. Just like the arrows that Hawkeye shot, if he had spider sense before, he could avoid his arrows in advance. This ability was very powerful and unique only to Parker. Thinking of this, Bruce chose to download spider sense. Beep, connection successful. Beep, spider sense, size 100 GB, download initializing. Beep, currently download speed is 2 MB/s, valid within 10 meters. Sure enough, the speed and range had increased. But even so, spider telepathy size was 100 GB. If he wanted to download it completely, he would need to stay near Parker for a long time, maybe even more than a dozen hours. Bruce was helpless regarding this. After all, spider telepathy belonged in the superpower category. This superpower was much more powerful in actual battle than the anti-aging gene he got from Black Widow. So for it to be 100 GB was completely reasonable. And so, in desperation, Bruce bought the 1000X download speed acceleration. After he bought it, the new and improved download speed only required 2 minutes for the download to finish. While it was ridiculously fast, the price for 1000X acceleration was $1 million USD. Regardless, Bruce, who was desperate to improve his strength, could only go through with it anyway. He didn't want there to be any delays, just to be sure and avoid any possible accidents. In addition, the connection couldn't be broken while it was downloading, otherwise the download would need to be started all over again. Mr. Bruce, what should we do now? Parker looked at Bruce. After suddenly gaining such a massive amount of power, and after experiencing a short period of fear, he became full of excitement now. He also wanted to know what kind of power he had. Bruce released his hand. "Follow me," Bruce said, and right as he left through the door, the system notified him. Beep, download completed. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, spider telepathy. Right as the system notification ended, Bruce instantly felt that everything around him had suddenly slowed down. His pores were wide open, and he could even feel the moisture and humidity in the air. Even if something was a few meters away, he could feel it clearly without using his eyes. Changes in wind speed, environment, and temperature could no longer escape his perception. Even if someone shot him from a meter away, it would be hard to hit him. Avoiding bullets had become a breeze with this new ability. This was the strength of a real superpower. Spider telepathy could perceive anything and everything. He didn't even need to use his eyes anymore. The world around him had just become so clear. With spider telepathy and the abilities he got from Hawkeye, there was no one that could beat him in terms of accuracy anymore. Not even Hawkeye himself. At this point, Bruce was very excited. But nevertheless, there was not immersed in the excitement as he went to an abandoned factory right after with Parker. He wanted to bring Parker to a place where he could adapt to his abilities, at least for now. Under Bruce's tutelage, Parker only took 6 hours to master his strength, physique, and adsorbent ability. "Mr. Bruce, I feel like a spider now." Parker was a little excited now that he had discovered just how powerful he was. When he saw that, Bruce just smiled and told Parker, "No, Peter, you're a little worse compared to a real spider." Parker had some doubts. He didn't understand what Bruce meant when he said that. But Bruce didn't say anything. He was just quietly staring in one direction. Parker followed his gaze and saw a spider that was hunting on its spider web. Parker exclaimed when he saw the spider web that the spider was using. He immediately understood what Bruce was referring to. Although Spider-Man was powerful himself, he also needed a very important piece of equipment to go along with his abilities. And that was the spiderweb launcher. Regarding this, however, Bruce had no clue where to start. He was just like a piece of white paper. So he let Parker do the studying and made him share it with him later. Wasn't that better? Otherwise, if he had to do everything by himself, he would be exhausted. In addition, his task would be ending in a few days, so he also needed to save time to do some other things. The spiderweb launcher was a good weapon that would be of great help. Let's go. I will make you into the real Spider-Man. Bruce looked at Parker with a smile on his face, but the words he said made Parker feel shocked. Spider-Man seemed to be a good name, and it got better the longer Parker thought about it. The synthesizing of the materials should be easy. After all, Parker should have the necessary equipment at home, because in private, Parker would conduct various studies. It could even be said that he was a science geek. Soon after, Bruce made it to Parker's house. Bruce didn't join in to help Parker, however, because he really was clueless regarding these types of things. He just let Parker record the whole process of the experiment and all the matters that required attention. In this way, the research of the spiderweb launcher had officially started. At the same time, however, Bruce was not idling away. He was designing the battle suit for Spider-Man. The original Spider-Man only owned a spiderweb launcher and a spider battle suit, which was perfect. During this period, Bruce also constantly trained Parker, with the goal of making him strong enough to handle troubles himself in the near future. Parker was very obedient throughout the whole process. He did almost everything that Bruce told him to do, with no complaints. This was also a characteristic that Bruce appreciated in Parker. Just 2 days later, the spider battlesuit designed by Bruce was officially released. Bruce didn't have the knowledge and resources that Iron Man had, so the suit's design was a simple battlesuit. His design was based on the movie The Amazing Spider-Man, as that was his favorite version of the spider battlesuit, or rather second favorite, after Iron Man's version. Bruce shook his head. When he met with Iron Man in the future, he had to download Iron Man's intelligence. After all, Iron Man's power didn't necessarily come from his armor. It was his intelligence that made him so frightening. While everyone was relying on their strength, Iron Man depended on his unique mind. He had constantly been upgrading and updating his armor. He had the anti-Hulk armor, the anti-Thor armor, etc. These were all made possible because of his mind. It was because of this that he, with a mortal body, could fight shoulder to shoulder with gods. In any case, Bruce decided that Iron Man's intelligence was a must-have in the future. This ability would be his biggest trump card and reliance in the times to come. Peter, these are the clothes I designed for you. Bruce smiled. They look very cool. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Parker was very happy and moved. Everything that Bruce did for him replayed in front of his eyes. He had no parents ever since he was a child, so Bruce made him feel that warmth for the first time in his life. What about the spiderweb launcher? Bruce asked, as that was his biggest concern. It'll be done by tomorrow. Parker was very excited. Everything was moving in the right direction. Bruce nodded. Subsequently, Parker continued to do research. Bruce was looking at the research records closely, as he had to write everything down so that he could make the spiderweb launcher himself later on. Powerful abilities and unparalleled wisdom were both indispensable. Sure enough, the next day, the spiderweb launcher was finally completed. Mr. Bruce, look. Parker was holding a small object with excitement. It was the real spiderweb launcher. Under the reminder of Bruce, the spider silk inside the transmitter had a lot of characteristics. High viscosity, large capacity, good toughness, and resistant towards water and electricity. Very good. I will give you a surprise tonight. The effect was in full compliance with Bruce's expectations after the test was over. Surprise? Parker was a little dazed, but Bruce just smiled mysteriously and then took the spider battlesuit out. Put it on. In the city center of New York, Bruce and Parker were standing on the edge of a 100-story building. Looking down from it, the ground looked like a deep abyss. It was a nightmare for those who had acrophobia. Even Parker was trembling a little, but he was wearing the spider battlesuit, so his expression wasn't visible. "Mr. Bruce, do we really jump down from here?" Parker's voice was also shaky. After all, this was his first time being this high up. "Follow me." Bruce did not answer Parker and directly jumped down. Roar! The huge roar of the wind sounded through from Bruce's ears, following which he directly focused on his spider telepathy. Everything around him was clearly visible. With the help of spider telepathy, he could deal with any situation. He raised his hand, and the spiderweb launcher directly shot spider silk and glued itself to another building. Roar! Bruce's move was precise, shuttling through various buildings. When Parker saw this, he could not help but take a deep breath to relax himself, following which he also jumped down and copied Bruce's movements. Roar! The loud roaring of the wind passed through his ears. With the help of spider telepathy, he immediately adapted to this state in just a moment. Then, he followed Bruce's shadow and went forward. At this time, dozens of thugs armed with assault rifles were looting a luxury store in New York. The crowd had scattered nearby, and there were police officers coming to the scene one after another. "Put down your weapons and hand over the hostages. Otherwise, we will not hold back," a policeman shouted through the loudspeaker. Bang! The only response he got was a series of bullets. The firepower of these submachine guns was very fierce, and all the policemen were huddled behind their cars. "SIR, what do we do?" a policeman asked. If it went on like this, not only would they not be able to save the hostages, but they would also be defeated by the thugs. The sheriff was also helpless regarding this. He was just a local police sheriff. He didn't have any special team for this kind of situation. How do we face these thugs? Boom! But at this time, a fierce roar sounded out, and all the policemen looked up. They only saw a man in black tights standing on the top of a police car, seemingly descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what had happened. The next moment, another roar was heard, but this man was wearing red tights. What happened? The policemen were all stunned. The man in the black tights was, of course, Bruce. Everyone at this time was stunned and didn't know what happened. The thugs also stopped shooting and looked straight at Bruce and Parker. Similarly, Bruce was also looking at the thug leader, Reed Phillips, level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. contract with a bounty of $1 million USD. This was Bruce's goal for tonight. Before he downloaded Parker's abilities, he had spent $1 million USD. And if his guess was right, the next task he would be assigned to would be connected to Captain America. And whether it be his abilities or S.H.I.E.L.D's vibranium, Bruce didn't want to miss out on anything this time around. Captain America's abilities could also only be stronger and not weaker than Parker's. So if he had the chance to download them, but couldn't due to a lack of funds, that would be embarrassing. So his plan was to make a lot of money in the days before his task ended. At that moment, the thugs reacted and started shooting at Bruce. Bang! Bullets swarmed towards Bruce, but by relying on spider telepathy, Bruce dodged all those bullets in an instant. After a couple dozen seconds, the thugs stopped firing. Despite all of them firing at him for a good 30 seconds, Bruce was completely unharmed. Everyone was shocked, and even Parker couldn't believe it. In fact, Parker could do this too. However, he was lacking practical experience, and his mental tolerance had not yet reached Bruce's level. However, he lacks practical experience, and his mental tolerance has not reached the level of Bruce. So he couldn't do that as easily as Bruce did it. My God, what is this monster? The policemen were shocked. Whoosh! This time, it was Bruce that made his move. Several flying knives flew out towards their targets in an instant. Plus, the thugs who were standing at the very front were pierced through, and in a flash, blood spewed. Hurry, kill him! Reed's face distorted greatly as he ordered his underlings. Among his men, some even decided to throw grenades at Bruce. Bruce frowned, and he instantly shot several of his spiderwebs without hesitation. In just a second, countless spiderwebs appeared, surrounded the thugs, and then wrapped them up and glued them to walls or pillars. The spiderweb launcher was really easy to use. Bruce smiled as he was making his way towards Reed's side. Parker really was a genius, although he was not comparable to Iron Man. Subsequently, Bruce left with Reed in his grasp. The others I'll hand over to you. See you at the old place. Before leaving, Bruce left behind instructions to Parker. Parker was still in a bit of a daze before, but as soon as Bruce spoke, he quickly calmed down. He knew why Bruce brought him here. "Mr. Bruce, I won't let you down," Parker whispered. Bruce, who had already left, was not worried about him. Parker just lacked a bit of practical experience. Otherwise, he was still Spider-Man. Unfortunately for Bruce, Reed did not have any special abilities. But that was to be expected. After all, not every contract could bring him a new special ability. The level of reward was based on the degree of their threat. Halfway through, Bruce killed Reed. If such a man was brought to S.H.I.E.L.D., he would still be killed. Soon after, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came and took Reed's body away. And with that, another $1 million was added to Bruce's account. The harvest tonight was very good. $2 million would probably be enough for him to download Captain America's abilities and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vibranium. The things Bruce did were all recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, the total amount of contracts Bruce completed in a month had far exceeded most level 7 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With that being the case, he was attracting more and more of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. And that was indeed his goal, to be valued by S.H.I.E.L.D. In this way, he would be able to get into contact with the more powerful superheroes. After finished up, Bruce was ready to return to Parker's house. He would be leaving in a few days, and he still needed to leave something for Parker. The current Parker had not fully grown up yet, so he needed to think of some way to help Parker grow faster so that he could download his real abilities. Soon after, Bruce returned to Parker's house. Parker was staying in the garage, with a hint of excitement still in his eyes. Today's matters were too exciting for Parker, but he seemed to like this feeling. Bruce also suddenly became a lot more mysterious in Parker's eyes. "Are you still thinking about today's things?" While Parker was reminiscing, Bruce spoke. "Mr. Bruce." Parker was visibly excited, especially when he saw Bruce. After today's events, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Bruce's previous words. With great power comes great responsibility. Unknowingly, Parker had regarded Bruce as his mentor in life. And now, Bruce was secretly examining Parker's abilities. "Still defective, huh? In the future, you will do these things by yourself." When Parker heard this, he did not understand what Bruce meant, but he did manage to guess something off of that. "Mr. Bruce, are you leaving?" Parker was a little sad. After all, he thought that everything he had was given to him by Bruce. He knew that Bruce might have some kind of special identity, but in the end, he chose not to ask. "Yes, I still have a lot to deal with, but we will meet again someday." Bruce looked at Parker with a smile. After hearing Bruce's last words, the sad Parker showed a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Meet again someday. Parker knew that he was not currently strong enough. But if Bruce were to be in a dangerous situation one day, he hoped that he could fight with Bruce side by side at that time. "I will wait for that day." He was still a little sad, but he did not show it in front of his mentor. Bruce also knew that he had become something of a father-like figure to Parker, which ultimately accomplished his goal. "Peter, this is the training plan I made for you. You must strictly follow this plan's instructions." Subsequently, Bruce took out a document. The most important thing in this document was the training plan for Parker's adsorbent ability. The New York War was inching closer and closer, and Bruce hoped that Peter's adsorbent ability would be complete by the time it began. "I will, Mr. Bruce." Parker's eyes revealed his determination. He vowed not to let himself become a burden to Bruce. Afterwards, Bruce left. After leaving Parker's home, Bruce soon returned to his residence. He opened his panel and looked at all the abilities he got. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 5 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Genes, Spider Telepathy, Super Speed, Super Strength, Mind Control Immunity, Self-Healing, Strength 10 Hands, Supervision, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Balance: $2 million. Compared to just a while ago, Bruce had a lot of abilities, but the ones he could actually call superpowers were only 2. The first one was the anti-aging gene, and the second one was the spider telepathy he obtained recently. The reason they qualified to be called superpowers was because they had broken through humanity's limits. With so many powerful abilities Bruce could also be deemed as something of a superhero, especially the combination of spider telepathy, supervision, and marksman. Those three combined could bring a really unexpected effect. There are 2 more days left before I have to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce sighed. He had improved too much in the past month. Something that others may spend their whole life on without any success, he had achieved in just a month. He was just an ordinary level 3 agent a month ago. But now, he was comparable to a superhero, and he could even affect the course of events of the upcoming New York War. Before the beginning of the New York War, though, he still had 2 goals: to download Parker's adsorbent ability, as well as Captain America's abilities. Only after doing that would he be able to face the New York War without any scruples. I hope my guess is right. And so, Bruce decided to take the next 2 days off. In just a blink of an eye, though, the 2 days passed by. After cleaning everything up, Bruce drove away from the place he lived for the last month. And after just a few hours, he reached the Avengers base. Unlike before, the guards around the Avengers base seemed to be a lot more strict and numerous. But he did not receive any obstructions, and he directly entered the base. In the hall, Zoe and a group of agents came into his view. "Hey, Bruce, how have you been?" Bill was very excited after seeing Bruce. The other low-level agents, though, after seeing Bruce, all slightly bowed to show their respect. Bruce courteously responded to them, and then stood in front of Zoe. "Hi, sir." Zoe nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied with the things that Bruce did this month, especially so after reading Hawkeye's report when he came back. "Your work is very good, and the top management is very satisfied," said Zoe. Bruce smiled, but did not respond. He seemed to be waiting for something. From today onwards, Bruce Lite is officially promoted to a level 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. After that, he gave Bruce his new uniform and work permit he had prepared in advance. After Zoe's announcement, the agents in the room all stopped what they were doing, faced Bruce, and slightly bowed again. Mr. Bruce. After his sudden change in identity, some of the agents began to envy him even more. Regardless, Bruce just smiled. "Well, Bruce, the task reward will be transferred to your account sometime later today. Right now, though, since you're back, there's another more important thing we have to discuss." Zoe's expression was very serious when he mentioned that last matter. Bruce smiled. It seemed like his prediction was correct. After that, Zoe disbanded the agents around him. And since Bruce was moving to his new dormitory, Zoe told him they should meet at around 7 p.m. Soon after, Bruce's reward for protecting Parker was delivered. Since it was only a level 5 mission, the reward he got was only $100,000. The agents that were level 5 and above had a special subsidy, though they did not have wages. For example, they could do some specific tasks. The subsidies for such activities was very high. Bruce was now a level 6 agent, which could be said to be in the middle-level management of S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless, it was still far, far away from top management. Next, he began to read Parker's design notes on the spiderweb launcher, and also his experiments done during that period. Because Parker's records were very detailed, after several failures, he successfully mastered the production method of the spiderweb launcher. After seeing this, Bruce felt more and more the importance of a brilliant mind. If he ever saw Iron Man, he definitely had to get his hands on his wisdom ability. At 7 p.m., he walked out the door. According to Zoe's arrangements, he went to a place within the Avengers base. In this area, only level 6 agents and above were welcomed. After he got in, he immediately saw Zoe. Except for Zoe, however, there were dozens of level 6 and 7 agents in front of him. "Bruce, come here," said Zoe. Bruce walked over directly without hesitation. They seemed to be waiting for something. And at this time, at the end of the darkness, 2 people appeared. Then, a flashlight illuminated the dark area. Some agents immediately closed their eyes to prevent them from being affected by the strong light. From the darkness appeared Coulson, and beside him, a woman. Coulson had been recently promoted to a level 9 agent, and the woman beside him was Maria Hill, similarly a level 9 agent. The 2 were real big shots in S.H.I.E.L.D. They were the left and right hand of the director himself, Nick Fury. Seeing that 2 level 9 agents had appeared at once, all the agents immediately became serious. Since 2 appeared at the same time, That meant that the task they would be given was a very important one. Phil Coulson walked over, glancing at the surrounding agents with a smile. The agents in front of him could be said to be the elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here because I have a very important task to give out. The reward for this task is $5 million US. However, to participate, you have to prove yourself first. Phil Coulson's voice was not loud, but it shocked the nearby agents nonetheless. 5 million USD was a rather large sum, even for them. Bruce, however, just gave a slight smile at the whole situation. After all, this task was practically prepared for him. Very good. It seems that you all have an interest in this task. Next, we have prepared a test to see if you are qualified for this task. After all, not everyone was qualified. In the end, only one could accept the task. Every single agent was sitting upright, quietly waiting for Coulson's next words. The test is very simple. In the Avengers Base Area C training ground, there is a complex terrain setup. All of you will enter that place. And finally, whoever beats the others and walks out will be the man that will take the task. Phil Coulson pointed in a direction where there were broken walls. You are not allowed to kill others. If you suffer a serious injury, the battle suit will release a yellow smog, and you will hence be eliminated. It made sense. After all, these were level 6 and level 7 agents. A group of elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if it was S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be difficult to deal with so many casualties. Some agents may have special abilities. Coulson reminded the agents. Some contracts had special abilities, so naturally, there would be people among S.H.I.E.L.D. that also had special abilities. After Coulson's reminder, Bruce's eyes shone. It seemed that he would need to touch every single agent here. At this time, Phil Coulson stepped forward and glanced at all the agents. Okay, now, go. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned sharp. Following Coulson's order, all 12 agents went to their places. Among them, there were 5 level 6 agents and 7 level 7 agents. They were all elites of S.H.I.E.L.D. who had a lot of merits. In the eyes of the junior agents, they were all considered big shots. Under Hill's arrangements, everyone entered the training ground in Area C from different directions. The site was very large, and it simulated various environments. After everyone entered, Coulson and Hill entered a secret room. There were hundreds of screens that monitored every inch of the training ground. You prepared a lot for the selection of who will accompany the captain. Looking at the scene on the screen, Hill said to Coulson. As all the senior members of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew, Coulson had always regarded the captain as his idol. For this reason, he even wanted to design his war uniform personally, which may have fulfilled one of Coulson's dreams. So this time, he had prepared a lot of things for this selection of people who could accompany the captain. After all, our captain is not a normal person who has strong strength. Ordinary people cannot stay around him, so we must select the elites among the elites. Please say hello for me when you meet him next time. Coulson returned, staring at the scene on the screen. He was the person who attached the most importance to this selection, and even Nick Fury was unable to meddle in this one. Then who do you think will win? Hill asked, with curiosity on her face. These were the elites of the S.H.I.E.L.D., especially those with special abilities. It could be said that those who were able to enter the selection this time were likely to become senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. It's hard to say. Barton tested several people for me before. From his point of view, only one guy is not bad. After speaking, a photo of a certain person was displayed on the screen. Naturally, it was Bruce. Isn't he the level 6 agent that just got promoted today? Are you serious? Hill thought the remark was strange because it was not common for someone to be praised by Hawkeye, an experienced agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. We can only wait and see then. Coulson was speechless for a moment. They both stared at the screen, trying to figure out who would be the winner of this election. At the same time, in the training ground, Bruce was wearing a black battle suit with special equipment such as daggers and guns. Some of these agents have special abilities, but I don't know them. If I want to find out who has special abilities, I'm afraid I'll have to touch them one by one. Bruce pondered, then decided to attack everyone on the spot. He's far more powerful than these people. It just depended on their current environment. It was extremely easy for Bruce to find his targets. Just then, his pores opened because a crisis suddenly emerged. Spider telepathy had served its purpose, which made him foresee all dangers. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were coming, but Bruce just dodged them like they were nothing. A figure appeared in front of him soon afterward, holding a black dagger in his hand. This was a level 7 agent, who was top-notch in response time, speed, and strength. If it was someone else, he would definitely succeed. But he was currently facing Bruce. And so, immediately 3 flying knives appeared in Bruce's hand. Whoosh! With how fast and accurate they were, there was nowhere to escape for the level 7 agent. Clang! 3 flying knives hit the man in succession. With their strength, they blew him away into a nearby branch. He seemed to have been seriously injured, as he was struggling to get up for a while. He opened his eyes, feeling extremely shocked. How could a level 6 agent be so powerful? While he was shocked, Bruce appeared in front of him in an instant. His palm touched the man's body, and then his information appeared in front of Bruce. But Bruce just frowned slightly. Although this guy was a level 7 agent, he only had a few ordinary abilities. There were no special abilities. With a slight sigh, Bruce took out his dagger and made a decent-sized cut on the combat suit of the agent. A yellow smoke came out, thereby eliminating the level 7 agent. Why is he so powerful? Fuck. The agent was still a bit surprised that he couldn't even manage to last half a minute against a level 6 agent. That was too fast. If this was a real battle, I would definitely die. But regardless, he had already been eliminated. The future battles were none of his business. After dealing with that guy, Bruce instantly went to search for prey. He had spider telepathy activated constantly, so no matter how tiny a sound was made, it would never escape his ability. Before long, he had already reached the edge of the training forest area. Gotcha! Suddenly, there was a sound that made him turn his head in an instant. Haha, Bruce. An old Chinese saying goes, "Aged ginger is more pungent." As Bruce turns his head, Zoe's voice came from his back. This guy was deliberately speaking, but in fact, Zoe was behind Bruce. Without hesitation, Zoe fired several shots off. Inside the gun were rubber bullets. They were powerful, but not fatal. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, 5 or 6 bullets wandered from all angles. Zoe was very powerful and very experienced, so ordinary people would definitely get shot. But at this moment, Bruce's hand shined. Hand enhancement. Bang, bang. His hands had turned into countless shadows as all the rubber bullets were taken down, one by one. How was that possible? Zoe was shocked. Rubber bullets were not lethal, but if Bruce went on like this, his hands would definitely be fractured. Suddenly, Zoe felt the danger he was in. Bruce was so fast that he appeared in front of Zoe in an instant after settling the bullets. In the face of this former teacher, Bruce did not show any mercy. With a dagger in his hand, he turned his whole body into a ghost that could not be seen clearly. Then, he pierced Zoe's uniform. "Mr. Zoe, you're out." Bruce looked at Zoe, who was releasing yellow smoke, and laughed. But the latter did not respond. What a powerful man. He's much better than he was a month ago. Zoe couldn't believe it, but his eyes revealed the change he went through. It was a kind of respect for a powerhouse. A strong man, no matter where he was, would always be respected. Zoe thought he knew Bruce very well, and he thought that if he attacked from the front, he would not be Bruce's opponent. So he chose to make a sneak attack from behind. Yet in the end, he still failed. "You are really strong. Your future achievements are unimaginable," Zoe said. In his eyes, Bruce's growth rate was insanely fast. So fast that he wasn't able to accept it. "Thanks." Bruce smiled, choosing not to say anything. "Really, Joe, you need to be careful of this man." Zoe looked at Bruce and said a name. Bruce nodded and didn't ask much. Since Zoe was so serious, perhaps this man had some special abilities. Subsequently, Bruce left the place. In less than 10 minutes, he had dealt with 2 level 7 agents. His performance had already caught the eyes of Coulson and Hill. Hawkeye was right. He is very strong. Coulson looked at Bruce's performance with a hint of a smile. Hill nodded, not saying anything. Just when she looked at the screen again, her face changed. What is he going to do? Coulson was also attracted by her words and immediately looked at the screen. Bruce was moving extremely fast. The others were all hiding in the dark, while Bruce seemed to be doing the opposite. There were two possibilities for this. One was that Bruce was very young and very reckless, and the other was that Bruce had absolute confidence in his strength. And after Coulson took a look at the whole area, his eyes gradually revealed his excitement. Could it be that? Was Bruce's goal all the agents in the training ground? Impossible. That was too difficult. Coulson and Hill looked at each other and then focused their vision on Bruce. They want to see what exactly was Bruce up to. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Bruce had been using his spider telepathy to the limit. He had been searching for Joe for a few minutes now, but not to mention finding Joe, he could not find anyone. So Bruce decided to use himself as bait to attract everyone. And his plan had indeed worked. Just as he exposed his body, someone took a shot at him. And afterwards, Coulson and Hill saw something that shocked them to their core. In about 10 minutes, a total of 5 agents shot at Bruce. And within this 10-minute time frame, Bruce's strength had been fully demonstrated. One by one, agents were eliminated by him, and some of them didn't even know how they were eliminated. These were all elites of S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, Bruce had fully entered Phil Coulson's eyes. Whether it be his speed, strength, reaction time, and execution, they were all extremely perfect without any wasted movements in the whole process. His battle process was similar to art. He was too terrifying. This guy, is he human? Seeing all this, Coulson sighed. Even Hill was shocked. They had been working as S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time, and yet they had never seen such a terrifying person. Even if Hawkeye and Black Widow could do this now, at that age, they were definitely not as nimble and simple as Bruce. After half an hour, there are only 3 left. Hill looked at the time displayed on the screen and said, "Originally, this test was supposed to take an entire day. Now, only Joe is left." Just as Hill finished, Coulson spoke up. "This is strong fighting, but I don't know how Bruce will deal with Joe," said Hill. Hill and Phil Coulson were anxious to see what would happen. Meanwhile, Bruce was currently entering an abandoned house. It was a very dark area with absolutely no light. He had eliminated 10 other agents, leaving just one, and that one was Joe. Among the 10 agents, there were 2 that had special abilities, but their abilities were not what he wanted. So he did not choose to download them. "I hope Joe can surprise me." Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, and Bruce's expression changed dramatically. He saw a shadow pass by from the corner of his eye. Yet he did not choose to follow it immediately, he just stood there. The speed of the shadow was very fast. If Bruce didn't have spider telepathy, it would be difficult to capture any trace of that shadow. Suddenly, the shadow flashed past again. This time, Bruce saw it clearly. It was a man. He instantly chased without hesitating. This is bad. And after chasing for more than 10 meters, he stopped. Behind him, there was a man pointing a pair of guns at him. 2. Bruce was surprised. Just as this idea appeared in Bruce's mind, he immediately threw it out. He vividly remembered that he had eliminated 10 people. As only 12 agents took part in this test, it was impossible for there to be a third person. But then, why were there 2? Is this his special ability? But now is not the time to delve deep into his thoughts. Behind him, the person dual-wielding guns had already begun his attack. In less than a second, Bruce turned around, no longer hesitating over the matter. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots sounded out, and within such a short distance, almost no one could manage to dodge them. Bruce, however, was the exception to this, as he had the spider telepathy ability. Everything around him suddenly slowed down and was clear as day. Even the track the rubber bullets would take was also on full display in front of his eyes. He activated super speed, and Bruce's whole body began moving at an incredible speed. While he was dodging the rubber bullets, he took out several flying knives and threw them towards his opponent all at once. In front of the gaping Coulson and Hill, Bruce somehow managed to evade every single bullet. This at such a short distance, too. Coulson was stunned speechless. Joe, too, was stunned. Facing the unexpected flying knives coming towards him, he barely managed to hide behind a wall before they struck. However, the power of Bruce's flying knives exceeded his imagination, and the whole wall collapsed. Seeing that he had Joe cornered, Bruce wanted to continue throwing his flying knives. Sadly for him, though, he detected the other person behind him, and spider telepathy was activated instantly. No, the person behind me seems to be the fake. Thanks to his activation of spider telepathy, he spotted the flaw. The shadow behind him was very strange. It stood completely still and did not move a muscle throughout the whole thing. After figuring that out, Bruce completely ignored the shadow behind him, and his body directly catapulted out towards the real Joe. With the help of strengthened hands, he smashed his way through the wall Joe was hiding behind. Boom! Just as the sound reached Joe, Bruce began attacking him. Bang, bang, bang. Joe's fighting technique was very strong. Regardless, however, he couldn't beat Bruce. With his superb level fighting technique, as well was his super speed, Bruce moved like the wind. Bang! Soon afterwards, Bruce spotted a flaw in Joe's technique and managed to land a punch, making Joe instantly cough out a large amount of blood. Afterwards, Bruce jumped on him and grabbed him by the head. Name: Rayleigh Joe. Identity: Level 7 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ability: Top-level fighting technique, 200 MB. Firearms proficiency, 300 MB. Assassination technique, 200 MB. Clone, 2 GB. Clone, huh? This was a new ability that Bruce has not seen before. Clone, as its name suggested, was able to conjure up another Bruce. The two bodies, whether in breath, expression, or look, were exactly the same as each other. But this was only an illusion. It was not a real clone of Bruce. It couldn't attack, nor could it move. Its function was to confuse the enemy, not attack them. Without even thinking about it, Bruce started the download. Beep, connection successful. Beep, clone ability, size 2 GB. Download initializing. Beep, current download speed is 2 MB/s, valid within 10 meters. Bruce knew that Coulson and company might be watching him, so he spent $100,000 to accelerate the download speed by 100 times. And just 10 seconds later, he heard that oh-so-familiar beeping noise. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you have obtained the clone ability. The moment he obtained the clone ability, he shot again, knocking Joe to the ground. The yellow smoke appeared, which meant that Bruce had become the final winner. At the same time, standing in front of multiple screens, Coulson and Hill simultaneously took in a deep breath. The strength that Bruce just displayed was beyond their wildest imaginations. If he completes this task with flying colors, he could very well be promoted to a level 7 agent. Hill smiled, obviously very satisfied with Bruce. If she was being honest, she even wanted to snatch Bruce away, but Coulson would obviously not let that happen. Don't even think about it. Coulson smiled and walked out of the room. The test was over, so they headed out to officially announce the winner. Meanwhile, Bruce and all the others went out of the training ground. With the exception of Bruce, all the others were still releasing yellow smoke. They all looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. A single level 6 agent managed to beat all of them. Too shameful. But regardless of that, they had to admit that Bruce was indeed very powerful. Congratulations, Bruce. You have qualified. The task is yours. Coulson's voice was heard, and all the agents immediately stood straight. Everyone else, follow me. You have different tasks. Coulson looked at Bruce, then left with the other agents. At this point, only Bruce and Hill were left. As the winner, Bruce was not complacent. He was the same as before. His face was bland, and it seemed as if he had not done anything. Hill was very satisfied with Bruce's character. You are very powerful. No wonder Barton said that you almost beat him. After hearing this, Bruce was stunned at first, but felt amused after a while. Hawkeye was obviously beaten before, but when he told Hill about it, he said that Bruce only almost defeated him. Indeed, even superheroes had to keep up appearances. But Bruce didn't care much about that. Those things were not important to him. At the moment, the only thing he cared about was what Hill would say next. This task is very important, but unfortunately we don't have the manpower to handle it, so we decided to hold a competition between you elites, which you won. Even now, Hill had not said what the task was. Regardless, Bruce managed to guess some of it. This is a top secret in S.H.I.E.L.D, but since you have been given this task, you need to know it. Hill smiled and motioned to Bruce to follow him. Bruce nodded and followed Hill. Billionaire Tony Stark announced his identity as Iron Man before, and not long ago, a big explosion occurred in New Mexico. Afterwards, more events occurred in New Mexico, and even a Nordic god appeared there. Do you get what I mean? On the way to their destination, Hill talked about some of the recent events. As she was talking about them in order, Bruce could roughly guess their identities, being Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor respectively. These men all had power beyond the scope of an average person's understanding. However, what Hill mentioned to Bruce were only superficial matters. S.H.I.E.L.D. has decided to form an unprecedentedly powerful organization formed by men like this, Hill said, as she entered an elevator and motioned to Bruce to follow him. As the agent I have personally selected, you are the only one who knows about this. Hill looked at Bruce, smiled. Of course, Bruce knew what she meant. This was a top secret in S.H.I.E.L.D., and she didn't want others to know about it. All right, then. Now I will take you to meet a legendary man, and your task as a helper is to help him resume his training within a certain time frame. After saying that, Hill remained silent. Time went by. As the two both remained silent, passing through security gates one by one. As his level improved, so did Bruce's understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. To Bruce, S.H.I.E.L.D. represented a huge and mysterious organization with the world's most modern technology and most powerful men. Soon after, Bruce and Hill came to a very mysterious base. There were all kinds of research equipment around here. This was the interior of the Avengers base, an area only level 8 agents and above could enter. Bruce could also see many researchers dressed in white pass by occasionally. That is Eric Selvig? Among the many researchers that passed by, Bruce managed to spot a rather well-known person. He was a big researcher of the Tesseract, as well as a senior physicist. In fact, Hydra had began studying the Tesseract decades ago and had already achieved some results. S.H.I.E.L.D. had had a bit of a late start, but they had also had some results. Regardless if it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, though, they both wanted to make weapons of destruction. Nick Fury did not fully believe in the Avengers he had chosen, so he wanted to make a weapon he could control. As for whether he wanted to terrorize his enemies or just have leverage over his superheroes, nobody knew. However, Bruce did not care about any of that. According to the timeline, the Tesseract will be brought to Asgard by Thor during the New York War. Will I have a chance to download something off the space and mine gems? There would be 2 Infinity Gems throughout the whole New York War, and downloading something off them would take a very long time. But if he wanted to imitate Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet in the future, he had to have those gems. As for the others, Bruce did not even spare them a thought. Currently, he could not even protect himself very well, let alone others. Okay, here we are. Just then, Hill's voice broke his chain of thought. Suddenly, a huge dust-free clean room appeared in front of him, with everything inside being almost all white. In the center, a tall white man was sitting on the bed, his eyes seeming a little confused. His physique was perfect. Even through his clothes, Bruce could feel his powerful explosive force. "Captain, this is your helper," Hill said. The man turned around and took a look at Bruce. That was Steve Rogers, better known as Captain America. And at the end of the room, a shield with the American flag was neatly placed there. That was, of course, the vibranium shield. According to what Bruce knew, Captain America's vibranium shield was different from other vibranium weapons. The shield used vibranium as the main material, but some accidents occurred during the manufacturing process, causing the material composition ratio of the shield to change, and even with the most advanced technology, it could no longer be analyzed. Yet it was also because of this accident that the toughness of the vibranium shield managed to reach the next level, making it much more powerful than other objects made out of vibranium. It could even be said that half of Captain America's combat prowess came from his shield. So, with that said, Bruce decided that he must have it, especially because S.H.I.E.L.D. would take it away relatively soon. Coulson was going to be designing a new battle suit for Captain America, and he would be using the shield as a reference. At this point, Steve turned to Hill after glancing at Bruce. My future helper? He had only been awake for a short period of time, and he could not yet fully grasp the situation he was in. Yes, Captain, your body needs to recover gradually. During this period, Bruce will be helping you. Hill replied, She was among the top echelon of S.H.I.E.L.D, but she still had a great deal of respect for Captain America. He was, after all, a real hero. Captain America nodded and remained seated after hearing her out. He looked at Bruce and solemnly said, "Well, Bruce, I will arrange everything for you. Captain America is our hero, and his strength is beyond your imagination." Bruce gave a small smile and answered, "I know." Bruce knew Captain America very well, and he certainly knew what he had to do. Next, Bruce walked towards Captain America with the same small smile on his face. He held out his hand and said, "Hello, Captain. My name is Bruce Lite." The captain looked at Bruce's extended hand and moved as to shake it while replying, "Steve Rogers." And just as the two's hands touched, Captain America's information was displayed in Bruce's mind. Name, Steve Rogers. Identity, Captain America. Ability, superb level fighting technique, 400 MB. Super endurance, 25 GB. Defective, super serum gene, 50 GB. Defective, body and shield as 100 GB. Vibranium shield, 300 GB. Strategic wisdom, 2 GB. There were 6 superpower level abilities in Captain America's possession, and 2 of them were defective. Name his super endurance and the super serum gene. Because Captain America had been asleep for 70 years, some of his abilities had been greatly affected. But, according to Bruce's prediction, Captain America's strength should have been recovered by at least half. Bruce was eager because the captain had 2 abilities that Bruce really wanted to get. Bruce looked at the vibranium shield and body and shield as one and started the download. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Ability body and shield as one. Size 100 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Ability vibranium shield. Size 300 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Current download speed is 2 MB/s. Effective within 10 meters. Captain America was really strong, and the 2 abilities he wanted to download off of him had a combined size of 400 GB. It was too astonishing. Even the 100x speed-up would not do the trick this time. Bruce had to purchase the 1000x1. Bruce felt as if his heart was on fire, as he had lost yet another million. "It doesn't matter. After completing this task, I will get $5 million as a reward." Bruce comforted himself for a bit to ease his pain. With the 1000x speed-up, the download would finish in less than 4 minutes. At the same time, though, Hill walked over to Captain America and said, "Someone wants to give you a surprise, and he needs to use your shield for a while." The captain just nodded, so Hill took the shield and said to Bruce, "Take good care of the captain," before walking out. Now, only Captain America and Bruce were left in the room. "Although you are from S.H.I.E.L.D, I still want to arrange my next training by myself." Captain America looked at Bruce. After seeing such a young agent be sent to him, in the captain's eyes, he might be a little strong, but he would no doubt be inexperienced. Bruce just smiled and looked at the captain. "Captain, if my guess is right, you should be unable to keep your state of fighting for prolonged periods of time. Unlike before, am I right?" After hearing his words, the captain's face changed. Endurance had always been his strong point. No matter what kind of an opponent or blow he had faced, he could always continue to fight. However, now, he had been asleep for 70 years, and his endurance had been severely reduced. He knew this, but the problem was, how did this young agent in front of him discover it so fast? Bruce kept on smiling and did not continue to explain, because this was enough. As he expected, soon afterwards, the system rang in Bruce's beep. Download complete. Beep. Congratulations, you've obtained the ability body and shield as one. Beep. Congratulations, you've obtained the vibranium shield. Beep. The system has detected a superhero-level weapon. New system function has been made available. Please over your panel to see the changes. That last one in particular made Bruce lose his cool completely. He did not even know that the system had more functions to be unlocked. His excitement did, however, dim noticeably when he discovered that the new function was a warehouse. At the same time he discovered it, though, his mind was filled with a huge amount of new information. The system warehouse, in short, was Bruce's exclusive storage space that functioned as a void pouch from those Chinese web novels Bruce used to read in his previous life. And in there, damaged items would be automatically repaired. The time required for the repairing process depended on the severity of the damage to the specific item, and it was by no means an instant fix. Another function of the warehouse was to change the exterior and materials of the weapon inside. For example, the vibranium shield that was mainly made out of vibranium was easily detectable. But after the change, the composition of the shield could not get detected. In other words, after the change, everything was the same as before, just that nobody could find out what the weapon was made from. After Bruce figured out its potential uses, he was overjoyed. He was always a bit worried before if in the future his copy of specific weapons was discovered by others. What would he do then? Now, this was no longer a problem. This meant that whether it be Thor's hammer or Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, he could have them all. Afterwards, Bruce opened up his system panel again. Name: Bruce Lite. Identity: Level 6 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Gene, Spider Telepathy, Body and Shield as 1, Super Speed, Super Strength, Mind Control Immunity, Self-Healing, Strength in Hands, Supervision, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Warehouse: Vibranium Shield. Balance: $1 million. Sure enough, the system panel had been completely upgraded. Now he no longer needed to worry about where to put his weapons. After all, he had his own personal warehouse. As long as he needed a shield, he could summon it out at any time. Meanwhile, Captain America said nothing. He was just quietly looking at Bruce. His endurance and physical strength were not as good as before. If he wanted to recover, he needed systematic training. But for the man in front of him to see that in just a glacé made the captain feel a bit uneasy. What do you think I should do? Bruce began to think about what to tell him. He had the system, and he clearly knew the captain's current state. Now, there were only two abilities that he wanted to obtain from him, namely, the Super Serum Gene and his Super Endurance. The Super Endurance ability was unique to Captain America. The ability made him be virtually tireless, so he could fight for a ridiculous amount of time, nearly forever. As for the Super Serum Gene, he didn't give it that much thought. So, his training plan would focus on recovering the captain's endurance ability for the most part. Captain, I will arrange your training plan well, so that you can recover to your peak in the shortest time possible. Bruce's tone did not change, appearing very calm. Even in the face of superheroes, he could remain calm. Captain America looked at Bruce once more, saying nothing. Afterwards, they left the room. S.H.I.E.L.D. had arranged a training room for them in a separate area, not the previous underground base. This was also the first time Captain America saw the sun. His eyes still show some confusion. Everything in front of him just felt so strange. Bruce looked at the captain. Captain, the world has changed, but there are more battles to be fought and wars to be won. Captain America just nodded as per usual and said nothing. After that, Bruce began to make training plans for Captain America. The main focus of the trainings would be to recover his endurance and physical strength. He hoped that the captain could recover fast so that he could download the last two abilities from him. Later, the captain began his first training exercise after his deep 70-year coma. During this period, Bruce was observing everything in the room. This room was the place where Nick Fury met with Captain America when the plot of the Avengers began. This meant that Loki was about to descend to Earth, and that the New York War was imminent. Bruce also looked for any surveillance, but was reassured when he discovered none. Of course, Bruce knew that there would definitely be a lot of guards not far away from here. After all, Captain America was one of the S.H.I.E.L.D's top secrets. At this moment, Captain America was training. S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him the best food they could provide to help him recover. Bruce, though, managed to leave the room without anyone noticing, and then went to the woods. This place was no longer within the scope of surveillance and guards. At this time, Bruce's thoughts moved, and in his hands a shield appeared. It was, of course, the vibranium shield. But now, the exterior of the shield, it was not the same as before. It didn't have the red and blue colors on it, and there was no star in the middle as well. The copy of a shield was completely black, making it seem ancient and mysterious. After the modifications, the exterior of the copy was unrecognizable. Not even Captain America would recognize that this was a copy of his shield. Even with the most advanced instruments to test, no one could find any similarities between the two. Bruce's eyes flash a little. Then he threw the shield forward without hesitation. With his powerful strength, the rotation speed of the shield managed to reach an incredible level. At the same time, though, Bruce used his spider telepathy to watch the flight path of the shield. Boom! The shield struck a large tree, but with its massive momentum, the tree completely fell apart. Afterwards, Bruce turned into an afterimage, instantly flashing dozens of meters away. He used the body and shield as one ability, and the shield, which had been flying in a straight line, was now turning back, almost as if it was being pulled by some mysterious force. Bruce just raised his hand and easily caught the shield. With the body and shield as one ability, the shield could return by itself within a range of 1,000 meters. While it was not as good as Thor's hammer, it was enough for Bruce. At least for now, that is. And now, whether it be attack or defense, Bruce had reached an all-time peak. He reached an almost perfect sort of balance. Then, Bruce began training with the shield. After all, although he had those two abilities, he still needed a lot of practice to truly reach the perfect state. Like that, 1 hour passed. During this time, he completely understood how to use his power. His current strength had even exceeded Captain America's when he was at his peak. Even if he was compared with all the first-generation Avengers, his combat power could be considered to be among the top few. To perfect Parker's absorbent ability, I should also need about 5 days, and for Captain America to recover to his peak state should also take about 3 days. Bruce was in deep thought as he knew the general trend of this universe. He would take part in the First New York War, as he still wanted some of the other superheroes' abilities. If he did not join, he would not have the chance to even get near some of them. Subsequently, Bruce returned to the room arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America was a very self-disciplined man. He had been rigorously training according to the plan Bruce gave him, and he didn't need Bruce to remind him of anything. Because of that, the two did not chat during his training. In fact, if not for getting the rest of Captain America's abilities and the $5 million bonus on top of that, Bruce would not stay here at all. Like that, time passed by bit. Meanwhile, Bruce was looking at some of the recent events on the computer. There was a video called Spider-Man in particular that managed to get his attention. He opened the video, and sure enough, it was Parker on the screen. He had officially begun his superhero life under Bruce's teachings. At the same time, in the Avengers base, a jet landed at the airport, and soon after, Coulson and Hill were seen standing near the plane in their sunglasses, seemingly waiting for something. The plane door opened, and 2 men walked out from it. One of the men was Hawkeye, and the other was a tall African-American wearing an eye mask with some dangerous airs about him. After seeing the man, all the agents stood even more upright, including Coulson and Hill. The man looked at Coulson and asked, "Where's the doctor?" "In the underground base," Coulson replied, looking very solemn. This man was the Level 10 agent and current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. "Lead me to him. It's time now," Nick Fury said. Afterwards, everyone walked into the Avengers base, and after multiple layers of security checks, they got into the base. "Now, how's the captain now?" Fury asked. It seemed that he really cared about this matter. "The captain has started his recovery training, and his helper is absolutely reliable. I believe the captain will be back to his peak state very soon," Hill answered, holding a tablet with Bruce's picture in it. "Is this a new guy?" Fury asked with doubt in his voice. He had never seen the man on the tablet. "Yes, but he is very strong, and he was the most suitable candidate," Coulson replied. Fury nodded after hearing that. It was obvious that he trusted Coulson very much. "Those damned legislators have already got some negative views of the Avengers. We need to hurry up," Fury said. It seemed that even he was under a great deal of pressure. Coulson and Hill looked at each other, deciding not to say anything. Nick Fury was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he could meet the American president at any time. His rights and his status were obviously very high. This was mostly because S.H.I.E.L.D. had gotten many achievements before Fury got the support of the American president. But even so, he could not totally ignore those legislators. I'll set up another secret base, and it'll be very important. You and Hill will have joint leadership, and Barton will assist you from time to time, Fury said, and the three men just nodded. They clearly knew about this matter beforehand. After passing through countless layers of doors, Fury and company finally reached their destination. "Doctor!" Fury gave a shout. A white old man looked up and walked towards Fury with a smile. The old man was naturally Eric Selvig. Fury took out some files and said, Selvig took the files from Fury's hands. After opening them, the first page he saw contained a picture displaying a blue Rubik's Cube that looked very mysterious. That mysterious blue Rubik's Cube was in fact the Tesseract. "I've been waiting so long. Has the time finally come?" After seeing the picture, Dr. Selvig's eyes were filled with excitement. As a physicist, studying unknown physical phenomena was his lifelong hobby. We can't put all our hopes on others. Having power ourselves is the most important thing. Fury was very serious when he said this. After all, as a man in his position, he couldn't trust anyone, let alone bet everything on others. Everyone in the room nodded. It was in Hydra's possession once, but their technology at that time cannot compare with ours now. We are the ones with the advantage. Fury finished, then directly left the scene. He had another secret base prepared. Everything was ready. He only needed to place the staff to begin. As for the other plan, it was not the right time yet. Fury's belief was that only when his own power was strong enough could he succeed. "Prepare the emergency defense if an accident happens. I need to know instantly," Fury said. He had two plans in mind, and the first one was to study the Tesseract in detail. Soon after, all kinds of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents walked out from the base, boarded the helicopters, and went to the secret base. At the same time, Bruce, who was currently training with the captain, did not suspect a thing. "Bruce, I think I have recovered. Let's go for a spar." Captain America's voice was heard from behind Bruce. He was wearing a t-shirt, sweating profusely. During the last couple of days in training, he felt that he was back to his peak. He seemed to have become the younger version of himself again, but he still thought that he did not belong to this era. Bruce took a look at the captain, but he did not refuse. In fact, he did the opposite. "Okay, let's go." The two put on gloves, and their eyes gradually narrowed. As expected, the captain punched out first. His attack was very fast, and with such strength that he could total a car easily. Boom! Their fists collided, and a loud roar sounded out. The huge impact from the collision brought forth a vigorous wind. Both the captain and Bruce just stood there, not moving. "Wow, you're this powerful." The captain's face was filled with shock. Bruce's strength was actually the same as his. Although he did not use his whole strength, this was still very surprising. Bruce said nothing, opting to make a move instead. Boom! The two were extremely fast in their exchanges despite their huge strength. Even the cameras could not capture their movements. It was clear that their fight could already be regarded as having exceeded the human limits. After their exchange of blows, Bruce knew the captain's current state. Name: Steve Rogers. Identity: Captain America. Ability: Superb Level Fighting Technique 400 MB, Super Endurance 100 GB, Super Serum Gene 100 GB, Body and Shield is 100 GB, Vibranium Shield 300 GB, Strategic Wisdom 2 GB. His Super Endurance and Super Serum genes had returned to their perfect state. In other words, Captain America was back to his peak now. Next, Bruce started the download without hesitation. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Super Endurance size 100 GB. Start downloading. Beep. Super Serum Gene. Size 100 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Current download speed is 2 MB/s. Valid within 10 meters. Soon, he would have two additional powerful abilities. He was especially looking forward to the Super Serum Gene that would strengthen all the abilities that were related to his body. Even the self-healing ability would be vastly improved. With his current download speed, he would need a long time to download them. Regardless, Bruce did not use the 1000x speed-up. He still needed to download Parker's abilities, and he could not spend all his money on the captain. Instead, he bought the 500x speed-up. With this, the download would finish in less than 4 minutes. With his current strength, Bruce could hold the captain off indefinitely, and he could even beat him almost easily. Especially now that the captain's shield was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D, his strength was even lower. But Bruce did not do so. He didn't want to expose his real strength this early on. Hiding some of his strength was the safest option. So while the fight seemed very fierce, Bruce was in fact taking it easy. Even so, the captain was very surprised. No one could compare to him at his age. Are all young agents so strong nowadays? His fighting technique had no effect on Bruce. But even so, he was not afraid, because he had the super endurance ability. He could fight as long as he wanted. But he had yet to understand that facing him was no regular agent. It was instead Bruce, a real monster. Although Bruce did not reveal his full strength, he still felt Captain America's power. He had the confidence to defeat him, but as time passed, Captain America got more and more powerful. The state of the captain made Bruce feel surprised because he had never met a man like him who could improve his battle prowess during the fight, whether it be Hawkeye or Spider-Man. Nevertheless, Bruce did not mind it too much. If the rate of improvement was just this much, the captain could never defeat him. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you have obtained the super endurance ability. Beep, congratulations, you have obtained the super serum gene ability. And at this time, the voice of the system came again. Bruce instantly felt his body become more powerful after obtaining the 2 new abilities. He could clearly feel a mysterious energy merging into every corner of his body, making his strength and endurance greatly increase. It was as if he was a robot who could never feel tired or exhausted. Even the energy he lost from all the fighting with the captain had recovered. After obtaining these 2 abilities, he felt that even if he was to be fatally injured, it would not have an effect on his combat power. Under the strengthening of the super serum gene, his self-healing ability had improved to a completely new level. His overall strength had reached a new level. In the meantime, Bruce was fighting with Captain America, and both of them seemed to be fiercely going at it. The captain could clearly feel that Bruce's strength was falling off as the fight prolonged before, but now, Bruce seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. This made him feel strange. This guy's this strong? He was shocked. He couldn't make himself believe it. But this was really how he felt, so he decided to reveal more of his strength. The fighting between them escalated once again. But Bruce did not decide to defeat the captain. This was not a part of his plan. So finally, after an hour of continuous fighting, the captain thought to call it here. He was speechless. Bruce's endurance was in no way worse than his. This was the first time he had met such a man. Okay, let's call it here. If we go on like this, the fight will never end, the captain said. Although he could go on, he did not know what Bruce's limit was. And the goal of this spar with Bruce was just to determine to what level he had recovered to. Unexpectedly, he had met such an opponent. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D chose him to help me train, the captain sighed in his heart, and the way he looked at Bruce had begun to change. Bruce stopped immediately after the captain spoke. He had gotten the best abilities Captain America had to offer, and as for the other ones, he did not care about them. Strategic wisdom, although important, was of little use to Bruce, who had no plans to lead a group. He only wanted to strengthen his own personal strength. Captain, your recovery is very impressive. He said the truth. The captain had been sleeping for 70 years, and after being frozen for so long, he had recovered to this level within a matter of days. That recovery speed was really very impressive. That's a joke, the captain sighed. He even began to doubt his own strength. A level 6 agent was so powerful, this had been a real shock to him. As for Bruce, he had no reply for the captain's sigh. But he had recalled something and said, after a few days, I will leave for 1 day to deal with something. He wanted to go to Queens, New York, as Parker's absorbent ability should have evolved to its peak state already. The captain nodded. He had almost recovered. Now he just needed more training. Afterwards, they talked for a while. Then Bruce left alone. He still needed to practice Captain America's abilities so that he could use them with more flexibility. After 2 days, Bruce returned to the Avengers base under the arrangement of S.H.I.E.L.D. When he once again appeared in the Avengers base, he found something strange. The guards had become way more strict than before. "Hey, Bruce." At this time, Bill's voice came from behind him. Bruce turned and greeted him. "Did anything happen recently? The guards look way more strict than before." "Yeah, Mr. Fury came back a few days ago, but he left soon afterwards with Mr. Barton, Mr. Coulson, and some researchers dressed in white." Bill replied. He had a rough grasp of the situation. Regardless, Bruce managed to guess something off of that. S.H.I.E.L.D. had likely begun its study on the Tesseract. This was a signal. It meant that the outbreak of the New York War would be in less than a week, meaning Bruce's plan would need to speed up. After that, he chatted with Bill for a while before going to the logistics department. He had to hurry up and meet with Parker to get his ability. After all, with the New York War being so close, he had to be ready to face everything. In the center of New York, a red figure was shuttling between the tall buildings. His speed as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, in a building less than a street away from him, a fire was raging along with various screams. Beep! A fire truck appeared and firefighters armed with hoses looked at the burning room on the 20th floor. "Sir, the water pressure is too low," a fireman said. The 20th floor was indeed too high, and ordinary water cannons could not reach there. As the fire accident had happened too suddenly, the firefighters had had no time to prepare. As the person in charge, dealing with this situation was very difficult. Immediately increase the pressure, call the office, and tell them to arrive as soon as possible. Although he said that very confidently, he knew that facing such a big fire, while the reinforcements came, the whole room would have long been burned down. "Sir, there is still a child still inside," a firefighter said, as they had heard about this from the residents here. The chief took another look at everything, and despite having done the best he could, he was still filled with worry. Facing such a big fire, he couldn't let his men take big risks. Even if he wanted to, their current equipment could not cope with such a big fire. "Look, what is that?" Just then, a voice came. It was from a man pointing to the sky. Instantly, everyone looked at the location he had pointed to. They barely managed to catch a glimpse of a red figure rushing into the burning room. "Spider-Man, Spider-Man!" a child shouted, filled with excitement. During Bruce's trainings, news about Spider-Man had already appeared in several major newspapers. But so far, no one knew who he was. Seeing this, every fireman released a sigh of relief. The child would get to live if there was not another accident. "Hey, look, there's another one," another voice said, and everyone exclaimed. They saw a black figure fall from the sky and follow the red figure into the burning room. What was going on? Were there two Spider-Men? Everyone was once again shocked. Not long after, a red and a black figure rushed out from the room. In the arms of the red figure, there was the child that was in danger. "Woo!" The crowd applauded. The child had been saved. As they were applauding, the black figure disappeared instantly in front of the crowd. The red figure was obviously Peter Parker. He looked at the disappearing black figure and shouted in excitement, "Mr. Bruce!" Afterwards, Parker put the child down and left the area fast as well. None of the people on the scene knew what had just happened. Parker had been practicing his abilities, so he could now freely travel throughout the city. His speed was extremely fast as well. But even so, he could not keep up with the black figure. Parker stood on a tall building, took off his mask, and the disappointment in his eyes was revealed. "Is Mr. Bruce disappointed in me?" "Parker, your movements are getting faster and faster." Just then, a voice came from behind him. His excitement returned immediately, and as he turned around, he saw the familiar man he had hoped to see. Naturally, it was Bruce. "Sir, I thought you didn't want to see me." To him, Bruce was his teacher, his idol. "No, I just wanted to test you a little, and I'm very satisfied with what I saw." According to what Parker revealed of his speed before, Bruce could tell that he had been training hard. Otherwise, his speed would definitely not be so good. "Thank you, sir," Parker said. He was happy to be praised by the man he admired. Without saying anything, Bruce put his hand on Parker's shoulder. His information instantly appeared in front of him. Name: Peter Benjamin Parker. Identity: high school student Spider-Man. Ability: Spider Telepathy 100 GB, Spider Strength 50 GB, Incomplete. Adsorbent Ability 100 GB, Spider Physique 70 GB, incomplete. The adsorbent ability had finally become complete. Now, only 2 abilities remained that were incomplete. Afterwards, Bruce downloaded the ability without hesitation. Beep, connection successful. Beep, adsorbent ability, size 100 GB, download initializing. Beep, current download speed is 2 MB/s, valid within 10 meters. He only had $500,000 currently. It was not much, but it was enough. Afterwards, he directly bought the 500x speedup. With the additional speedup, the download would finish in less than 2 minutes. As for the $500,000 he had just used, Bruce did not care. He would soon finish the Captain America task, and he would get $5 million just from that. To the current Bruce, $500,000 was only a small sum. Sir, this time, what do I need to do? Parker sounded very urgent. He hoped that he could do something to help Bruce. However, Bruce just shook his head slightly. Isn't your summer vacation coming soon? For the near future, I hope you no longer use your abilities and instead take your aunt and leave New York. At least until your summer vacation ends. Then you can come back. Hearing this, Parker was a little confused. He did not know what had just happened. Regardless, Bruce did not say anything. The First New York War would begin in less than a week, and Parker was just not strong enough yet to do anything in this war. And after all, Bruce had already regarded Parker as one of his men, so he had to give him some advice and care about him a little bit. In the future, Parker would definitely have more chances to show his strength. Now, Bruce only hoped that Parker was safe. There was another important thing, though. After Bruce downloaded Iron Man's wisdom ability, he hoped he would be able to design a battle armor alone, including a Spider-Man suit. When that time came, Parker would be perfect. After hearing Bruce's words, Parker started pondering. He was clever and got what Bruce meant. Soon, there would be a major event in New York, and Bruce wanted him to be safe, but at the same time, he really wanted to help Bruce. Sir, do you really not need my help? Parker asked again. Despite knowing that he was not yet strong enough, he still wanted to do something to help Bruce. This was his ultimate wish, to fight side by side with the person he looked up to the most. You still need to grow, don't rush it, Bruce smiled. Okay, sir, I'll do that. Just then, the voice of the system came in Bruce's mind again. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you've obtained the adsorbent ability. Afterwards, Bruce felt his body go through massive changes again. His palms grew some barb, which was covered with thousands of suckers, and his feet could now adsorbent the ground to better stabilize his body. The current Bruce could be said to be a second Spider-Man. Go home first. Your aunt will worry about you, said Bruce. Parker nodded reluctantly, then left, and soon afterwards, Bruce leaped up and disappeared into the darkness. Now, Bruce's abilities had become more and more perfect. Whether it be speed, strength, or defense, they had all reached a very balanced state. Now, the only thing I have to do is wait for the war to begin. Bruce stood on top of a building, pondering his next move. After the war started, he would meet many more superheroes, which meant that he would be able to download a lot more powerful abilities. And as the time would gradually go by, he would become stronger and stronger, eventually reaching an inconceivable level of power. Later, Bruce was back to the parking area and was ready to return to the Avengers base. These days, he could clearly feel that there were more and more agents coming to the Avengers base, and the guards had become a lot more strict. Even the level 6 and level 7 agents, which were rarely seen around, had begun to appear as well. According to his guess, Nick Fury was probably getting ready to carry out the Avengers plan. All the necessary requirements had been arranged, and he was just waiting for an opportunity. And this so-called opportunity would of course come when Loki fell to the earth. While this was top secret and no one else knew about it, Bruce, who was from the real Earth, knew what would happen before it even happened. After Bruce returned to the Avengers base, he went to meet Captain America and get his task reward of $5 million. Such a big amount of money would enable him to do a lot of things. When Bruce entered the room, the captain was still training. His self-discipline was very strong. Even with no supervision, he had continued to train just as hard as before. While he picked up on Bruce's arrival, he chose to ignore it. Later, Bruce opened his system panel to check his various abilities. Name: Bruce. Identity: Level 6 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Gene, Spider Telepathy, Super Serum Gene, Super Endurance, Body and Shield as one, Adsorbent Ability, Super Speed, Super Strength, Mind Control Immunity, Self-Healing, Strength in Hands, Supervision, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Warehouse: Vibranium Shield. Balance: 0. With all these abilities added up, I could easily be counted as one of the stronger superheroes. But regardless of that, he had no intention of becoming a superhero and joining the ranks of the Avengers. Everything he did for himself. Now, he had the Super Serum Gene, the Self-Healing Ability, and the Anti-Aging Gene. Under the effects of these 3 abilities alone, his body had reached an incredible level. Even if he was to get fatally hurt 10 times, he would still not die. His body was perfect and far beyond the limits of normal human beings. It was really formidable to reach such a state in such a short period of time. It was hard to believe, even. There was also the Vibranium Shield, which greatly strengthened his combat power. Now, he could face the upcoming New York War with a calm state of mind. He had transformed from a weak Level 1 agent to a powerful superhero. This was almost unheard of, and Bruce did it in only a couple of months. But now was not the time to be complacent. There were still many more powerful men than him in the Marvel Universe. His strength could only be considered to be somewhere in the middle of all the superheroes. As for the stronger superheroes, they would continue to grow as well and have not yet reached their limit. However, with that said, those stronger superheroes would still be incapable of defeating Thanos in the future. This was just the beginning of Bruce's journey. While thinking of this, a sharp glimmer came over Bruce's eyes. I have grown so strong in just a matter of months. In the end, I will be the strongest existence in this universe. Afterwards, he went to the captain's side again. Now that Captain America had returned to his peak, his training plan would need to change. Naturally, the captain had no objections toward this, as Bruce's strength had proven to be beyond his imagination. After giving Captain America his new training plan, the two passed their time in silence. The captain was not as cold as before. There was even some goodwill in his eyes, which probably came from his respect toward the strong. Time flew by, and soon a week passed. One particular morning, Hill came to them. "Bruce, your task has been completed," Hill said as she looked at Bruce. She was in fact very surprised. Bruce had somehow managed to return the captain to his peak state in less than 2 weeks. The main reason was because the captain's self-discipline was very good, but there was a premise to that. It was the training plan that Bruce had made for him. After this task, she had admired Bruce even more. "You have done well in this task, Bruce. The reward will be sent to you shortly." Hearing this, Bruce was secretly relieved. According to the timeline, Loki should soon fall to the Earth, which would deal a heavy blow to S.H.I.E.L.D. It could be said that the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be shaken up by him. However, Bruce did not care about those matters. All he cared about was if his reward would arrive on time. As long as it did, everything would be good. "This is my duty," Bruce replied. Hill nodded, then looked at the captain with a smile. "Captain, Coulson will give you a surprise gift for your return soon." The gift was, of course, the captain's battlesuit. Bruce already knew about this, so he wasn't surprised at the least. "I'm an old man already past his prime. I have no more time to develop, but thanks," the captain replied, looking very calm. In fact, anyone would be like this after being asleep for 70 years. The main reason was that everything had changed, and he knew that all too well. "Well then, Captain, have a good rest." "Bruce, come with me." Hill said no more and just looked at Bruce. The task had been completed. It was time to go back now. Bruce nodded, then turned to the captain. "Captain, we will meet again." With that, Bruce walked out of the room after Hill. It was finally time to really go into the plot of the Avengers. For this, Bruce had been preparing for as long as he could remember. Looking at Bruce's back, the captain shouted, "Thank you, Bruce." Bruce did not bother to turn around. He just waved his hand. There were still many things basically waiting for him. Soon after, they took a car and returned to the Avengers base. "Your work has been very good recently. Maybe you will be promoted to a level 7 agent soon." Sitting in shotgun, Hill looked at Bruce through the rearview mirror and said. Bruce just smiled, opting to remain quiet. Okay, the reward has sent. Now, you can rest for a while, Hill said as she glanced at her phone. Bruce replied casually. He knew that it was impossible to have a good rest. Sure enough, soon afterwards Hill's phone rang immediately as the car arrived at the base. What's wrong, Coulson? What? That's not normal. I'll come right away. They had yet to enter the base, but Hill had gotten Coulson's call, and immediately afterwards her face had changed. After the call, she took a helicopter and left Bruce alone. Looked at Hill's back. A smile formed on Bruce's face. It had finally started. If he had guessed correctly, he had officially entered the plot of the Avengers. The phone call must have been about the Tesseract. And since it was about the Tesseract, then it must mean that Loki had come. This was the beginning of the plot in the original series. Still, Bruce did not care about that, because S.H.I.E.L.D. would take heavy losses tonight, and Hawkeye would be controlled by Loki. But this all meant nothing to him. The important thing was the First New York War. This war would provide a lot of opportunities, and Bruce intended to seize the chance to improve his strength. First, he had to download a powerful superhero's abilities. He had the money for it, and he would get the opportunity during the war. Seeing as this was the case, his first choice was Iron Man. However, with Bruce's current identity, it would be very difficult to see Iron Man. Although, in the plot, Coulson went to find him, so Bruce set his sights on Coulson. Just as that thought came up, Bruce discarded it. If I am too active, I will attract a lot of unwanted attention. For now, it was better to keep a low profile. He had to be wary of many things before becoming one of the strongest superheroes. Later, Bruce entered the base. Except for the fact that there were somehow even more agents, the base did not look much different from before. The thing Hill dealt with was among the top secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., so naturally, not many agents knew about it. But that would all change soon. A certain event should happen tonight that would shake the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D. up. In the meantime, Bruce stood on the second floor of the base, looking calm. He was wordless, and he was waiting for something. Hey Bruce, long time no see, Bill said from behind him. Bruce still maintained his silence. Nothing happened recently, but I have an ominous feeling. As soon as Bill said that, Bruce turned around and looked at Bill with a little surprise. Perhaps you're right. What event do you think will happen? Wee woo. And just then, a shrill siren began to go off. All the agents stood where they were, at a loss of what to do. After all, ever since the base had been built, the alarm had never rang. But today it suddenly rang. What happened? The alarm will only go off if some major event happens. My friend said an unusual incident occurred in one of our secret bases. An unusual incident? What exactly? Some agents began to discuss it, but no one knew what happened specifically. In the background, the siren was still ringing. Everyone gather. Soon, Zoe's voice was heard. He walked out of the office quickly, his face filled with worry. Bruce, come gather all the agents with me. The sooner we gather them, the better. Zoe saw Bruce and instantly gave him an order. Currently in the base, the highest level agent was level 7. Okay, sir. Bill, you go to the logistics department and ask them to send all the helicopters. Since the alarm had rung, it represented that the base had entered its emergency state. Yes, sir. Bill immediately executed Bruce's order and began to gather helicopters. Everyone listen. Gather at the rotor station. Bruce shouted, and the panicked agents immediately calmed down. Yes, sir. The agents replied as they began to gather. In the meantime, Zoe entered the command room and began to deal with all the urgent matters. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were all well trained, so their discipline was very high. In less than 10 minutes, all the agents had gathered. A total of more than 100 agents had gathered at the rotor station. Among them, there were 5 level 7 agents and 10 level 6 agents. These top agents had a problem, however. Who would command all these agents? There was no one of higher level present. How about Bruce? At that time, Zoe recommended Bruce. I agree. These were the agents that had lost to Bruce in the previous test, so they acknowledged him as the leader rather quickly. Bruce nodded slightly, but he knew that everything they did here was pointless. It would take at least 20 minutes to reach the place, and when they did, everything would be too late. With that said, however, he still had to make a decision. "Well, Zoe, what's the state of the base now?" Bruce asked. Zoe solemnly stood up and said, "One of our secret bases was attacked. The enemy claimed to be from a god domain that was called Asgard, and Hawkeye has defected for unknown reasons." When this was revealed to everyone, they were all shocked. God domain, Asgard? Hawkeye betrayed us. The agents all felt shocked, but Zoe ignored their shock and continued speaking. "Now Director Fury is fighting with the enemy, and Coulson is on the way. So we need to move immediately, as this time, the enemy is very strange." Zoe glanced at everyone and said. Then he looked at Bruce. Now that Bruce was the temporary leader they had elected, every decision would be made by him. "Zoe takes 70 agents to support Director Fury. I will lead the others to meet up with Coulson. If the helicopters are not enough, you can use anything to reach your destination. The sooner the better. Now move." Bruce gave the order directly without hesitation and provided 2 routes. He knew it would be useless, but he could achieve his goal of meeting up with Coulson. That was his real intention. "Yes, sir," everyone said in unison and moved out. The agents with Bruce were all only level 4 or 5. All the top agents went with Zoe in their attempt to support the director, Nick Fury. Everyone moved, and as the commander, Bruce had 2 big helicopters. Soon, the helicopter's door opened. Meanwhile, at this time, the whole ground was sinking in some other area in New York, followed by the screaming of the crowd. The ground was covered with debris, and the police were evacuating the crowd out from the area. In the dark of night, in the sky, 4 helicopters were chasing their enemy. And in a car, a long-haired man that wore a green robe was just sitting there, looking extremely evil. Just his body had revealed a tremendous power, not to mention his other aspects. This kind of power did not belong to a human from Earth. This person was immortal as far as all types of bullets came, and even to other superheroes, his body seemed almost invulnerable. He was holding a spear inlaid with a blue energy stone, and on the blue energy stone, a terrifying force was gathering, flashing a dazzling light. In front of him, there were 4 cars acting as meat shields and leading the way. Dr. Eric Selvig and Hawkeye were sitting in one of those cars, looking very calm. But there was a strange blue light in their eyes that almost seemed unnoticeable. It was obvious to S.H.I.E.L.D., however, that both of them, as well as the men in the cars, were controlled by something. Nonetheless, not far behind those cars, the 4 helicopters were still in pursuit. All 4 of them were equipped with large-caliber machine guns, but the man in green was not moved in the slightest. The man was, after all, the evil god Loki, the king of Asgard, the son of Odin, and the brother of Thor. Meanwhile, inside of one of the helicopters, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury was shooting from one of the machine guns. The 2 sides were constantly fighting, but Hawkeye and Loki were way too powerful. Fury and his agents had no superpowers to speak of, which made them very passive. "Coulson, how much longer?" Fury said in the intercom. "Soon, sir. I have already informed the base." After that, Nick Fury put down the intercom and continued to fight with Loki and co. The Tesseract must not be taken away by them. Over the years, the Tesseract had been kept by S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury knew the power it held very well. Because of this, no matter what, he had to recapture it. But currently, they were in an unfavorable state in their fight against Loki, even if their firepower was very fierce. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bruce had found Coulson's group. They were moving extremely fast, but in the end, it had been doomed to fail from the start. "Sir, the director's helicopter has been hit by the enemy." Inside one of the helicopters, the aviator looked at Bruce and said, "Sure enough, although some details had changed a little in the Marvel Universe, because of his crossover, the general trend of major events was still the same. In the next part, Fury would officially begin the Avengers plan. Soon, Bruce met up with Coulson. "Bruce, are you on vacation?" Coulson asked, anxiousness showing on his face. Currently, Fury's life or death was unknown, so he had a right to be worried. "Regarding this, what more can I do?" Bruce replied, and Coulson nodded. "Sir, can you hear me?" Coulson shouted again to Fury's intercom. The Tesseract has been taken away by the enemy. From the other side of the intercom came Fury's voice. Many people are still under the secret base, but the ground has collapsed. What should we do, sir? From the other side, Hill said. At this time, there were some agents that had arrived at Fury's location, but it was still impossible to catch up with Loki. Coulson, you will immediately go back to the base and pull the level 7 alarm. The war has started. Nick Fury gave the highest order, and whether it be Hill or Coulson, both of them had a solemn expression on their face. This thing appeared to be far more serious than they had thought. Copy that, sir. Our men have arrived. I will begin to prepare. After saying that, Coulson ignored everyone else and shut down the intercom. Bruce stood aside and said nothing from beginning to end. The secret base where S.H.I.E.L.D. had been studying the Tesseract had become nothing more than a ruin. This time around, S.H.I.E.L.D. had really suffered some heavy losses. Under the secret base, there were still many elite agents buried, but it was unknown just how many of them were still alive. Coulson sighed slightly as he realized the seriousness of the matter. They were going to start the other plan, after all. Bruce, follow me. Everyone else returns to base now. Coulson ordered, and everyone began to move. In the car, Coulson sat beside Bruce, the solemn expression still on his face. Bruce, the war has begun. Bruce nodded. He had long been prepared for this. While they were returning, Coulson had made several calls and had arranged some things. But Bruce did not care. He remained quiet. He had no need to say anything, because he was already very clear on what they were going to do. Soon after, everyone returned to the base. Fury had yet to show up, but Bruce knew that the plan should have already begun. Coulson took Bruce to his office, then took out a phone and began to dial. I know you're on the 3rd floor, Salunchi. There are 4 F-22 fighters 8 miles away. Now let that woman listen, or I will blow you. Soon after, he spoke again. Hurry back to the base. The situation is very urgent. Barton is being controlled by something. After saying that, Coulson waited for a few minutes. Bruce had been staying behind Coulson from beginning to end. Of course, he already knew who Coulson was talking to, so he had no need to eavesdrop. Soon after, Coulson hung up the phone and turned to Bruce. Bruce, I will take you to a new task, and don't ask. You will know what it is when you get there. First, I will take you to meet someone. Coulson's tone was extremely serious, so Bruce knew who he was referring to. But to keep up appearances, he still asked, Who? Coulson smiled, walked up to Bruce, and patted his shoulder. Stark Industrial Group Chairman, Playboy, billionaire, Iron Man, or better yet, Tony Stark. Hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Bruce's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Bruce has been waiting for Coulson to say that. Prior to this, he had been expecting all of this to happen. And afterwards, when he saw that his own strength was valued by Coulson, he was certain that when Coulson went to find Iron Man, he would bring him along. Everything was under Bruce's control. It seems that this time Sir's plan is not simple. Bruce joked, but Coulson stayed quiet. Over the past month, Bruce had performed several missions, and the way he handled each one of them made him very satisfied. Regardless, it was his actual strength and combat prowess that he valued. In addition, Coulson had a deep respect for Iron Man, and by bringing Bruce along this time, he could cheer himself up. You will know these things soon. Coulson laughed. He had sort of promoted Bruce. That's why he wanted to bring Bruce onto this plan. It was actually an unprecedented plan, and one for which Bruce was more than qualified for. Okay then, let's go. Iron Man, as one of the 3 big shots of the Avengers, whether it be in status or strength, he was incomparable. His advanced technology, however, was what everyone most admired about him. It could be said that in the whole of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man was a big priority and one of the main characters which the plot revolved around. This time when Bruce completed the mission, he got 5 million USD as a reward, which meant that he could purchase a single 5000x download speedup. With that amount of money, Bruce had the confidence to download Iron Man's best and unique ability. This time around, I hope I can download Iron Man's brain. At the very least, he hoped he would be able to download his Mark armor, which was a really powerful tool in itself. Coulson nodded and set off with Bruce. As soon as Coulson and Bruce got in the car and were en route to the Stark Industries building, the voice of the system began speaking in Bruce's mind. Congratulations to the host on entering the Avengers scenario. Turning on the energy value function. Beep. Energy value activated. Activating the one-click download function and providing information on two other functions. Beep. The energy value is being calculated. Energy value function? This made Bruce a bit confused yet excited at the same time. But in that moment of confusion and excitement, two floods of memories surged into Bruce's mind. The memories were all about the new functions of the system, and it took Bruce a while to fully digest them. When he did, however, there was only a look of surprise left in his eyes. The energy value function, in short, worked something like this. Depending on how strong the enemy Bruce was facing was, he would get energy value during his fight. He didn't need to completely kill off or defeat the enemy. As long as he was fighting with the enemy, he would proceed to get energy value. Of course, killing off the enemy or defeating them would also net him the energy value. At the present stage of the energy value, there were a couple of additional functions. First of all, as long as he had enough energy value, he could use the one-click download function. He wouldn't need to purchase any speed-ups or wait for the download to finish. He would just finish the download instantly. Before this, when Bruce downloaded super abilities that had a huge amount of data, he needed to purchase a download speed-up. Otherwise, it would take him much longer than he could afford. But now, as long as he had enough energy value, he could download abilities with just one click. But with the energy value, he could only download the abilities that required energy value. Otherwise, he could only download the data of the abilities, which would require download speedups. The two functions could be used without thinking. Before this, Bruce could only use data to download abilities. For example, if an ability was 50 gigabytes, he would need to download 50 gigabytes worth of data. Now, if an ability needed 1,000 energy value, he could only download it with energy value. He couldn't download the data like usual. The second function was ability synthesis. Like the name suggested, similar abilities could be combined and then transformed into a single more powerful ability. The shortcoming to the otherwise overpowered function was that it only worked on similar abilities and could not be used on anything else. The more powerful the abilities, the more energy would need to be consumed. Finally, there was the hero-level equipment upgrade function. For example, the vibranium shield Bruce had obtained before. It would consume energy value to upgrade it to become even more powerful. The good thing about this function was that the upgrades worked like an all-around upgrade instead of focusing on only one thing. If Bruce had a Mark I Warframe, he could upgrade it to a Mark II Warframe using energy value. And if he had enough, he could even upgrade it straight into the nano armor of the Mark 50, which appeared in Avengers: Infinity War. It could be said that the function of energy value that was recently activated was extremely powerful and terrifying. It could also now be seen why, after Bruce digested all that new information, his eyes were filled with excitement. The function of the unlimited download system was beyond his wildest imaginations. Moreover, in the memories that the system had given him, there were hints that in the future he could unlock even more absurd functions. However, for now, these functions had no way of getting activated. Be that as it may, Bruce had actually only activated the one-click download function. As for the synthesis and upgrade functions, they had not been activated for the time being. In the mass of memories that had surged into his brain, he found that if he wanted to unlock more functions, he would need to progress into the plot. As for how to progress into the plot, that was the easy part. He just had to follow the main storyline of the Marvel movie universe to progress. And while he was a variable, it was best not to interfere yet. Otherwise, it would be judged as disrupting the plot, which would lead to him being unable to obtain other functions. Of course, having said that, it was also not an easy thing to disturb the plot. Unless Bruce actually brought major changes during a major event, he could continue to progress into the main storyline. For example, the Mind Gem had to be obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D. array, otherwise the plot of Avengers: Infinity War could not develop. That was the whole point of the restriction. As for everything else, Bruce was free to do whatever he liked. As long as he did not seriously interfere with the plot, he would not have much impact. According to Bruce's understanding of the system, Only when he was powerful enough would he be able to do whatever he wanted. But for now, he should focus on progressing into the plot of Avengers: Infinity War. So, besides downloading, I need to guide the plot now. The strength of the system was really beyond his imagination. Seeing the uses of the energy value was enough to make him be able to defy a god. And at this moment, Bruce had complete confidence that he would be able to crush Thanos and dominate the universe in the future. "What's wrong, Bruce? Are you uncomfortable?" Coulson asked. "I'm okay, sir." Bruce smiled and behaved extremely normal. Coulson just nodded when he saw that. After reassuring Coulson, Bruce instantly opened his system panel again. Name: Bruce Lite. Identity: Level 6 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ability: Marksman, Anti-Aging Gene, Spider Telepathy, Super Serum Gene, Super Endurance, Body and Shield is 1, Adsorbent Ability, Super Speed, Super Strength, Mind Control Immunity, Self-Healing, Strength 10 Hands, Supervision, Pig Iron Body, Superb Level Fighting Technique, Saber Proficiency, Firearms Proficiency, Covert Tracking. Warehouse: Vibranium Shield. Balance: $5 million. Energy value: 20 points, can be used for one-click download. Sure enough, there was an extra energy value column in the panel, but it could only be used for the one-click download function as of now. As for the synthesis and upgrade functions, they would gradually be unlocked. The extra 20 energy value he had gotten was obtained from all the enemies he had previously fought, defeated, or killed. Bruce shook his head slightly, with a hint of bitterness on his face. He had experienced many battles before, but they all actually amounted to nothing more than 20 points of energy value. From this alone, it could be seen just how difficult it would be to obtain energy value in the future. Regardless, Bruce didn't pay it much attention, as the New York War had already begun. "Bruce, we have arrived." At this time, Bruce stopped his daydreaming and looked at the impressively massive building in front of him. Stark Industries was truly one of a kind, and today they were visiting the person who built it from the ground up. "This guy is unpredictable. We have to be careful when talking to him," Coulson said, standing beneath the huge building with a bitter smile on his face. Afterwards, they entered Stark's mansion together. Because of Coulson's special status, no guards stopped them when they came inside the building, but they couldn't get into the elevator. There were not a lot of guards in the building, not because they weren't needed, but because the security was mostly controlled by an AI security system that Iron Man personally invented named JRVS. "Hello, I want to see Mr. Stark." Coulson stood in front of the elevator and said to a screen, "Hello, Mr. Coulson. I am afraid that this is not a suitable time for Mr. Stark." From the screen, they heard a voice that told them that Iron Man was currently preoccupied. Coulson shook his head slightly and made a phone call in helplessness. As JRVS had not yet matured enough, he was able to use S.H.I.E.L.D's power to modify it. Beep! And sure enough, just a minute later, the elevator door opened and Coulson and Bruce walked inside. This was Iron Man's personal elevator. It could directly rise to the top floor, and it was also the fastest way to reach him. While they were inside the elevator, Coulson called Iron Man again. But just like last time, he didn't answer the phone, which made Coulson feel helpless. That's just his personality. Coulson looked at Bruce and bitterly smiled. He could do nothing about it. Even if it was S.H.I.E.L.D's director in person, he could still do nothing about Iron Man. Beep! Just as Coulson tried to talk, the elevator door opened. They had reached the top floor of Stark Industries, but more importantly, they had reached the floor where Iron Man worked. All kinds of high-tech devices appeared in front of Bruce. There was even a holographic image operating system. The whole floor looked all futuristic. And that's what Bruce admired about Iron Man. His mind truly worked in different ways. At this moment, a man in black was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the office, holding a bottle of wine. He had a special temperament. It was one that could only be developed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. But Bruce didn't see Pepper Potts next to him. It seemed that the Marvel universe he lived in had changed a little, although the main plot point hadn't changed yet. "Hey, Coulson, did you come to congratulate me on my success on the new Stark Energy?" Stark looked at Coulson and said, "Tony, I have some very important things to discuss with you." Coulson went straight to the point, with a serious expression plastered on his face. Do you need me to save the world again? Huh? Who is this gentleman? Iron Man didn't pay any attention to Coulson's words, but instead looked toward Bruce and asked with confusion in his tone. Without hesitating, Bruce stopped in front of Stark and offered a handshake as he calmly said, "Hello, Mr. Stark. My name's Bruce Lite, Level 6 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Iron Man was a proud man, that did not mean that he was impolite. He knew what the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization represented, and although he pretended not to care about it on the surface, he in fact paid very close attention to it. Since Bruce was one of Coulson's people, he didn't have any doubts about him and held out his hand. "Hello, I'm Tony Stark." As soon as both of their hands came into contact, all of Iron Man's abilities were on display in front of him. Name: Tony Stark. Identity: Iron Man, Chairman of Stark Industries. Ability: Super Brain, Energy Value 10,000, Business Management 50 gigabytes, Top Level Fighting Technique 620 megabytes, Mark 7 Armor, Energy Value 50. Iron Man didn't have a lot of abilities. In fact, he only had 4. But just 2 of these abilities had made him into one of the 3 big shots in the Avengers. Those 2 were, of course, his Super Brain and the Mark 7 Armor. The problem Bruce currently faced was that Stark's Super Brain and his Mark 7 Armor couldn't be downloaded using data. They could only be downloaded via energy value. The Mark 7 Armor was still within his acceptable range, but when he looked at the energy value requirement for the Super Brain, he was too terrified to even think about it. At the same time, though, the requirements made sense. After all, the Mark Armor was invented by Iron Man, so the core technology was in his hands, which made all of the armors unique. Bruce was not surprised at all about this. Iron Man's brain was his most powerful weapon, and it was in fact among the most valuable things in the whole of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So it could not be downloaded using data. Moreover, the energy value required to download, it had reached a staggering 10,000 points. The only seemingly positive thing to this ridiculously large number was that if Bruce had the 10,000 points of energy value, he could download it directly without wasting any time on waiting. As for the Mark 7 Armor, Bruce currently only had 20 points of energy value and was still 30 points short. Bruce could already imagine that in the future he wouldn't use data to download anything, but would instead use energy value purely out of convenience. Another thing to point out was that when the data size reaches a certain extent, it could be converted into energy value. Abilities that needed energy value to be downloaded would certainly be leaps and bounds above the ones that could be downloaded through data. Besides the 2 abilities that Bruce couldn't get yet, Iron Man still had 2 abilities left. Sadly for Bruce, however, he had no use for either of them. He could foresee that the superheroes that would appear in the future would only have abilities that could be downloaded via energy value. It seems that I have to find some way to get a lot of energy value. I'm only lacking 30 points of energy value right now. After that, I can download Iron Man's Mark 7 Armor. After getting the energy value function, he only lacked a suit of Mark Armor. After that, he could use energy value to upgrade it and have a better Mark Armor than even Iron Man himself. For now, it was impossible for him to get it, but in the future he would definitely download Iron Man's Mark Armor. As for his Super Brain, well, that was a no-brainer. It was among the most valuable things in the whole Marvel Universe, so as long as he had the chance, he would definitely not pass up on it. Even wish just a Super Brain, it would make him comparable to those so-called gods. Thinking of that, Bruce, who was slightly disappointed because he was unable to download any of Iron Man's abilities, got excited once again. He reminded himself that he was just temporarily unable to download them, not that he could not download them. As long as he had enough energy value, he would take everything Iron Man had to offer. "Tony, look at this." At this moment, Coulson spoke. He was holding a laptop near Iron Man's hands. Bruce squinted slightly. Coulson was showing Stark all the information on the first generation of Avengers, which meant that he would see them soon. After Iron Man saw what was on the laptop, his eyes lit up. It seems that there will be a lot of work to do tonight. Iron Man knew about the Avengers project, but even he didn't know who the exact members were. And now that Coulson had brought information about the first generation of Avengers to him, he took it seriously. Before today, he knew that he was not the only special person in the world, and that there were other superheroes out there besides him. Despite that, however, he hadn't bothered to gather detailed information on them. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't ignore their existence like Iron Man had, so they had this type of information, and they had it in spares. Coulson, you go back first. I'm going to do my homework on the superheroes tonight, but I'll be there on time tomorrow. Glimpsing at the information, Iron Man said without even blinking. Okay, I'll report back to Director Fury. Coulson smiled and heaved a long sigh of relief before making eye contact with Bruce and signaling that they would leave this plane now. Bruce looked back at Iron Man for one last time, then turned away and directly left. He needed to find a way to accumulate energy value quickly. After all, the Super Brain and the Mark 7 armor were far too important to him. In fact, that's the only thing he could focus on right now. If he somehow managed to get his hands on Iron Man's Super Brain, mastering abilities would become way faster and his thought process would become way more efficient. After all, Iron Man was definitely a genius, and despite the extremely high amount of energy value required to obtain his Super Brain, it was worth every penny. His brain had accumulated a lot of knowledge about physics and other areas of study related to technology. If Bruce owned such a brain, he would be the best in the world when it came to inventing and learning. Iron Man's nickname, the top scientific genius in the Marvel Universe, was not just for show, and instead he more than lived up to its name. Bruce would even go as far as to say that, to some extent, Iron Man's super brain ability was more powerful than the Infinity Stones. That was Bruce's ultimate goal he had made as soon as he met Iron Man. Moreover, the Mark armor was definitely a powerful ability as well as equipment, and a lot of people wanted to get their hands on one of those. It was the most modern technology to date, and it was a unique technology made by Iron Man that almost no one could copy. That alone was another reason as to why Iron Man was so powerful. However, as long as Bruce downloaded it, then it would belong to Bruce. As for the lost energy, because he had the warehouse function, Bruce could replenish it at any time. It was much more useful than the arc reactor on Iron Man's chest. Besides that, once the Mark armor was damaged, as long as he had enough time, he could restore it to its peak condition with the warehouse function. I need to hurry up. Bruce had a lot of wishes, but almost all of them required the use of energy value. At this point, Bruce had already decided that he had to do something to find a way to obtain energy value quickly. It had become Bruce's primary goal. At this time, Bruce already had a vague plan of what to do in his head. Soon afterwards, Bruce and Coulson walked out of the Stark Industries building and got in their car. Let's go pick up a captain. Coulson looked back at Bruce with a smile on his face. He had decided to let Bruce join his mission. Bruce, we have a secret base, and it's going to blow your mind when you see it. Coulson said mysteriously, but Bruce just smiled in response. We will see Captain America soon. Are you nervous? Hearing this, Coulson smiled in embarrassment. In fact, he was indeed very nervous, as in his mind, Captain America was a hero among heroes, as well as his inspiration. Soon, the two appeared in the Avengers base. Captain America had been waiting for them for a long time, whereas Director Fury had already left. They greeted each other first, and since the captain knew Bruce well, they didn't say too much. After that, they boarded the Quinjet together. This was the S.H.I.E.L.D's newest warplane, and whether it be its speed or technology, it was all the best the world could offer. On the plane, they met another old acquaintance. And surprisingly, it was the Black Widow herself. After seeing Bruce on the plane, Black Widow was also a little surprised. After all, the last time she saw Bruce, he was still a level 5 agent. But while she was at the base, she also heard a lot of things about Bruce. After greeting all of them, Black Widow sat down with a charming smile on her face and said, "Gentlemen, we're ready to go." After that, she started the plane. And this time, their destination wasn't an Avengers base or a S.H.I.E.L.D. one. Meanwhile, on the plane, Coulson was talking with the captain. "Hey, Bruce." Just as Bruce was beginning to think about his plans for the future, Coulson's voice came. His face was very serious. Bruce's eyes were still calm as he knew what Coulson was going to say next. "Now, since you have joined the mission, there are a lot of things that I can tell you." Coulson took Bruce very seriously. Although Bruce was only a level 6 agent, he was one of Coulson's best and brightest agents. So after dragging Bruce into his mission, Coulson was ready to tell Bruce all about the Avengers plan. He started telling Bruce about Hawkeye, Captain America, Black Widow, and even the person they recently met, Iron Man. Although Bruce had already known everything, he still needed to pretend to be shocked. For ordinary people, and even agents, this was indeed supposed to be an unimaginable thing. "This is incredible," Bruce said with a stunned look on his face after hearing Coulson's words. Coulson showed understanding towards Bruce's shock and just patted Bruce's shoulder gently. "In the future, you need to be more careful because this event is beyond the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though he knew that Bruce was very strong, in Coulson's mind, Bruce was just an ordinary agent. And how could an ordinary person, or even agent, fight against those terrifying beings? That was why S.H.I.E.L.D. would only be in charge of the logistics and support, whereas the ones who would be fighting would be the Avengers themselves. "Mr. Coulson, when Captain America and the Avengers go on a mission, can I join them?" Bruce asked, as he suddenly remembered something very important. If things went as they should, they would soon find Loki. And as long as they found Loki, he would get the opportunity to fight with Loki, which would subsequently get him the energy value he so desperately needed. Although Loki may not be the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe, he still came from Asgard after all, so he had to be worth a lot of energy value. Most importantly, he wanted to obtain a decent amount of energy value from Loki, but that was not the only reason he had. He also wanted to know if he could download any of Loki's abilities. After all, while his primary objective at the moment was to obtain energy value, the grand goal was to become more powerful. After Coulson heard what Bruce said, he instinctively frowned a little, feeling very surprised. To him, Bruce was just an ordinary human. No matter how strong he was nothing but cannon fodder at the end of the day. "Coulson, Bruce is very strong. I agree with him. We should let him join us in performing missions together," the captain said. He knew Bruce well enough. In the previous spar they had, he actually hadn't had an advantage despite being at his peak and using most of his strength. After hearing Captain America speak up for him, Coulson was surprised once again. He knew Captain America, and he also knew that the captain was not one to give his judgment on others easily. "Okay, Bruce, you can do this mission alongside Captain America." Since Captain America supported Bruce, it was only natural that Coulson wouldn't refuse. And besides that, he also had a decent grasp of Bruce's abilities and strength. The Black Widow who was driving the jet flashed a smile. She was now very interested in Bruce. Time gradually passed bit by bit as the trio continued their small talk. They had been talking for a long time already when Black Widow's voice was heard. "We will arrive soon. Get ready." Bruce, the captain, and Coulson, who were standing in the cockpit, all looked down. They saw a huge ship that resembled an iron monster, looking very impressive, even for a S.H.I.E.L.D. base. There were a lot of Quinjets on it. The whole ship in a vast sea gave people an incomparable feeling. Of course, that was only so for ordinary people, as Bruce had already known what it really was, a secret base and facility belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., a helicarrier. Yet despite already knowing about its existence, and even having seen it in the movies, he was still in awe when he saw it for himself, up close and personal. Soon afterwards, the plane landed. Captain America and company all stepped out of the plane and stared at the spectacular scene before them. Meanwhile, on the deck of the helicarrier, a man glanced at his surroundings with a little surprise. But despite the surprise, the man was on full alert, and he seemed to be ready to deal with anything that was thrown at him, Quinjets or otherwise. After hearing the roar of the plane landing, he turned back and looked at Captain America and co. "Hello, Doctor. Coulson had told me that you would come," Captain America said with some surprise as he looked at the person in front of him. "Yes, Captain. He also told me the same thing," the man said with a smile on his face. Yet the caution in his eyes remained and could be seen by anyone. Bruce stood aside with a gleam in his eyes. After officially entering the Avengers' plot, he would see the most powerful superheroes of the first generation gradually appear before his eyes, one by one. And currently in front of him stood the Green Giant, the Hulk himself. Without hesitating, he directly walked up to him as he had done on a lot of different occasions now. Hello, Doctor. My name is Bruce Lite. The Hulk, also known as Dr. Banner, nodded his head in response and politely extended his hand as well. Hello, Mr. Lite. As they were both named Bruce, he decided to refer to Bruce as Mr. Lite in order to not stir up confusion. And just like all the other times, right when their hands touched together, Dr. Banner's information immediately popped up in Bruce's mind. Name: Bruce Banner. Identity: the Hulk, Green Giant, Doctorate in Physics. Ability: Hulk's Rage, Energy Value 10,000. Hulk's Power, Energy Value 30,000. Hulk's Body, Energy Value 3,000. Regeneration Ability 1,000 gigabytes. The Hulk only had 4 abilities on him, but they could all be categorized as superpowers that were terrifyingly powerful. Especially the Hulk's Rage ability. That was Dr. Banner's signature ability, as well as where most of his strength came from. The more angry the Hulk was, the more powerful he got. In fact, if the Hulk was in one of his great frenzies, it would not be very difficult. What made the Hulk really scary, however, was that his ability Hulk's Rage and Hulk's Power had a direct connotation. If he wanted to strike in his most powerful form, he had to get that additional strength from his Hulk's Rage ability. A good example of this would be the plot of the Avengers during the Age of Ultron, where Hulk was not angry enough and he was suppressed by a Hulkbuster. But if Hulk was angry enough, he could easily deal with the Hulkbuster. Unfortunately for Bruce, he didn't have enough energy value for any of his abilities, at least not yet. This made him look forward to this first New York War even more. Only when the fighting began would he be able to accumulate energy value. Currently, Bruce's biggest problem was that he was unable to download Hulk's most powerful abilities. It was pretty tragic, actually. But fortunately for him, the regeneration ability that the Hulk hadn't required energy value. Yet although the Hulk's regeneration ability was also very powerful, it was not among his best abilities, so the system required data and not energy value for it. It was akin to an extremely upgraded version of his self-healing ability. In fact, according to what Bruce knew, this ability's regeneration power was so strong that it could even almost regenerate limbs. It was very close to being an equal to Wolverine and Deadpool's regeneration powers. Although the only catch was that the ability required a lot of energy to use. But if Bruce obtained this ability, even if he somehow lost his heart onatory, he could still keep his life. He would become very hard to kill, unless he was directly split apart into pieces. As for the other abilities Hulk had, all Bruce could do was accumulate enough energy value and come back for them later on. Bruce was feeling very helpless. It was like there was a mountain of gold in front of him, but he just couldn't get it yet. Regardless of that, one day, sooner or later, whether it be Hulk's abilities or Iron Man's abilities, he would download them all and become the strongest. Immediately afterwards, Bruce decided to download the regeneration ability, which required a whopping 1,000 gigabytes. Regardless of that, he could finish it within 5 minutes with the speed-up function. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Regeneration ability. Size 1,000 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Current download speed is 5 MB/s. Valid within 20 meters. Without any hesitation, Bruce used up 1 million of his funds and directly purchased the 1000x speed up. Bruce, we have other work to do. Let's go first. Just as Bruce was finished connecting, however, Coulson's voice was heard. This came as a big surprise to Bruce, as he had to stay within 20 meters of Drive Banner for the next 4 minutes. Otherwise, the connection would break, and the consequences were that the 1 million he used would have been for nothing. Yes, Mr. Coulson, Bruce said, as he could not start behaving weird in front of Coulson, especially not now that he was using the system's abilities. It was nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. I would really want to stay with you and chat for a while, but it appears that I have to go. Bruce laughed. This made the person in question and even the captain feel weird. Everyone knew how terrifying Dr. Banner was when he was angry, yet this guy unexpectedly wanted to stay and chat for a while longer with him. Just how bold was Bruce? Mr. Lite, there's no rush. We still have a lot of time left, Banner said, not doubting Bruce in the slightest. Afterwards, Bruce let go of Banner's hand and left with Coulson after saying his farewells to the others. 20 meters. I must keep within 20 meters. Although he still had a lot of money left over, there were still a lot of superheroes that he had not met yet. So keeping that in mind, he had to leave some leeway for himself. But now that Coulson had called for him to go, he had to think of something to delay their leave, at least for another 3 minutes. How can I stay within 20 meters of Drive Banner for a couple of more minutes? While pondering, he didn't do any unusual actions, but instead walked towards Coulson. Mr. Coulson, is the helicarrier our secret base? Bruce randomly asked, doing his best to stall for time. Yes, how about it? Is it an eye-opener? Coulson laughed, having no suspicions about Bruce's intentions yet. Bruce was currently 10 meters out, with only 2 minutes remaining before the download finished. He calculated in his head, while his pace was slow enough that he would make it, Coulson's was quite fast. Is this one of our new warplanes? Why haven't I seen it before? Desperate for time, Bruce suddenly pointed at one of the planes and asked with as much curiosity as he could muster. Thinking that this was a normal reaction for an agent's first time on the base, Coulson stood next to Bruce and patiently explained. After Coulson was done, there was only 1 minute left. For the first time in a long time, Bruce felt that time was moving too slowly, and now he was 15 meters away from Drive Banner. At that exact moment, Dr. Banner started pacing around. Seeing that Banner could unintentionally exceed the maximum distance at any time, Bruce broke out in a cold sweat and raised his voice a notch. Mr. Coulson. Seeing that Bruce was acting unusual, Coulson walked up to him in a hurry. What's wrong with you, Bruce? Bruce shook his head to reply that he was okay in response, and took a deep breath. From the corner of his eye, he could see that the captain had started walking towards Banner, and his face changed. And just then, he heard a familiar voice sound out in his mind. Beep, download complete. Beep, congratulations, you have obtained the regeneration ability. When he heard the familiar voice of the system, he completely relaxed, feeling most of his stress drift away. And as if they had staged this whole event, just as he heard the system's messages, Banner walked out of the 20-meter zone. This was his first scare, per se. He wasn't in any danger, but the feeling of almost having thrown away $1 million made him feel worse than actually getting stabbed in the heart. Regardless of that, he quickly moved on from that feeling as he felt that after obtaining the regeneration ability, every cell in his body was quickly evolving. This time, it was different from before, as previously his genes underwent a kind of fusion, whereas this time, they were really evolving. His cells, pores, and even his hair were all changing. Every cell in his body was currently active, which was an indescribable feeling, especially as he felt it in every single corner of his body. After the process was finished, Bruce's cells had evolved to an unprecedented state. He felt as if he had endless strength now. This was really a complete evolution for him, and it could be seen why these kinds of abilities were called superpowers. Since undergoing that evolution, Bruce could now be officially said to have stepped out of a regular human's boundaries and into something more, perhaps better. In Bruce's current state, unless his head was cut off or he was blown into 1,000,000 pieces, he wouldn't die. Still, it was a bit of a pity that his current regeneration ability was somewhat inferior to Deadpool and Wolverine's regeneration abilities. Their abilities were truly horrifying if one gave it some serious thought. Even so, Bruce was quite satisfied with his new ability. Besides, there were still plenty of other superpowers waiting to be downloaded. Bruce, do you need me to call a doctor? As he was still deep in his thought process, Coulson's voice made him come back to reality, and as soon as he did, he noticed that Coulson was a little worried. Bruce quickly stood up and gave out a slight smile while saying, No need, Mr. Coulson. I was just feeling a little uncomfortable just now. It's an old weakness. In reality, Bruce had never felt better. But at that time, he was desperate for time, and that's the best he could come up with. All right then, if you have any problems though, don't hide them from me. After that, they went to the control center of the ship together. It occupied a very large area, and it was full of all kinds of precise instruments. Naturally, for it to occupy such a large space, it had to be important, and sure enough, almost all of the elite agents on the ship were in here. Of course, while they seemed like a lot, those elite agents were in reality only a small part of all of S.H.I.E.L.D's agents. "Bruce, you're also here," Hill said, who was commanding the helicarrier. After spotting Bruce, a small smile creeped onto her face. She had quite the positive feelings for him. Bruce nodded and greeted her. "Bruce, get a move on. We need to go greet Director Fury." Coulson looked at Bruce and said. Hearing this, Bruce glanced at the front. This was his first time meeting the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, who was also nicknamed the Spy Emperor. Somewhat surprisingly, he looked exactly the same as he did in the movies, a tall African-American man that was blind in one eye. Thinking along this subject, Bruce couldn't help but wonder about Chewie that appeared in Captain Marvel. And of course, Captain Marvel herself, who was said to be the strongest superhero in the whole Marvel universe. And naturally, Bruce, the type of man that he was only interested in Captain Marvel for her strength and nothing else. "Hello, Director Fury." Bruce's eyes revealed his quite calm attitude as he greeted. "Hill and Coulson have told me about you. In particular, they praised your excellent performance during the Captain America task. It was quite apparent that Director Fury appreciated capable people a lot, especially those loyal to him. Moreover, he also knew that the captain had only recovered so quickly because of Bruce's training plan. Sir, I'm flattered. I have only done my job." Bruce smiled in response. In front of this man who was nicknamed as the Spy Emperor, he naturally had to try his best to not reveal the many things that he wished to keep hidden. Otherwise, he would be easily doubted by others for the rest of his life. The worst part about it, however, was that while he had to be quite cautious in front of the director, the man himself didn't have any interesting abilities to make up for Bruce's efforts. Fury nodded. Soon after, the Black Widow also came alongside Captain America and Dr. Banner. Bruce noticed, however, that as soon as the captain was close to Fury, he put a $10 bill in his hands. It was the exact same scene from the movie. Next, they began to act, and, as the person who knew most about the Tesseract, Dr. Banner was put in charge of it. Coulson had used up all of S.H.I.E.L.D's resources with the end objective being finding Loki out. Everything was progressing in an orderly way. "I hope I'll see you again. We had a very pleasant chat before." Black Widow appeared on Bruce's side and said with a smile on her face. "Yes, me as well." Bruce replied in a very calm manner. Now that there were no longer any abilities on Black Widow's body that he valued, he completely lost interest in her. Hearing Bruce's cold response, however, made the Black Widow surprised and all the more interested in him. To the side, Coulson was chatting with his idol Captain America, looking very nervous when a voice came. "Sir, we've accomplished our objective," said an agent. Coulson immediately walked up to him and looked at the photo in his hands to verify. When Fury saw it, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Captain, are you ready to go?" Captain America nodded. He was on standby. "Sir, let Bruce follow them," said Coulson, as he looked up at Fury. He said nothing in response, instead glanced toward the captain and waited for his opinion. The captain nodded to show that Bruce could follow them. This was also a recognition of Bruce's strength. "Okay, Bruce, you go together with the captain." "Yes, sir," Bruce replied, as joy almost overwhelmed his heart. Loki was the god of the myth in Northern Europe, so he must have an ability that Bruce would want. At the same time, he could get a lot of energy value from his fight with him. "I hope this god won't disappoint me." In the dark sky, a Quinjet appeared in the clouds. It was Bruce and the rest making their move, after having discovered Loki's location. Inside the jet, Bruce and Captain America were standing in the cabin, ready to make their move at any time. "We have located our target. It seems that he is killing people." The Black Widow frowned slightly as she looked at Loki in his green robe on the screen. The captain, already in combat gear, ready to shield, and said, "We have to hurry up." After which, he jumped out of the jet with a parachute on his back. Bruce, who was standing next to him, not one to get left behind, also quickly put on his parachute and jumped. After all, he couldn't let Iron Man get ahead of him. Otherwise, he would lose energy value. Now all he had to do was find the right opportunity. Moreover, if he caught Loki, he would develop the plot, which would in turn get him closer to unlocking a new function. By the time Bruce arrived, Captain America and Loki had already begun fighting, and as expected, Loki had the advantage. After all, Loki was a god, whereas Captain America had only just recovered his fighting capability. Naturally, he was not Loki's rival, at least not yet. Bang! Captain America's shield was blown away after a loud noise was heard. Bruce's eyes flashed, and in less than a second, only his shadow was left behind. Just as Loki wanted to unleash his strongest attack that would put an end to Captain America, he suddenly felt something that made him stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were 5 flying knives coming at him from different angles, each of them having great power. Boom! While Loki had indeed felt something, he was nonetheless blown away from the knives and heavily fell down to the ground. While he had been caught by surprise, he was not harmed at all. Who? Which ant dares to attack a god? Loki roared. By now, Bruce had arrived, and he really wanted to know exactly just how strong this so-called god was. Without any unnecessary movements, Bruce's speed made him turn into a dark shadow as his hands threw dozens of flying knives once again. When the flying knives tore through the air, Loki managed to spot Bruce's location. He instantly raised his scepter and swung towards Bruce, who was running at him. But despite being a mere human, Bruce was extremely fast, more so than the captain. He raised his hands, which had become as strong as metal, and fought directly against Loki. Bang! The strength Bruce released was not very strong, but Loki was also not very good at close combat. So for the time being, no one had the upper hand in the fight. Clone. And all of a sudden, there were 2 Bruces. What? Loki's face changed. He actually couldn't figure out which Bruce was the real one in a short period of time. The current scene also made Captain America's face change. In their previous spar, Bruce actually hadn't used his whole strength to fight against him. Boom! As he couldn't come up with a solution to his current predicament, Loki raised his scepter and released a powerful blast towards both bodies. The whole area around Bruce had exploded, and as both Bruces were impacted, the clone version of him had disappeared. As soon as Loki saw that there was only one Bruce remaining, he immediately made his move and appeared in front of Bruce. He raised his scepter and held it against Bruce's chest. Seeing what was happening, Black Widow and Captain America's faces both changed color drastically. Damn it! Ever since Hawkeye was controlled, the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. figured out that Loki's scepter had a special function by which he could control a human's mind. As Black Widow and Captain America were already struggling against Loki, if he managed to control Bruce, the situation would become extremely dire. Meanwhile, Loki looked at Bruce with a creepy smile on his face as he said, "God will let you understand what the nature of the world is." After saying that, he waved his scepter, but the glowing light of the scepter suddenly disappeared. What? Loki was shocked to find out that the scepter in his hand didn't have any effect on Bruce. This is the so-called power this god relied on. Bruce smiled. At this time, Loki's face changed color, and his eyes were full of doubt. The power of the scepter in his hands was terrifying, mostly because of its unique capability of being able to control every human's mind. And yet, unexpectedly, this human from Earth, right in front of him, was unaffected. What the hell was going on? Just as Loki was doubting himself, Bruce launched his counterattack. He caught Loki with one hand and grabbed the scepter with the other. As soon as he did, both of their information was displayed in front of him. Name: Loki Odinson. Identity: Odin's adopted son, the god of mischief and trickery, an evil god. Ability: Ice Giant's body, energy value, 500, Ice Giant strength, energy value, 1000, magic power, energy value, 500, residual limb connection, data, 1000 gigabytes, longevity gene data, 1000 GB, virus and disease immunity, data, 500 gigabytes. Loki's scepter, mind gem, cosmic level power, temporarily unable to download. When Bruce saw Loki's abilities, the surprise he felt was revealed on his face. Loki was a so-called god, but his abilities could not even be compared to the Hulk's. But after a moment of surprise, he could understand why. After all, not all gods were equally strong. The abilities that needed energy value Bruce didn't even give a thought to. He couldn't afford them yet anyway. But the most frustrating thing for him was that he couldn't download the Mind Gem yet. Downloading the Mind Gem had been one of his most important goals in this trip to fight Loki, After all, it was one of the most powerful magic weapons in the whole Marvel Universe. After releasing a small sigh, Bruce accepted the facts. After all, it was a bit ridiculous to think that he could download such a powerful weapon when his strength was not yet even close to that level. If he wanted to control the power of the Infinity Stones, he must first have strength comparable to actual gods. Even so, he wasn't disappointed for very long. For as long as he had enough time to grow, he would download all of the Infinity Stones sooner or later. As for the rest of Loki's abilities, there were only 3 that he could download. The residual limb connection he had no need for, because he already had Hulk's regeneration ability. But he definitely wanted to get his hands on the longevity gene and the virus and disease immunity. Loki had already lived for a few thousand years at least, and yet he was showing no signs of old age. It was not even comparable to Black Widow's ability. She could also live for a long time, but not even close to that long. He also wanted to get Loki's virus and disease immunity, since he would be immune to every single virus and disease on Earth, and he wouldn't have to worry that his enemies would poison him. After thinking along those lines, Bruce chose to download both abilities without any further hesitation. This was the perfect time to download abilities off of Loki, as after this Loki would be locked up in a helicarrier, which was originally built for the Hulk by S.H.I.E.L.D. And once Loki was locked up, it would be extremely difficult for Bruce to download any of his abilities. Beep. Connection successful. Beep. Longevity gene. Size 1, 000 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Virus and disease immunity. Size 500 GB. Download initializing. Beep. Current download speed is 5 MB/s, valid within 20 meters. After hearing those familiar words, Bruce immediately bought the 1000x speed up. He didn't want any accidents this time around. Although, that was still $1 million and Bruce's heart ached as soon as he made the purchase. But regardless, strengthening himself was the best course of action.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.